the way, all the way, all the way up. All the way, all the way up. Best of the best, cause I'm sitting on top. All the way up. All the way, all the way, all the way up. All the way, all the way up. Top of the game, cause I'm too hot to touch. All the way up. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I know it. I deserve the name. I'm a champion. Give my this is our champions I made.
Let's go. Bring it in. We about to do what we did again. Nothing to prove, but you know what we've been against. We got a calling to do it. You know we assuring it. You see the evidence. Yeah, you see the homie. I'm going from holy to holy. Going from glory to glory. I ain't just living, I'm telling the story. I had an episode better than Maury. I had a step and they couldn't ignore it. I had a shot and I hit it like Ori. I feel the glory. I feel the glory. Let's go. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Hey, the glory. Hey, the glory. Hey, you know I do it for the glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back today. It's going to be day 2 of the T3 Arena League, and it is my pleasure to welcome you guys to the show. I'm Digital, this is Smash, and with us here today is going to be Bang Howdy. Look, yesterday, right, I'm sure you were tuning in, Bang, and we had some seriously cool games, really tough competition. Some teams kind of fell by the wayside, but overall, a really good showing of our highest competitive teams in the scene. And now today, I hope you're ready for some mega banger games.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We got some great games coming in today, especially with this first match coming up. Looking at, I believe we have Defy versus Dangerous Plan. Two great teams in the circuit. Dangerous Plan with their in-game leader, Montario, known for their hyper-aggression, real in-your-face gameplay, and Defy GG, a new team making their way into the circuit and establishing a name for themselves and introducing themselves. You know, so this is going to be a really exciting match, and I really look forward to this.
Well, so do we, but before we get to that, Ben, any last thoughts from the games yesterday? Because, look, right, we saw some real up and downs, and overall, towards the end there, things got a little bit interesting between two of the exclusive clan teams, but at the end of the day, only one walked away victorious, being exclusive Argon.
Yeah, the exclusive clan, they were in fine form yesterday. They provided enough entertainment to blow my voice out, which is great. But no, it's fantastic, obviously, to be back and see a whole new group of teams go at it. It was great to read the storylines as we progressed through the day yesterday as well. So I'm hoping for much more the same. And that in-your-face action was really apparent yesterday, and it's just so good for T3 Arena to see that in-your-face action live on broadcast.
Absolutely.
Well, look, one other thing I want to mention is that, Bang, yesterday, right, I want to get your input onto this, is that a lot of these teams, they kind of played very similar heroes to one another. We rarely saw anyone off-pick. I think maybe towards the very end, Rafa for exclusive Easy, he actually switched on to Ya, which unfortunately didn't do him much good on Giga Cave Mine. But aside from that, these teams today, should we be expecting maybe a very similar playstyle, or do they have their own complete unique meta?
Complete unique meta coming out of all of these teams, and I'm so excited to be bringing this to you guys. You're actually going to be seeing a whole lot of new meta characters being established with some of these picks coming out today. And
wow,
I'm getting goosebumps already just thinking about it. This is going to be good.
All right, I certainly hope so, because look, I am pretty keen to get into it, and I'll be honest, I'm ready for a surprise just to see what kind of new heroes we'll be experimenting with today. But before all that, let's just go through how this whole tournament format works. So, in case you guys weren't here yesterday, I'll explain it again. We are currently in the qualifiers phase 1. 16 teams through community tournaments get directly invited into the first qualifier, in which 4 winners will advance directly to phase 3, the finals. Phase 2, after this is all done, there's going to be the wild cards. 32 teams, open registration. The teams that didn't make it through in phase 1, they're more than welcome to join us in phase 2. Once again, whittled down to 4 teams to make it to the finals. And in the finals, Phase 3, the 8 teams from Phase 1 and 2 will duke it out to find out who is the T3 Arena League champion. Only one will come out victorious. Bang. I think it's an understatement to say that, this kind of a format, it is a little bit cutthroat. So many teams, but only one can potentially walk away victorious, and only 8 can make it through to the finals.
Absolutely, and this is definitely going to answer the question: who is hungrier and who wants that win more?
Well,
Yeah.
man, gotta say, yesterday some of the exclusive clan boys, they were looking mighty hungry, just given how many teams they have across the board in general.
Yeah, and those wildcards are going to be absolutely insane with the way that Easy were looking yesterday from exclusive. That team is going to be fearsome to come up against in the wild card. I don't know how that's going to go. It's going to be interesting to cover that. But again, a new group today, new challenges. We'll have to see who comes out on top.
Yep, and speaking of which, let's check out today's schedule and brackets. Because today, 4 more new teams. Dangerous Plan, Defy Gaming, that's right, Bang was talking about them. And also Mobility Core versus the Rhyhards. That's a pretty interesting name. Bang, let's get your thoughts on these 4.
I am already screaming in excitement for Mobility Core versus Rhyhards, and once that match comes out, you guys will see for yourselves. With Defy GG going up against Dangerous Plan, this is also going to be a super interesting matchup, especially coming from these two teams, because on one end, the in-game leader for Dangerous Plan, Montero, he's really known for his hyper aggression with new characters that we haven't really gotten a chance to see a lot, like Hunter, and he's also been known to break out another JJ player, and he has some nice out-of-pocket picks as well too that will definitely surprise you guys with that aggressive gameplay. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have Defy GG, who has a different play style and a different uniqueness that they bring to the table as well with their team synergy. Yesterday, we got to see a lot of teams that have perfect team synergy, so you couldn't really necessarily see a lot of call-outs and stuff. But what Defy GG brings that other teams don't is unique strategy. They're patient guys. They see an opportunity, and they do a really good job at capitalizing off of those small mistakes and making those small mistakes big mistakes and winning opportunities for themselves. So this is going to be great.
All right, I certainly do hope so. Defy Gaming, really eyes on them, because I really want to see what kind of like a super slow and precise playstyle you are talking about. Yesterday we saw some of the exclusive teams, right? I believe the final matchups, especially on the payload escort maps, sometimes a team or two waited a little bit too long to maybe get on the payload, or maybe they waited just too long to find the right time to strike, waiting for the whole team to regroup, and by then, it's too far gone. You only have like 3 minutes to get it to one checkpoint and then to the other. You can't afford to waste that much time. So regardless though, I'm sure Defy Gaming is in to surprise us.
Yeah, and it came down a lot to those ultimate usages as well, at the timing of it, when they wanted to use it, and that's where Argon was just a cut above yesterday as well.
Yep.
The Easy guys, they looked like they were very strong mechanical players, but they lacked that depth in strategy compared to the Argon team. We're going to see a bit more today. Obviously, you mentioned that some new heroes might come through, and there could be a little bit different picks. Are we going to see Diggy, though? That's what I want to know, Bang.
I wish, but none of these 4 teams put their hands on Diggy, unfortunately. But hey, we still got some good out-of-pocket, off-meta character picks that you haven't seen before today coming from all of these teams. So I'm really excited for you guys to see this.
All right, now for the first 2 teams, let's check out that head-to-head. Look, Bang, I reckon from what I've heard from you, you seem to be the most excited for this particular matchup to start things off. I'm sure you'll talk about the second one plenty going forward. So, these 2 teams, right, yesterday, we really talked about exclusive, how they were the top of the region, some of the best. Are these 2 also up there in the rankings?
Of course, especially when, not so much for Defy GG. As I said before, they're a brand new team. This is them establishing their identity in the circuit. They've had a lot of practice before in the past. Dangerous Plan has been with us since the beginning of the circuit. They have a lot of experience together, and they've honed their strategy to being, like I said before, a more aggressive approach. These are people that like to run triple assassins, triple flanks, or just all assaults, and they just go at it. It almost looks like they're throwing bodies at you, but if you watch carefully, you can see the strategy. They go for the toughest picks, and then they work their way to the smaller targets last.
All right. Well, look, I'm looking forward once again to see the strategy of Defy GG. And speaking of strategy, let's check out the hero bans at this point. Because I understand this is a bit of a game changer of sorts, right? Sometimes I always wish that there are more hero bans, because yesterday we saw the hero bans not really affect quite a few of these teams.
Well, here we go.
But regardless, this is going to be new. Sindri ban coming out for Dangerous Plan, and the Defy GG, they choose to ban Hunter.
Yes, definitely. Defy GG, their whole gameplay is based around their carry, who is a JJ main. So, getting rid of JJ's biggest threats like Hunter is absolutely critical and essential, because with Hunter's scan grenade, it gives complete visibility on JJ, whether he's invisible or not. And that's really hard for somebody who has to run disruption by staying invisible and playing the aggro to, to their effect. Yeah. So
Okay.
that Hunter ban, definitely essential. I think the Sindri ban coming out of Dangerous Plan, I think that's really just them just throwing something out there, because, when I've seen them go up against other Sindris, they've just wiped the bot and the player at the same time. So
Yeah,
this could be anybody's game, honestly.
do you think maybe that Sentry ban is designed to kind of give them a bit of an easier time to play that triple DPS or that triple flanker route to try and get in around? Because I know that turret can be quite bothersome for some of these squishier flanker heroes and give a bit of information that you
Yes.
probably don't want. So could we see them come out to completely forego the tank and healing route and just kind of focus on that damage, that fast-paced aggression?
Absolutely, because a really good Sindri player is somebody that you should be really cautious and extreme against, especially a really good Sindri player. When you go up against a Sindri player in a 1v1 scenario, if they know how to operate that bot and operate the accuracy and the positioning and the strategy, it can easily look like a 2v1 scenario. And a good Sindri can easily do a 1v2 easily, especially when it comes to flanks. So,
Well,
definitely getting Sindri out the way is something you want to do for triple flanks.
I'm not gonna lie, yesterday I don't think we saw too much in terms of this Sindri type of gameplay that you were talking about. I think it was more a little bit simple, more, how do I say, is one track minded. Hopefully today, not at least for this first matchup, because there isn't going to be a Sindri for Defy Gaming. Hopefully the Dangerous Plan, if they want to pick Sindri, sure, show us the goods. But hey, look, as well, our format is going to be the first best of three is going to be on Control and Map 1 Arctic Express. How do you think this would actually affect their gameplay? Because Ben earlier, he was talking about them maybe wanting to go for a more, faster gameplay type. Yesterday, towards the very end, the exclusive teams, they favored kind of a more tank-heavy role. You saw Jabali come through, you saw Ruby as well, on such a small map point as well.
Yeah, two main points when it comes to the game of Control. All right, the first main point is the very first fight is always the most critical fight in a Control match. Establishing your dominance, getting that map control early in the game, and just holding that point in like a King of the Hill style match is absolutely critical in this game. So yes, having a tank is good for a team like Dangerous Plan. Having a hyper aggressive team is equally as good as well too. That's why the Sentry ban is so critical for them in these control maps, establishing that dominance and keeping it. But at the same time, for Defy GG, if they do end up losing the first fight, it's not the end of the world, because they do have a good strategist who knows how to turn that around and reestablish that rhythm and keep the pattern going and reestablish their dominance as well too. So like I said, again, this could be anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean that's a classic one. Winning those fights in the neutral, making sure that you're able to get that first touch on the point, get that first capture, build that percent up for what seems like free, is always such a big benefit. Trying to set the tone as well. Definitely going to be looking for more about who's winning those neutral fights, kind of dictating the terms of the game early on. Digi, exciting times though. All these four teams look raring to go, and I'm excited to see how this first matchup goes. Dangerous Plan, from what I've heard, is probably definitely the favorite. But Defy, let's hope the underdog comes through.
Yeah, they might have like a really good strategy, like Bang said in mind. So without further ado, let's actually get into probably the hero picks and soon into game. Map 1, Arctic Express. Look, the hero picks, right? Bang, real quick, let's just get your breakdown on these hero picks. There's the Jabali I was talking about.
Yep. They have a nice, well-balanced team. They're running double flanks with the tank, which is really good. You want to have that Jabali on the point, holding it down while the flanks run interference, and you can hold down that point. On the other end, we have Stoner, possibly one of the best wildlings coming out of South America. De Niro is holding it down with, can't quite make out who that is. And then you have the Scotty play as well, too, which is really good for countering the shell. So, Yeah, we have a really good matchup happening.
Well, let's get into it. So, Ben, yesterday we saw, honestly, towards the very end, like I said, exclusive, I think it was Argon, Cole, especially on the Jabali on site. He put in some serious works to basically block most of the people off the site. Johnny Jet on Yoking towards the right lane.
Wow.
Mad aggression coming up from a ladder. A little bit of damage early on. Jabali in a bit of trouble, and this ladder is also giving him so much trouble. De Niro, was that a kill going his way? Yes, it was. Jabali's out and done. So is Stoner. It's looking disastrously wrong for both teams to start things off, but I think the favor does lean over towards Defy Gaming to start a little bit. The respawns have come through. The fighting over the objective. Johnny Jet being a nuisance inside his puddles. Invisible for the time being. Here comes Jabali to try to shut down the ladder, and once again, expert movement coming up from De Niro just makes the site that much harder to lock down. But in saying that, though, it's almost a team like Navs might have to wait to regroup.
Yeah, this ladder's been just unchecked on point. Basically, there's really nothing to stop them from raining hell. And Stoner managed to get back as well, take out that shield. And you can see now on the point, starting to fight all again. Big boy's back. We'll have to see if they can uproot him.
Well, once again, finally a cap coming through for Defy, but it's only in the near 10% before a counterattack happens from Dangerous Plan. Oh, sorry, it's going to be Dangerous Plan. He actually has the first cap. Defy is trying to strike back right now. But once again, De Niro 4-0. This guy's going on an absolute tear. Hard to track down, hard to kill, and just seems to know when to attack, when to back off. So far, this guy is definitely something special. Dangerous Plan. I think Bang kind of favored them a little bit more here, but Defy, oh, I hate to say it, they have a slower playstyle, but I don't want to say they're struggling just as yet. It doesn't seem to convince me fully, though. Regardless, kills on both sides, and it's just brutal. Jabali's just not having a great go at things, and if anything, it's Dangerous Plan who are getting a lot of these kills, but unfortunately, they aren't quite able to secure the objective until now. They're down by 0.5%, but nonetheless, once again, Defy on the back foot.
Yeah, it was looking like Defy were just able to throw bodies onto the point and retain the capture. It was good to get that 30% up on the mix, but yeah, they're not being able to deal with De Niro very well. So far, Superb is struggling a little bit on the tanking role against this triple flank.
Oh,
you can see now just getting picked apart. So again, the Defy, they're struggling to maintain point pressure, and it comes off the back of just getting surrounded on that Jabali.
Yeah. And also, if anything else, Superb Slayer, this guy, he's just trying to be a distraction for the most part, but unfortunately, Stoner on the Wiling. Oh my goodness, as Bang was saying, this guy's an absolute sharpie. He's shutting down players left and right. Great, good net by Scotty, but I don't think it was a kill coming through just yet. Yoking seems to be proving to be a lot of trouble for DP to actually work with. And Defy, it's time after time. They're just having so much trouble dealing with De Niro, who's going unchecked. Stoner from the sidelines with these expert picks. 64% cap off the bat. And we're not seeing too much resistance yet coming out from Defy. They have kept the site halfway, though, but go all the way if you want a chance at racking up points. And once again, they lose it. These 1v1 duels, it seems a little bit scattered for the most part. And dare I say, Dangerous Plan, they've got a plan in mind, and it's going to be teamwork to deliver them the win. Johnny Jet yoking inside his own puddle. Invisibility does not matter. Stoner still racking up the headshots. De Niro almost unkillable. And for the most part, what I'm surprised is Scotty hasn't really been present in terms of like kill power, purely just for util.
Yeah, and so far we see another ult coming out from the Jabali, and it just hasn't been able to land again. Gets taken out. This triple DPS lineup is just running rings around this poor Jabali, getting bullied, and that's going to be Dangerous Plan taking the first point. Not a lot of impact there from the Jabali, but again, it's so difficult versus that triple DPS lineup. They're just running rings around you.
Yeah.
Stoner's able to hold back, trying to take care of that Johnny Jet, as well as lay in some damage into that shield to take it out.
Yeah.
But dear letter, it was just running rings around. There was nothing they could do to check him.
Yeah, 100%. Look, that game was super quick and was over in a blink. To be honest, I felt that maybe Defy, they were trying to go for some kind of strategy there, but for the most part, a lot of that game was them just trying to regroup and trying to hit the site together, which unfortunately didn't really happen, and things really fell apart, because in these individual challenges, especially on the outskirts, Dangerous Plan, once they kept the site, they started going hunting, and just kill after kill after kill. It was almost unstoppable going their way, and look, without a team, if going up against a 2v3 on that kind of close quarters engagement scenario, with high movement speed characters, you've got Scotty, the crit headshots, the util as well, and once the net comes through, it's going to allow De Niro's on the ladder to run around, flank around them, and do tons of damage, and then probably a good finisher as well is Waling. So overall, Dangerous Plan, they're looking mighty dangerous. Bang, what do you think?
Absolutely. Like I said before, it all comes down to that strategy and how they're going to play it. At the same time, we should give a little bit of credit to Yoking as well, too, the JJ player
Indeed.
for Defy GG. He did a really good job. If they really want to turn this around, Defy Gaming, they're going to have to really learn how to play around their carries and really learn how to utilize the strategy with the team count that they have in place, because the Jabali and double flank absolutely works, but when you're going out there one by one, it doesn't work well in your favor. Like you guys said, like you guys saw earlier, like I said before, after the first team fight, it's all about what you do and the decisions you make afterwards.
Indeed.
That Jabali standing on the point by himself with his back exposed to two flanks while trying to block Walling's arrows didn't really work out so well for him. Had he regrouped with his assassins, or led the assault for his assassins on that left flank and cleared the point before taking the point,
Yeah.
they could have had something magical happening there. Hopefully they can turn it around with this one.
Yeah, well, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Map 2, Elephant Estani. Here we go. This is going to be a bit of a bigger map, and for the most part, it looks to be the exact same pick coming out from Defy Gaming. And as for Dangerous Plan, I'm expecting the same thing. Bang, how do you predict this will go? A quick 2-0?
Hopefully not. I mean, I'm still leaning in the direction of Dangerous Plan. As you see, that aggression and establishing that control and holding it down is really something that they're good at. And Defy GG is a little hesitant. If they want to turn this around, they're going to have to respond to that aggression or work on a strategy to counter that.
Yeah.
And Yoking, he's going to have to work with his shell.
Yeah, well, he absolutely will. Look, we're in game now, and Ben, I gotta say, for the previous map, right, it was only really Yoking that was putting up some numbers and getting kills, but he's Johnny Jet. He kind of has to try and anchor on the point, stay invisible, and not challenge as much, otherwise he loses his core util advantage. And overall, the rest of his teammates, it just seems to be a massive stall-type composition, which might be the worst nightmare going up against a pure, almost like DPS kind of loadout coming out from Dangerous Plan. And already right off the bat, 5k room, heavily contested. Yoking, out he comes. Okay, they do manage to take down one player, but however, there's the objective, there's the site. And you said it yesterday, Ben, you can do as much as you want to take control of the 5k room, but you're still not the site. Regardless, this is a fantastic start, and indeed things have turned around for the buy.
Yeah, and Bang mentioned Yoking's importance, and already on the first rip on the neutral fight, Yoking manages to find 2 kills and starts to build that charge up, and now is playing around the point, but gets taken out as the headshot chains just come through DF9,
Oh my God.
putting them all in a coffin. That's going to be the flip back. We saw this on the previous map as well, a pretty quick flip back.
Yep.
But it will be up to Superb to try and clear that point with that ultimate coming through now. And the flankers get shut down as DF9 is on one today. Hits the invisible shot to take out Yoking on the third. So now Superb is in a really rinky-dink position and needs to get out of there, die quick, regroup with the team. Unfortunately, he's being staggered out a little bit, it looks like, in that 5k room.
Oh my God, I feel like DF9 kind of heard me earlier on that I was saying he didn't have much impact on map 1. Because map 2, Elephant Estani, this guy is ringing everyone's heads. He's got the people's numbers. Johnny Jet, Yoking, leaping back to safety, healing inside his own puddle. Tries to maybe fish job of DF9, and once again, expert positioning the retreat instantly to get back with his team. 5k room, leaps right in, gets the heal back on board, ready to fight again. So far, Dangerous Plan, they are in the lead, but better contestation, I reckon, coming up from Defy Gaming. Jabali not lasting out for long, despite having a shield on one that was broken so quick. DF9, 7-0. This guy is invincible at this point. There's only one more player left on site. This guy is on an 8-kill streak, going deathless, and he caps the site, locks down basically solo. His teammates just have to come back and have to help him out. 1v2, still gets a kill onto Johnny Jet, hidden behind the pillar. Jabali couldn't even damage him, and the teammates have arrived. A flank around. How is this guy still alive? Double digits right off the bat. It's still 4 minutes 30 remaining, 50% camp. Ben, this is an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, DF9 playing to perfection. They're not afraid on the side of DP to just let the point tick over, get into these good positions, and then retake it. They're confident in their ability to win these fights out with positioning, and you can see the 32% that has accrued for the side of Defy has come at a significant cost, as every time they go into that point, it just seems like they're just shooting fish in a barrel. As 11 on the board now. DF9 has been unstoppable. Surely goes down here. Now, no, he gets saved out. De Niro cleaning up as well, so it might be a flawless round here for DF9. 11-0 on the board, has control of that 5k room. Last regroup, last hurrah here for Defy.
Oh, so we've been watching, bear in mind, DF9 the whole time, but at the same time, De Niro and Stoner, they're also pulling their weight as well. De Niro, a couple of saves onto DF9 when he was in trouble, and Stoner locking down some of these lanes, the whirling arrows, making calls to his team. They're just making it look way too easy. DFG, they could not get the game plan started up in time. 100-32. That's a quick 2-0. I reckon it hasn't been 5 minutes yet. And look, dangerous plan. Bang, these guys are deadly.
Like I said before, that in-your-face aggression. And, oh my goodness.
It's so quick, man. It's so quick. DF9 as well. Flawless round. Guys on absolute burner. Headshot after headshot. Even on the visible Johnny Jets, he's on one.
Definitely. Unfortunately, really good double kill coming right off the back with Yoking. Unfortunately, I see where Defy fell off, was constantly throwing bodies at Scotty. And when you have somebody that brings that much utility, that much CC to the game, it's not going to work out in your favor. At least use a meat shield. Don't go in one by one. You got your team. Use your team.
Yeah. You got Jabali, but however, what we saw multiple times, as soon as Jabali leaps onto the site, here comes the Scotty net, and then headshots follow up. And also that 1v2 moment when DF9 was by himself, he jumped around the pillar, takes out Johnny Jet first, and then finishes off like a Jabali. I'm like, oh my god, this guy, he's got his movement down pat, not only aim.
Yeah, I mean, playing the terrain perfectly. Bang, it was great to see that the teamwork as well, as DF9 was starting to kite around the pillars and things like that. There was the De Niro being able to flank around and try and get in behind as well to clean up. So while the attention was drawn onto DF9, do you think that they were able to use De Niro to their full effect on that Aletta to try and get in behind as well?
I think also one of the biggest weaknesses they had in their strategy about trying to eliminate the carry is the carry has teammates. And you're just running straight past his teammates and right into him, and you completely forgot that this is a 3v3. And that was a lot of mistakes was made, and Dangerous Plan definitely capitalized off of that, and we saw that today. So
indeed. Well,
hopefully they can learn their lesson and carry through to the loser brackets.
Yeah, well, look, they're not out of it just yet because this is still a best of 3. That was only the control portion of it all, but that was a quick done 2-0, easy peasy, not even map 3, not unneeded. So now on to Payload Escort. Do you think at this point things will change a little bit for Defy? Because depending on which sides they start off on, right, I'm expecting Dangerous Plan. Should they start defense, it's going to be straight up mad aggression once again. They've shown they're capable of teamwork. They've shown they're capable of landing these shots. But for Defy, what's the story going to have to be here? Because they have to win out the next 2 Payload Escorts flawlessly in order to take it over Dangerous Plan to not fall into the lower bracket.
Exactly. Well, the good news for them is Payload Escort has a lot of open space, a lot of open room. There's no tight quarters. There's no bottlenecking there. So hopefully they're able to use that open area to their advantage and lure these flankers out into the open and capitalize off of that open space. And hopefully they bring a marksman to the fight this time because they're definitely going to need it for Escort.
Yeah, hopefully. I guess, Ben, that's it. Just a lack of DPS, lacks of, hit scan in general coming out for Defy on that first series. So, what's your call now? Payload Escort.
Yeah, I mean, Payload Escort, it's a bit, it's very different, obviously, from Control. And Control, those mechanical prowess kind of shines light because you're just king of the hill. You're fighting over 1 point. So it's very easy to try and get into those fights, and that's very differential. So with Payload Escort, it's a bit more strategy involved. They can choose to take fights in certain locations, depending on where the payload is as well. So hopefully that plays into Defy's favor a little bit to try and get some leg back in the game, get their feet under the table. It's hard to say. That Jabali, unfortunately, I think it registered a goose egg on both maps. It was just not very useful in terms of it was completely countered by the playstyle of Dangerous Plan. So if they're going to pick that Jabali again, they're going to need to have a really good idea around it, or maybe they might have to switch off to the Ruby or Runner, try and triple DPS into the Dangerous Plan themselves.
Maybe. We'll see. Sometimes fight fire with fire. So look, guys, it's going to be Browser Stock, Payload Escort Extended. Let's get into it. Let's see what the hero picks are. Well, actually, also some of the hero bans as well. We're going to get through that for Payload Escort. But let's start with the hero picks. So, Bang, take us through this. It's looking to be almost exactly the same pick for Defy. I don't know, man. I'm a bit concerned.
Oh. Yeah, I'm honestly going to be leaning more in the direction of Dangerous Plan for this one because, again, Bowerstock is a really open space.
Yep.
Nice pick with the Gloria, but at the same time, you have 2 short-range characters going up against 3 long-range characters. and they
Oh,
have a
boy.
bunch of open space, and you have to walk into it. So for a marksman, this is almost going to look like fish in a barrel.
Fish in a barrel. Well, what's that saying you say, Ben? In like Flynn, out like trout. Something, something. Fish in a barrel. So, look, Judix, Scotty, and Hualing, they've got the info, they've got the range, and they can still brawl it out close range if they need be. I don't know, Ben. I think Bang's right. It's going to have to be a dangerous plan, maybe having the edge in this one. But they are starting defense.
It's a totally different view in terms of what both teams are bringing here. They've changed up a lot. Of course, Yo King is still on that Johnny Jet. We'll be playing around the point and trying to get that cart pushed as far as possible, but we'll have to see how Superb can come back after that rough first map.
Right hand peak advantages. Just overall, both sides looking for a initial swing, a kill, and just trying to find the right angles to get some info. There's a left lane coming out from the fight, and so far so good. There's one kill going over towards Navs, and Shell. I think that's probably one of the first kills that we've seen in quite a while, and it's focused on her. But the payload yet to get pushed at all. Bear in mind, guys, you only have about just over 3 minutes to get it to halfway point, the initial checkpoint, to get a timer extension. Johnny Jet, here we go. He's invisible, and that's the nuisance of playing Johnny Jet sometimes on payload. You can't really find out where he is. There is no hunter to counter him. This might be a little bit of a different story. And Shell, oh, this is rough. You know, it's 1v2, and for the most part, Hualing, I don't think even focused on Shell at all. Full faith in DF9 to go for the kill. Johnny Jet was tagged, and as far as I'm concerned, Ben, this is actually oddly slow. Where is DFG?
Yeah, at the moment they're just playing for that positioning. Superb had stayed on the high ground pretty much the whole time. Hasn't moved. It's been a bit of a turret. Hasn't been able to get much effect off that so far. The Johnny has been cleared off the car. Yo King going down. And it has been a bit difficult because the way those marksmen work, they don't have that rapid fire to try and clear out Johnny Jet on the point, so they kind of have to rely on hitting these shots in the invis. So it has been quite a bit of a nuisance. Johnny Jet does go down once more, gets sat down, DF9 with the clean tap to get that one done. Stoner, though, quietly putting in some work up in 3-0, but now Cart's in a bit of a difficult position for the attackers to try and push it through, as a little bit of a high ground choke point has been established, and Yo King's going to have a little bit of trouble getting back on that cart and getting it through.
Well, things aren't looking great. Half the timer broke down from when we started, 3 minutes down to a minute 30. And it's really only Johnny Jet trying to make progress on the payload. There is no Jabali, there is no Big Tech, there is no Ruby to kind of give them those barriers to work with. And it's just all that roll on the payload in very open space. And I guess Bang, he nailed the point on the head. Long range weapons, long range fights heroes versus short range. And I guess, you know, the kills and the momentum just tells the tale of the entire matchup right now. Dangerous plan. They've just got it on lock, and Defy just struggling to even get anything going for the most part.
Yeah, it's been so difficult for them to get out of the spawn area at the moment and try and get this cart pushed from underneath that bridge. You can see the high ground is being played with at the moment as well. DF9 does get taken out, so might be a little bit of a reprieve here. But Dinero still putting in some hard work, and Stoner dropping down, taking names. Whoa.
Oh, look, it's Stoner. It's his turn now to go flawless. 8-0, Hualing, of course, with the passive. You can see where all the enemies are for the most part. Communication looks to be really clear for Dangerous Plan. Johnny Jet, I mean, joking. He's trying to do his best. He's yet to get on the board in terms of kills. Just still trying to contest the payload in invisibility mode. Stoner, yet again, another shot dead on the head. The aim is superb. Oh, Ben, it's almost getting hard to watch. 10 seconds left. That's all they've managed to push. It's barely gotten across the red building. I guess it's open. I mean, sure, here comes Johnny Jet. Invisibility gives him a little bit of extra time to push it in overtime, but it's a matter of time, I suppose, before he gets discovered and then just dunked upon.
Yeah, Yo King dropping very low. Does manage to get into the side room and trying to push DF9 off this card. Do end up getting a bit of a trade. So a little bit of push here, but Stoner just being able to use that high ground and drop in behind. Unchecked, and ends up 11-1. And yeah, Superb tried to hold the high ground and try and hold that angle to try and give some cover, but Johnny Cash on the point, Johnny Jet on the point, Johnny Cash as well, is just unable to get there. He has to use too many resources to get to the cart, and once he's there, he's just shooting fish in a barrel, really.
Well, Bang, look, that was simply too easy for Dangerous Plan. This time around, sides to switch. What's your take?
Ooh, now they finally have some good team comps going on here. on both sides, double tanks with the Fade and the Jabali, and then yoking with JJ. This is actually good. It almost swings in their favor. Unfortunately, the Hunter pick that made it through, I wish they had banned him. It's not going to be looking good for yoking now.
No, it is not indeed. Well, regardless, that's what the assumption is. We'll see if that's actually how it plays out, though. Regardless, double tank on defense, if I'm reading this right. Double tank, sorry, no, on attack. So that's good. But then again, the problem about Fade is that he is rather short-ranged, and, you know, as we were talking about earlier, Browerstock, it is quite a large and open map space, so I'm not too sure how they're going to leverage him to his full utility. Maybe get him to push up close, get into red, and just force the defenders off their angles. We'll see, though. Regardless, Stoner to start things off with Hunter coming from the left lane, going in for a little bit of a push. Invisibility. He has a good idea of where Johnny Jet is. There's a counter. He spots him out. He just has to win this duel. Yoking, expert movement. And they back off each other. So far, it's just a full-on skirmish from both teams here. Just trying to do damage, and it's just madness, man. You got Ruby versus Jabali, Shield versus Shield. Finally, Superb goes down. DF9 once again comes out supreme. Here's Fade, though. Nabs from the back lines. Same story again, man. It's just too long range, Ben. I'm not too sure what the entire game plan is for Defy.
Defy, you know, sort of a desperation draft, really. Doing the double tank with Johnny, just trying to stall out the point as much as possible, trying to be immovable objects, really. But once you've lost this first point, this first fight, the high ground setups can come through, and that means more points or more angles for you to get shot on as a tank. And you can see now this card's just pushing in pretty confidently.
Yep. Dangerous plan, slowly but surely. Ruby, you know, she puts up his shields every now and then, but for the most part, looking to just hold her active ability and just carry the payload all the way. I don't know, man. I think for Defy, it's too far gone. That's it, man. Brownstock already going the way of Dangerous Plan. They simply just made it look too easy, and, you know, on their attack side, that was easy enough. You didn't have to push it too far. But it's mostly defense. The defense was superb, and credit where credit is due. They had a good defense, but then again, also the attack for Defy, that was where I think the problem really laid there. Bang.
Exactly. Yeah, Defy has all the makings. They have the perfect team comp. They just need to work on that perfect team synergy. Even for both the attacking side, it still worked in their favor. As you can see, you know, JJ was the problem child for the marksman in the beginning until they found a way to work around it.
Yeah.
Had they played around yoking and defended him, or matter of fact, towards the end of the match, I wish we could have a replay for that. The final 5 seconds of that match, they had the right position. They had the right strategy towards the end. Put Gloria on the cart. Let Gloria push. Let her be the assault. And any problem that comes her way, defend her. Get that off her. That's what you guys are for. Flank. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it didn't work out that way, unfortunately. By then, it was way too far gone. And, you know, like we saw, that payload push for Dangerous Plan when they were on attack, it was just a mega short shunt. And they already won map 1 Browslock. So, for the most part, you know, that's it. Quick done. 2-0. Our first matchup of the day. Going by the wayside this quickly. Bang, was this what you expected to see happening?
Like I said before, you have an inexperienced team, a brand new team coming in, making their name known, putting their names on the map against a team that's been there since the beginning. They already had the experience. They already had the team synergy. They've consistently placed in the top 3 of almost every single community tournament. So you already have winners in the making. You know, top 3 team, considerably a tier A team going up against a brand new team who can't be ranked yet without enough games under their belt. And yeah, we got to see what happens when you have the experience against the inexperienced.
Well, I think we saw the difference still in terms of the communication, as Bang said, synergy as well, and then just the overall game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great experience for DFG, though. They're able to get that knowledge and play up against the best in the business. And Dangerous Plan, they looked absolutely dominant. That's probably the most dominant we've seen in terms of a matchup. Dangerous Plan look like they can make this a pretty quick day and secure their ticket to those grand finals. But again, we've still got 2 more teams to play up as well, so we never know.
Yeah, look, so far so good. Indeed, looking very dominant, much more so than the exclusive teams that we saw yesterday. But any final words from you, Bang, about what just happened? It was pretty hard to watch, I'm not going to lie, at a certain point.
It was. I hate to say it, and you hate to see it, but you got to see it, right?
Yes.
These things are expected. Yeah. But
guys. Yep.
as far as Dangerous Plan pulling out of this one, wait till we see Reinhardt's going up against Mobility Core. You guys are in for a
Okay.
treat.
True. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Oh, yeah.
So Bang's hyped it up. We'll see you soon after this break to see how that matchup plays out.
They don't cover my losses. I keep my eye on the profit. Haters love to just gossip. In a crowd, man, I'm mushing. Only talk to just bosses. Said I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic. I'm rhyming off topic. I spent time in the tropics, but I'm back denying I lost it. My oh my, who's firing off the list is I'm flying a cockpit. I'm denying a toxic. I got fire and eyes in pockets. Still, I'm finding a pocket. I got time to be bosses. I got time to make greatness known. I'm a cook with that apron on. Come at me and let's make a toast. We gon' eat it and make the most. Hit the lane and then take the gold. No degree, we gon' make it known. Look at me when I make it go. Cause I run around like I'm Gothic. 100 racks in my pocket. That don't cover my losses. I keep my eyes on the profit. In a crowd, man, I'm mushing. Haters love to just gossip. Only talk to just bosses. Cause I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic. Yeah, I'm rhyming again off topic. Go to mums and writing again and they can't even stop it. Cause when I shoot it's buckets. Put that man in a coffin. Take this man to the moon. Put this man in a rocket. Cause I'm out of this world. And I got a mountain to climb. They say I'm out of my mind. Cause I want the whole of the pie. But you know we never deny it. I'm on a diet. But I've been silent. I've been up working. But I've been quiet. What is the purpose when I resurface? Sing to the choir. Man, I'm talking greatness. Still that as an understatement. I feel back that I run the bases. I look back but can't contain it. There I go being unrelatable. But still we all embrace it. When I go put my name down when I say he lies in greatness. They're in all black that they Gothic. 100 racks in their pockets. They don't cover my losses. I keep my eye on the profit. In the crowd, man, I'm mushing. Haters love to just gossip. Only talk to the bosses. Cause I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic.
Work it, I'm swerving around the circuit. It's a circus. I'm calling out names. I'm sure you heard it. I got style. I'm running like a bull down the aisle on the loose. You better get used to it. You better get out of the way. I'm bringing on the heat like a wave. You all about to know my name. Trend set up by day and by night. I make it rain. No walls can hold me back. I'm on the prowl attack. No matter how it stands, I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to T3 Arena League. It's day 2 of the invited teams. We just saw a really quick best of 3 series matchup. Dangerous Plan taking it home 2-0. They made it look so easy and defy. Maybe it's a lack of experience, maybe it's communication, maybe it's synergy, but they kind of just fell apart at the seams at a certain point, and well, it looks to be a very one-sided affair. I'm Digital, this is Smash, and that's Bang Howdy. On the other side, guys, how we doing today? Let's start with you, Ben.
Yeah, well, look, got too excited yesterday and voice went, but it was the first series of the day. It was nice and quick, easy. We had Dangerous Plan looking after me, which is good. Second series, though, you reckon this one's a bit of a closer one, Bang? Mobility Core, you said they look good.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Quick history lesson.
All right, let's go.
Mobility Core has wins under their belt. They've been in the game just as long as the exclusive teams are. They have the perfect team synergy and everything. And, you know, even during the scrims, off camera, off site, they've even gotten some wins on the best exclusive teams out there. So, yeah, there's a lot of promise coming out of these boys. On one side, you have their team leader, Hades, who is very well known for his keen strategy, the way he reads the map and the way he interacts with these counterplays. It's absolutely amazing. And from Santi's side, playing on the team of Reinhardt's, another top team as well, who's also been playing just as long. Santi, the in-game leader for Team Reinhardt's, has a really, really like almost godlike map awareness, spatial awareness around the scene. And the way he operates his team is like a captain on a battleship, sending his assassins, sending his his pilots into deep areas and responding accordingly. And Santi is amazing to see with his in-game leadership, and Hades is equally as impressive with his team as well. So
Well, sounds like
really
Arena
good
Bang's
matchup.
setting us up for like a Pirate Captain versus Pirate Captain showdown, to say the least. So it comes down who has the better reads, who has the better, once again, team coordination to really bring through the dub. Let's check out the bracket once again, guys. So that's the first matchup going by. Defy Gaming. Oh, well, actually, it was Dangerous Plan who made it through. That's going to be their 2-0 into the winners bracket finals. Dangerous Plan. And now, for the other team, it's going to be Mobility Core versus the Raihards. Real quick and easy. But look, yesterday we saw another team with the same name or similar, Team Mobility. That did not go very well for them versus the Exclusive Boys versus the Goofy Goobers. This time, Mobility Core, though, hopefully it will be a very different affair. I'm hoping there's no like name jinxing going on, just touch the thing going on. So, Bang, aside from like the captains themselves, right, you said leadership, what else do they have up their sleeves in terms of aggression? Because we just saw one team just then, super aggro playstyle, super DPS focused, especially on starting off control, but then they maintain it throughout, and Defy, I'm not too sure.
We've seen a lot of Jabalis, but we haven't seen Santi's Jabali from Raihards, who is known as possibly, he's coined the nickname Jabali the Unmovable Object. He is the type of guy that can hold a point throughout the entire duration of 2 to 3 team fights and not falter. And on top of that, he brings the best coordination and the best dueling ever with Jabali. Like, we've seen his Jabali in previous games pull out with 12-0, 12-3, sometimes even 15-3 from a Jabali at that, something that's unheard of from a tank. Yeah, on top of that, his teammates, you'll see somebody running a Sindri who's really good with Sindri, and he also has another teammate who is possibly, secondly, one of the best Walling players, but also a good hunter and also a good Judex, probably one of the best marksmen in the game. He can even play a great Osis, almost equal to Myron. Don't quote me on that.
Don't quote me on that. We will hold you to that howdy Bang, actually, because I'm not going to lie, that is a bold statement you're making. If they don't listen to the hype, we're pinning it on you. All right. And as for the other, any comments from you, Ben, about that?
Well, it sounds like a banger of a matchup, honestly. It sounds like both teams are pretty experienced, which is important. Both teams have a good read on it, and they probably have a good read on each other as well. It will be the Jabali hype. I love the idea of Jabali, and I've seen some great Jabali plays already. Unfortunately, it's one of those, it's very hit or miss, it seems. It either dominates the game, really sets your team up well, or it just is sitting there spinning on the point, getting shot in all directions. So hopefully we can see some good Jabali this matchup, and a bit of a longer one too.
Yeah, and on that note as well, speaking of Jabali's ultimate, Bang, yesterday whenever we saw a team play Jabali, and especially the standout, it had to be Cole, right?
Yeah, it was Cole.
Whenever he used his Jabali ultimate, it was never the ultimate shield. It was always the electric spin attack. Why do you think that is for a lot of these Jabali players? Will we see something different today for Satani?
Depending on the game mode, from Santi, he likes to use the second ultimate. Depending on the game mode, of course. For control, it's best to have that second ultimate because it reflects damage, and you don't want to get hit with your own shots. So it causes teams to back off and let Jabali hold the point a little bit longer. That's enough time for his team to come back. That's enough time for his team to hit flanks. That's enough time for him to actually regroup, grab some health, or, just intimidate them, back them up some, create some breathing space. And you see a lot of that coming from Santi. He knows how to jiggle between letting his shield break and then surprising people with the ultimate shield. And then on Hades' side, he also likes to play Jabali, but sometimes he'll mix it up and he'll surprise you guys with like a Ruby or something like that. And he likes to do the same thing. So this battle that we're about to see here, it's not just a battle of skill, but it's also a conversation to see whose drive and whose hunger to win is the strongest.
Yeah. Sounds like these two pirate captains, they communicate through their fists and not in their mouths. So guys, let's check out the hero bands and of course the head-to-heads of these two teams. Can't wait to get into this one. So, of course, our first best of 3 in the best of 3. It's going to be the control maps. It's going to be Arctic Express, Mobility Core versus Raihards. We know these two teams. Bang's given us the history lesson. He's given us the breakdown. Here comes the hero bands. Mobility Core. Let's see. They choose the band Hunter for Raihards, and Raihards chooses the band Wah Ling for Mobility Core. Bang! What's your take on that?
Oh, of course, you definitely want to get rid of Santi's Waling because if you're not careful, they will carry the match. And Batman's Hunter is definitely one of the best. Oh my goodness, the
Yeah.
mobility from his Hunter, the skill set, the positioning,
All
the
right.
accuracy. It's crazy to see. You definitely don't want to go up against that. So definitely.
Well, seems to be pretty good counter picks to start things off, Ben. And dare I say, compared to yesterday, these two teams, they kind of have a really good inkling of, how the hero ban system works, and they're not wasting any time with it.
Yeah, it looks like they're using it as targets on the enemy team. So they're banning out heroes that are safe, comfortable, great for the enemy team instead of trying to enable themselves. So it is one direction of taking it. Obviously, there is a very large hero pool. So while you don't have access to the Hunter or the Wildling, there are substitutes that aren't quite as good at filling that niche, but
Indeed.
there are still there. Look, I'm expecting less triple DPS here and a bit more strategy.
Probably,
From what Bang said, it sounds like these two teams are very strategically minded, and that's going to be interesting for me to see because last match was a bit of a run and gun. It was a bit of a mechanics shootout.
Yeah.
It was very dominant from Dangerous Plan.
All right, Bang, before we head off into the game, any final words from you? Any final predictions, perhaps? But look, then again, I got to say, man, it's just... Oh, well, there goes Bang. He got... Oh, no, he's back. Hang on. Okay, Bang, before we head off into the game, let's hear it from you, man. Any final predictions? Because you've set these two teams up to be almost neck and neck, head to head. I guess it really does come down to the picks.
Yeah, my guess here, and this is just my prediction, we're looking at possibly a 3-2 or a 3-1. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Going the distance.
Going the distance between these two teams. And look, I guess on the bright side, right, Hualing ban is not the end of the world because for the control maps to start things off, it's really quite small, and any good team, they should have good comms to say the very least, right? So Hualing, it's nice to have that passive, but it's not needed, right, Bang?
Definitely. There's other uses you can use for scouting. I mean, of course, we've seen Sindri scouting using the bot to get some information out there. There's just so many different ways to get eyes on the team. But both these teams have great spatial awareness, and they have great communication skills, and we're about to see that here. Back to you guys.
Okay, well, look, how about Johnny Jet? Were you perhaps expecting to see him as well for any of these two teams?
I don't see that happening.
Not at all? Okay, well, Ben, I guess this should be happy for you. So it's going to be more strategy, less shooty, rooty tooty.
Yeah, I mean, Rudy Tooty point and shooty is always the name of the game in terms of these, the FPS games. And it's great to see, but maybe this time we won't see those massive Scardy highlights. We won't see those massive Wildling highlights. Obviously, it was banned.
Yeah.
But we'll see a bit more tactic to it. Johnny Jet being probably not something that's being picked is interesting because it does seem like its skill set would be pretty good on control, and we've seen that as past year.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we haven't really seen a dominant Johnny yet. We've seen a lot of Johnny's being used as kind of a placeholder or used to kind of get more objective time, but we haven't seen one.
Beam wasn't bad.
Beam was good, but apart from Beam, we haven't really seen someone take over a lobby on Johnny.
Well, Bang, look, just to add on to that, right, I just wanted to pick your brain on this question. On control, right, do you think it's better to play a Johnny meta, essentially as that, like, the anchor, or would you rather much prefer a tank, Ruby, Jabali kind of thing?
Honestly, what I haven't seen yet, which is really effective, is a Fade dominating the first control map.
Yes.
Because Fade can definitely run that map, and you don't see a lot of Christinas. You will soon, hopefully. But Christina is definitely... Christina is a dominant force in control as well, too, especially for Elephant Castana and the Arctic Express map. So hopefully we get to see that today, too.
Right, hopefully. Well, look, yesterday we did actually see one game with Fade. I forgot which team it was. Maybe it was exclusive Argon.
But it absolutely dominated.
Argon.
Argon, they absolutely ran the show with that.
Yeah, but indeed, they only played Fade on... No,
they
in control. They had to play on Arctic
control.
Express and Elephant Istani.
Yeah.
And I think mostly, Fade, he was really present in the games, and obviously his primary fire weapon was a nuisance to deal with. But for the most part, I think it was a lot of teamwork from that specific team that really gave things through. And not only was Fade present, his Yuta was being an absolute nuisance, like Bang was saying, so was the enemy team, but also his DPS players, the flankers. They were just doing in so much work, grouping them onto the side, and when they're on the side, close quarters combat versus Fade, it just goes downhill from there.
Yes, absolutely. And like if you pay very close attention to that Argon game and the way they ran the Fade, they used Fade's balls to corral the enemy into the line of the DPS and sweep them
Yeah.
off. So yeah, that's another like hidden strategy exclusive likes to throw out there, and I like seeing that.
It's good teamwork. Well, hey, look, and also to pick your brain about another thing, Bang, is that later on, well, obviously we will, when we get to the payload escort maps, Osis. We saw him to some extent yesterday. I'm not convinced, though. It was mostly Rafa putting on some, like, the nutty trick shots here and there. But overall, in terms of value, Osis, I don't really think there was too much value. I mean, the TP is great, but in terms of, like, say, fragging power, he's just felt a little bit out of place.
Well, I'm sure you guys all saw Myron's Osis yesterday as well.
Myron, I don't think he played yesterday.
Oh no, he hasn't played yet. Okay.
He hasn't
Yeah.
played yet.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't want to
Okay,
throw his
okay,
squad
waiting
out
for
there.
it, though.
Hype it up,
Waiting
He
hype it
hasn't
up,
played
hype-
yet.
Hype it
He
up.
hasn't played yet, but when you see his Osis,
Okay.
whew, yeah.
Gyroscope aim
you're
or
gonna,
finger
both of
aim?
you gonna lose your voices. Yeah, everybody's gonna lose their voices.
Yeah.
Is Myron
Yeah.
a gyroscope aimer or finger aimer?
Is he in the claw?
Is he using the gyroscope to aim, or is he using the fingers to aim?
Oh, a little bit of mix of both. He likes to
Oh,
kind of.
okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
that is the tech. Well, look, finally, guys,
Yeah.
the players have joined the lobby, so let's get right into the game. Let's check out the hero picks. It's going to be map 1, control again. That's the format, Arctic Express. Bang, why don't you take us away from here?
Ooh, Retro's breaking out the Aletta. Hades with the Christina, like I said.
Is that Osis?
Oh.
You can't be serious.
Oh, he's running Fade. There we go. He's running that Fade. And yeah, double assassin with Fade is really scary. And on the other side, you have Santi, who's a pretty decent JJ.
joint, yeah.
I don't know much about Dumfries' pick with Osis in this tight area, but hopefully Wrench is able to support him as well. So yeah, double flanks with a marksman and a tank. Really good matchup here.
Well, Bang, dare I say, to start things off, Mobility Core, they might have this pick down pat, because Reinhardt's, I don't know about Osis, man, a sniper on the Arctic Express could be brutal, but hey, look, anything from you?
Yeah, we'll let him cook, is what I'll say
Alright,
for now.
alright.
We'll let him cook. There could be a cheesy strategy here coming out. There could be a niche pick, some sort of angle to work with as we see the initial engagement break out. But it doesn't look like that, does it? As it's been taken out straight away. Osis out
Yeah.
of the mix, getting closer to that teleport. And if you get the teleporter down in a nice location, it might allow you to get back to the point really quickly as Johnny takes a bit of high ground angle here. And of course, with this fight breaking out, it is going to be the side of the Reinhardts taking first control, I believe it is.
Yeah, indeed. Well, actually, it's going to be
Here is Mobility Core.
Mobility Core, I believe. But then again, the issue was that Dunphy, it's such a small map. He was not present. I don't know how much good he's going to be towards his team value-wise. Well, time will tell, I suppose. Like you said, let him cook. But so far, HP for Mobility Core, it was a little bit low. They're going back for a heal. Dumpy, he's down again. 0 and 2. Retro, Aletta running around, doing damage before finally he gets knocked out. Hades on Fade, bit of maybe.
Oh, hits the
excellent
charge.
pin onto Wrench.
Oh, get him in
Can't
the
quite
wall.
find a wall. I think he got out, but doesn't matter. They still got the kill regardless. It's looking good thus far. It's a skirmish on site. Batman trying his best to stay alive, and that is just the power. Oh my god! I was going to say the power of Shell, but here comes Hades yet again with a pin. Dumphy shuts him down. They've taken the site, and here finally is Reinhardt on the board, starting to put up some points.
Yeah, we see finally the changeover comes, the switch comes, but not after Hades was hitting some pins. Unfortunately, missed the wall on that
Oh, dear.
first one. Gets Johnny a little bit low.
Yeah, that's not good at all, and there you go, that's just the Fade cannonballs. It's sometimes, as soon as they fly out, I don't think Santi even managed to see it come through and just explode
Oh.
when he was invisible. Here comes Fade yet again, just putting it out in such a close quarters combat scenario. He doesn't get taken out though, so that's good. But his teammates are on site to fight. Excellent ulti coming out from Shell. Wrench putting in the works. It's a shutdown thus far, and Reinhardt, despite my doubts initially of them having Osis, they are making things work.
Certainly are, as we see moving over to the Aletta. Pov Retro has to do a lot of work here. Should be relatively unchecked. There's not a lot to shut them down, and this is where the heart is really done. The whole point of this pick is coming through is to shut down Dunphy on that sniper. Was going to be posted up. He's going to be very, very vulnerable, and finds that teleporter as well. Actually, that's going to be need to get dealt with very quickly. Wrench defending it with all of the honor and life, as well as the shots start to ring out from the sniper on high as Hades is charging around like a bull in a china shop. Not hitting a lot though. Unfortunately, Batman will be up there as well, trying to take out that sniper.
Well, I gotta say for Reinhardt's wrench, this guy's putting in some serious heavy lifting on Shell. He's just decimating the enemies one by one. And of course, with Osis's teleport, it allows him to get basically over towards balcony really quick and get back into the fight ASAP. Now, point blank range. Fade having a little bit of trouble finding a couple of cannonballs, and Santi, for the most part, he's dodging around in and out of his invisibility, and he's going to have to wait for a teammate to arrive. What? Hang on, that's a pin! Dunphy was the one who got pinned, gets exploded instantly, and that's the power of Fade. As soon as you pin someone, you shoot a couple of cannonballs, and they can't run away. Do you see the size of those balls? They get decimated, and the point gets recamped by Mobility Core. I would say rather in the nick of time. This might be the final leg, 78% for Reinhardt, and slowly but surely Mobility Core making it even Stevens.
Yeah, Dunphy was using that teleporter to great effect,
Nice.
but once it gets taken out, building up a new one in this time is going to be difficult, and getting it down placed. So, going to be difficult here for the side of Reinhardt to try and get back in on this point and secure it.
Yeah, well, look, time is running short now, 86% as we speak. Mobility Core, they should, in theory, have this in the bag. They've managed to get the pacing down pat, and not only that, I have to say, huge props to Batman. He's pushing super deep and being a nuisance to the thorn of Reinhardt's sides, so they can't even get onto site just yet. Dumpy gets taken out yet again, 98%. We are seeing the dying few seconds now of this round. It's overtime, the Duke are on site, but in the nick of time, the cap back from Reinhardt's 80% is getting super close. I think it has to be one final regroup coming out from Mobility Core and give it the Hail Mary. No ultimates really in sight. Sure, there's Retro, but the Aletta ultimate, it's not the best thing you want to go for a team wide. Batman gets eliminated once again by Wrench, who's on a burner as Shell. Point blank with his ulti, 1-for-1, and just tracing down the rest of the enemy team. They might actually have it into overtime again. 99 versus 99%. Time is running down. And that is it. Reinhardt, against all odds, I would say, they actually managed to steal out the win. I doubted the Osis pick. I couldn't believe it. It seems like they were going to lose that. Bang. That was crazy.
I told you we're in for a match.
Yeah,
We're definitely in for a match. Like I said, we have two great in-game leaders with unique strategies that you guys haven't seen before.
Indeed.
You know, it looks like on the outside, Osis is a bad pick, but you see with that teleporter, you can quickly get your team onto the point, out of sight, and out of the enemy's mind until it's absolutely too late and it's too critical. And then on the other side, from Mobility Core, you see the threat of a good Fade placed cannonball with that massive damage that he was dealing on two players at the same time, allowing Hades to get the nice cleanup and for them to establish that point. Like I said, we're not watching a battle anymore. We're watching a conversation.
Oh, man.
It's true. You can see 3 different teleporter locations as well used. They weren't trying to do the same thing over and over again. Of course, they were just rotating that teleporter around every time it came back up. It was great to see. I mean, the shots weren't even needed, really. Wrench was cleaning up just on that shell on the point, and they were just able to keep spewing bodies onto the point, keep it contested, and that's the name of the game, really, to get that point, get that contention. And the Fade wasn't able to go find the teleporter and clear it out. It wasn't able to kill the players fast enough coming onto the point, because the cannonball's great for corralling people into a location, but it's not great for killing targets quickly.
Indeed. And not only that as well, Fade being so big and heavy as a tank, it does take him quite some time to actually move up to balcony and actually find the teleporters. I think we saw him there once, but he got out of there real quick, because point blank range, right? You were talking about this Shell. She's an absolute menace to deal with. Like the tracking of her beam weapon, and not only that, ramps up damage as she gets more hits. So against the tank, that thing is going to just basically melt them. Assuming, of course, Fate doesn't explode her early on. But seriously, huge props to Wrench. That shell made all the difference for them. And I think indeed Bang was right. It was just the conversation they had and the strategy with Osis, allowing them to get bodies back onto the site, close quarters combat ASAP. Now, Bang. Map to Elephant Astana. What do you make of this?
Now, this one's going to be leaning more in the favor of Core because of that open space, but at the same time, Dumphy's Osis can also utilize that open space for getting those great shots and just being patient and letting the bodies come to him. So, yeah, it all comes to how they're going to play either the left side of the map or the right side of the map to blind the Osis and get behind him and, eliminate that big threat first.
Well, left-hand swing for Osis. We've heard about that. Regardless, though, it is a sniper trying to land the shots. 2 for nothing. Here comes the bowling balls. This guy somehow getting away unscathed for the time being. 5K room being contested by Shell and Retro's Aletta. They're at a stalemate for the time being. Dumpy just gets dumpstered on. Johnny Jet going to give it a try. Santi is going to have to back off the safety. So far, the early duels going really in the favor of Reinhardt's. And Sight being camped by Reinhardt as well. It's about holding it down.
Yeah, it looks like obviously Dunphy didn't hit those shots that he probably would have wanted at that stage, but getting closer and closer to building up that ultimate.
Yeah, and so maybe it's the TP that once again matters the most. I would like to see it probably in the 5k room. Get that health pack always available for them to use. Here comes Shell again. Wrench having to tag team with Santi to finish off Retro. It's a good job on their part. And the site being contested by Fade. Here comes Santi. Johnny Jet's on the mission currently. Just being a menace. And, oh look, Shell once again. Wrench. I gotta say, this guy's tracking is top notch.
Yeah, Wrench has been putting on an absolute clinic, but it is going to be on Retro now to try and find that teleporter and take it out. It looks like it has been done already. But they're not able to get, they're devoting so many resources to trying to flush out that teleporter. They're not able to get any point presence at all. And this Johnny Jet has just been running muck on that point the whole time, making sure it's contested, making sure it's not going to tick over, flip over. Only Wrench alive now, so it will be the tick over eventually, as the teleporter isn't down. But yeah, Retro needs to be on the ball with finding these teleporters. We see some interesting movement here, getting blinking up on top of the high ground. It looks like Duffy in a position to build up some ultimate charge, but needs to rotate away, as has been spotted.
No way, I think Duffy managed to get his teleport on top of that pillar. That might be a bit of a winning strategy. Well, look, we'll see how it plays out regardless. So far, they are in the lead, although the site has been capped by Mobility Core. And of course, they want to regain positioning. Contention happening underway. Here comes Johnny Jet Santi again. He goes out to Hades, and just as I say that, Hades loses his life to Wrench, who once again is just such a stalwart defender on the site. Dunphy doesn't favor his odds. 1v1 close range as Osis versus Aletta. Probably not the challenge you want, but with backup though, that changes the matter entirely. Here comes Fade with the cannonballs yet again, melting people left, right, and center. It's a bloody affair, Ben, coming into map 2.
Certainly is. They're just throwing Haymaker after Haymaker. Wrench has been the defining factor so far. Uses that Fade, goes up, throws Batman in the air, takes him out. And again, that teleporter does get taken down once more. So again, it's going to be a bit difficult. Retro now starting to heat up, but he's going to find Dunphy as well. This should be an easy cleanup. The sniper stands no chance versus the Aletta. Hades on the point now, has the ultimate just charging around, pulling a China Chop. Again, he's doing well. They found that teleporter though, it looks like, and they're going to have to try and take it out. But at the same time, where is the point presence from the side of the Reinhardt? They need to be getting back onto this. They need to be flipping it over.
Yep, and also a huge part due to Retro. I like his ulti usage against Wrench, basically take him out initially, and then again, he's proving to be such a distraction coming up for the Reinhardts. And dare I say, Wrench is almost too tunnel vision, focusing on the wrong objective right now. It's 88% cap already, almost 90 for Mobility Core, just before Reinhardts. They finally regained the site. It's once again, an ebb and flow, the back and forth between these two teams, just like map 1, but this is a little bit further apart in terms of cap percentage. Regroup, things slow down a little bit. Santi getting in deep along with his teammates, just trying to maybe get a head start onto things. Mobility Core, though, they are staying alive and they're staying healthy. Aletta does get the 5k heal. Hades about to go down to chase up. Things got a little bit brutal, but Santi with the final kill. Wrench goes down though, loses his teammate. Dunphy's low. This is not looking good at all for the Reinhardts. They're about to lose the site. That's 90% cap. We could be in the final leg here.
Yeah, Santi's going to have to wait to try and get that touch and try and use the stall tactics to come out. It looks like they were able to do it and get that touch, keeping the overtime in there. Batman goes down. God. Hades goes down too. They're going to be cleaning up the point. Retro the last alive, trying to do some heroic plays, but using the pillar as line of sight. Retro alive on a slither of HP, does grab that 5k, but does secede the point in the meantime.
Yeah, Retro's good with the Aletta ultis, but unfortunately he bought time. Is it enough? I do think so. The Reinhardts, they managed to regain the site, and they have to lock it down desperately once again to try to bring this into overtime. I can't believe it. We might be seeing double overtime, 2 maps back to back, and also Wrench once again back on the site, establishing his presence. Ultimate could not be pulled out in time. He's dead to rights. Retro, massive kill coming his way. 99% overtime. They need a touch. Indeed, this is it. Do or die. This is literally the final stretch. Timer running down, and that is going to be touched again. Ben, I cannot believe it. This is one hell of a matchup. Banky hyped it up, but it had to end inevitably. Mobility Core, they take the dub on map 2. On the bigger map, Elephant Astana. And I feel Bang is probably just laughing his way to the bank right now. How are you feeling?
I told you, you in for a match.
This is not a conversation anymore. This is a full-on debate between these two
Yes.
teams.
Exactly. I'm so excited to see more of this. Great strategy coming out of both of them. Whew. Let's talk about that fade for a minute.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah,
That guy's nutty.
really. Yeah, just right off the back, he knew where the Osus was going to be and started formulating the counterplay. And if you look carefully, he was able to distract him long enough for his team to steal that point and steal his teammates off of it as well.
Yeah.
Like, really good strategy coming out of Core right off the back. But then that follow-up coming in from the Osus and putting that teleporter at the perfect location, making it almost impossible for them.
Ridiculous.
And you saw how much attention it took for them to get that counterplay to answer to that question that they were presenting on the battlefield. And they almost lost the game, spending so much time on that one little play. It was great to see.
Oh, man, you know what? It's just pure madness on map 2, to say the least. And I gotta say, Fade, obviously, indeed. At the very start, we saw him barrel all his cannonballs down range, and it gave Osus a really hard time at go. I think maybe that was why he couldn't quite land the initial shots. But also, once again, map 2, I think a huge stand-up player by the side of, what's his name? Reinhardt, Wrench. His shell has been on point throughout thus far. Despite being rather a short-range DPS player, this guy, he's putting in the works and the damage, and if anything, he's the one, despite being slightly squishy, being able to lock down the site for the most part.
Yeah, the Shell has been able to clean up a lot off the back of the stall from the Johnny Jet and then the teleporter as well. Getting the Johnny Jet back as well very, very fast, meaning the contestant is always there. It was great to see Hades hit a lot of charges in that map, a lot of pins, managing to get a lot of value off that, which is one of the strong points, I guess, of Fade. One of the ones, and it's going to be very difficult to hit him on those tiny little targets as well. So, map 3, which way is this one going to go?
Oh, look, map 3, Emmental. We've only seen this, I think, once yesterday.
Yeah.
It's such a big map. Bang. I don't know about Fade on this map, but hey, I could be wrong. Osus for sure, though.
Oh yeah, this is still any man's game. And even when you have a wide open area like that, Fade being able to close the gap is amazing. And as you can also see, Retro and Batman working those angles and double teaming Dumpy and getting him out the fight as quickly as possible so they can go back to focusing on Santi and Rich is great too. So, I mean, we're not just looking at, like our last match where one person was the carry for both sides. We're looking at a match where all 6 players in this game are equally good.
They're all present now, indeed. Well, look, one last thing. Now, Bang, I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to take home the Control best of 3? Because I gotta say, these pick bans, I can't even tell who won it at this point. Dumpy on the Osus, I doubted him initially, but the strat, it seems to be pretty good to come to map 3.
I think when we look back at the conversation that both of these players are having, it's actually going to come down to who's better, my Fade or your Osus.
Yeah.
Or in retrospect, is it going to be my Shell and my Aletta against your Shell and your JJ?
Well, we'll find out right now because off of the initial scuffle, it seems to be Reinhardt's coming out on the back foot and Shell picking up those 2 kills. Retro also has his ulti to boot as well. We're going to see a couple of those on board and it's just another scuffle yet again. Site being capped, mobility core starting to build up a little bit of progress. And for the most part, everyone's just playing off site. Here comes Osus from Dumpy. I'm really curious to see where he puts the TPs. And there's the fade. There's the challenge initially. Banks called it out. He's challenging Osus. Good headshot. This is another one to shut him down. Backup has arrived, and that's going to be for the other team. Dumpy, he's been sent back to the morgue. It's not looking good, Ben.
Yeah, Hades with these charges. We've really been setting the tone on that rollout, on that neutral fight. Hits the pin onto the Johnny, gets Johnny taken out, immediately sets up a 2v3, and that's going to be an easy cleanup. And since then hasn't looked back. Been very aggressive with his Hades, trying to find where that sniper is and charge into face first. I mean, it takes 2 shots to take him out, so it has that leeway of that. And there's just been no room for Dunphy to work so far. You can see the contestant on the point goes away, but again, stunned out, Santi taken down.
Hades, this guy, this Fade, this big hulking beast of a man, he's putting in the works and just once again being a huge distraction. How did they not see him get up behind them? That's just 2 cannibals, 2 kills coming his way. This is unfair at this point. Santi trying to put in the works. He lost his teammate, unfortunately. And versus Fade basically on site. He's running for his life and he's to chase up from Fade. You've got to be scared for crying out loud. Santi, he has to fight another day, but thankfully, Wrench is back into the fray to battle it out, and it's just a mess completely. Osis trying to get something done, and here comes Aleta forcing him off of the high grounds. The TP's up there. They figured out the position of 1 at the very least. 1v1 versus Fade. You would think that Shell has the advantage. Santi gets pinned, but thankfully the save from Dumpy actually to take down Hades before Santi gets exploded, and that's a cap finally for the Reinhardts, but they're 83% down.
Yeah, they need to regroup now on the side of Mobility Core and try and find a way, because they are one fight off winning this map, and it's been back and forth, and they are just one good pin away from it. It's a nice start taking out Wrench, but this angle is quite powerful. There's going to be sniper shots going down and down. Osis laying down some heavy heat. You can see Hades already dropping down to about half health. Yoletta's managed to find the teleporter though, as the last player does come through it. Gonna need to try and clean up now. Santi dropping very low, trying to find a little bit of room to hide with. You can see the congestion ticking back down. Almost up at 40%. Next kill is going to be so very important. It is Dumpy going down. The Hades on the point, laying down some heat, trying to deny that space, that area, but it looks like it has to back out, try and wait for the team to come back.
That was the backlines, the Dumpy backlines support. He got taken out, but however, Reinhardt do manage to maintain side control, so they are making steady progress into the comeback. It's not quite there yet. Hades with the dash, leaping onto the side. He's a tank, he's heavy, he gets ulted, he gets destroyed by Wrench, although it's just back and forth between them, and now the last player standing on site, it's going to be Batman. 1v1 versus Santi versus Johnny Jet. You can't see your opponent, so it's going to be hard to track him down. Dumpy's arrived to join the battle as well. 72%. It's getting closer and closer, Ben. Could we possibly see overtime 3 maps back to back? I think so.
We might be able to. They have tried, and they have found Dunphy, who was trying to sneak up on a bit of a flank and get a teleporter down in a tricky location, trying to move that away, but Hades has been answered. Batman down as well. It is just going to be Retro. Try and take out that teleporter before they go down. Unfortunately, the one clip isn't going to be able to be there. Dumpy spawns back in to defend his teleporter, his baby. And that teleporter is set up in such a position where it's so difficult to clear it out. They're not going to be able to get the Hades shots on it, so it has to be the Aleta to do it. Overtime now ticking over. A 3v3 brawl on the point. Best man wins.
Batman goes down, so does Hades. It's all Retro, close to his ultimate. He's got to pop it basically ASAP before he goes down. That ulti allows him to heal a little bit as well. There we go. His teammates need to get back and help him ASAP. Dumpy still putting out the shots. Overtime, you got to touch the sight. You got to touch the sight. And he goes down. I do think that's it. Oh my goodness. A millimeter, a hair's breadth away from once again resetting the timer. And he just fell short. Reinhardt, they took the controls portion of this entire series 2-1, but I gotta say, man, this is the most hotly contested control series we have seen this week.
Definitely the closest. Bang, you promised a banger, and it's delivered, certainly. How did you see that one unfolding?
Whew, exactly the way I planned it to play out. That's exactly the way I saw it. It was going to come down to how well Osis was going to respond to the Fade. And we saw that towards the middle of the match. He finally got the strategy. Hey, I need to stop being so close to the point. And at the same time, I need to stop being so far away from the point. I need to be in a good location where my team can cover me.
Yep.
When that happened, Faye didn't have much to work with, because now, you know, you're trying to force this sniper into a close range fight, and he's surrounded by people that enjoy that. And that was the end of the debate right there.
Yeah, look, and not only that as well. So Reinhardt, they won the argument, so that's fantastic going on onto their part. But also, I really want to point out for Map 3 Emmental, what I saw was Fade initially, the really proactive chase-up to try to track down the Osis, and that's why I thought, oh man, these guys are onto it. It should be their map. But towards the end, I might be overreaching here, but I feel they may have overextended a little bit, trying to force them in their spawn, and then things just kind of lost, you know, they kind of just lost track of maybe the percentage or something, and they were too far away to even touch the site again. Yeah. So only one lone Aleta initially challenging, his teammates joined the fray, but it was just a cluster of bodies, and they just lost the fights across the board.
Yeah, it wasn't just a little bit of overconfidence and hubris. At the same time, Santi, you know, did a really good job at adapting to the situation. Like I said, he has really good map awareness. It took him a little bit of time to pick up on the strategy, but at the same time, once he had the counter strategy and he relayed that to the team, it was executed flawlessly, and they pulled out in the end. So definitely really strong match from these two.
Yeah, seriously, but still well done, though. Congratulations to Reinhardt to take the first point in the best of 3 series. That's the control portion done. It ain't over yet, though. Mobility Core, we've seen they can literally go toe-to-toe, slap the faces of Reinhardt. So now onto Payload Escort Map 1. Browerstock, Ben, I mean, like, look, do you think the momentum's going to carry through? Probably at this point.
Well, the momentum, it's very important, but it's not a dominant showing by the Reinhardts. They squeaked over. They managed to just get there. It was tight. I'm not sure. Payload Escort, now looking over to the team compositions, are we going to see something similar? Are we going to see them try and use this Osis all the way through the series? Or is it going to be something that they've just pulled out as like a niche pick for this control? I think generally a more popular pick on these Payload Escorts. Bang, what do you think? Are you think they're going to move towards a more of a tank-centric lineup, tank 2 DPS, or are they going to continue this kind of form, this pattern of form?
The beauty about these two teams is not just their adaptability, their survivability, and their strategy, but also their team compositions as well. They know how to adapt to a situation after their first match, after they see the personalities from their opponents. They know how to create a composition that works against that. And at the same time, Hades and his team on core have the same type of strategy. And surprisingly for this one, I'm going to say, look out for Batman on this map because, yeah. And on Escort, you definitely want to have that Osis on your team. So I have a feeling that Dumpy's going to stick to that, but Santi's going to surprise us in this next one as well. You're not going to see a JJ this time. I can promise you guys that.
Okay. We'll do that again, once again. But look, Dumpy, even though he was playing the Osis for quite all the control maps, the TP was obviously the biggest piece of util to help his teammates get into the battle. But he himself on the shots, he was lacking a little bit. Do you think that might be a potential weakness on their side?
It could be, but for Escort, it can also be the greatest strength, as we also saw in Control. Yeah, Osis didn't have the strongest presence in the first game, but what he brought to the team was that great team positioning that could help them reestablish the rhythm of the Control match and pull ahead in some rounds. So, yeah, definitely. I think Dumpy can possibly excel and adapt to this situation and be the Osis that this team needs, because they're definitely going to need it against Batman.
All right, well, look, the game, it's going to start soon, so let's check it out. Map 1, Payload Escort Extended, Browerstock. It's going to be a complete switch-off in terms of metas coming from both teams, but bear in mind, Mobility Core, they have to take this one home. Otherwise, they're going to go down into lower bracket, getting 2-0'd by the Reinhardt. But still, let's go. Hero bans. Let's break it down. Hopefully, once again, these two teams, they've done their homework on the enemy team, and therefore we should see... Okay, not quite what I expected. So, Mobility Core, they ban Shell, and it's going to be Reinhardt's banning Alexa. Bang!
Yeah, they're trying to hurry up and right off the back, choke out Wrench, and then on the other side, choke out Hades.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I guess we did see in the entire Control series that Wrench was a force to be reckoned with. Although, once again, Payload Escort is going to be a much larger map to play with. So sometimes we have seen a couple of these shells come into full effect. But for the most part, it's more so you're looking at Judix, looking at Skadi, you're looking at Aletta, that kind of character.
Yeah, and we're going to see some of those characters appear here today as well. It's an interesting lineup. Not a lot of tanks, no Jabalis. It is going to be very DPS centric. Only the one on the board in terms of the tank characters. Santi is getting very low, getting poked out very aggressively at the start here.
Yeah, well, Dumping indeed. He's going to retain his Osis role, and the snipers is good. I believe it's 1 shot or 2 shots to break one of Ruby's shield partitions. And Hades now on Ruby, just making a steadfast progress towards pushing the payload. And yesterday we saw a couple of these Rubies, especially once again Cole dancing in and out expertly, staying alive for so long. Santi flashbang by some time, and there's the kill onto Ruby to start things off, to say the least. The Batman on Hunter. We haven't seen him in full effect just yet, but hey, look, I'll believe in Bang, and we should see some shenanigans coming out from him sooner or later. But the payload, it stops dead in this tracks, and both teams waiting for an initial scuffle, waiting for the first pick to come through.
Yeah, this Dunphy versus Batman duel is going to be quite important. Dunphy just kind of biding time, waiting for the right position. Look, Retro is in the sides, but unable to claim that kill. Does try and take it out, but now has eyes on Retro dropping down again. Card starting to push into this Undercroft, and we saw how hard it can be to get it out of here as well, with those snipers on the high grounds, being able to drop in behind you as well. There's more fighting on the car goes through. Wrench does get taken out, so this will mean a push will come through. A little bit more ground gained by the Mobility Core squad.
Nice!
As Santi gets plucked out of thin air.
Oh my goodness, Retro, the timing, and dare I say Santi maybe swinging out a little bit too aggressively. bagged himself there for that challenge. Didn't work
down.
out. Exactly. TP has been put down, and that should allow, obviously, the team of Reinhardts to get potentially a flank coming through. But here's Hunter, maybe trying to put a stop to the TP before it can really grow legs. But so far, though, I gotta say, Hades on duty, pushing the payload. He's basically solo, making the entire journey over towards the first checkpoint, and just going uncontested. The shield's now behind him. They're not even shooting him for crying loud. It's all down to Dumpy. He has to land the shot, and Hades doesn't even care. What a shot! Just as I say that, I cast a curse that he shuts down Hades, and that's the payload stopped dead in his tracks for the time being, and the TP gets destroyed. Good tracking by Batman, so the rotation back is going to be quite hard and long for Reinhardt, and they're fighting kind of on the wrong side right now, because sooner or later we're going to see the players of Mobility Core get back on the payload, and it's not far to push it over towards the checkpoint. A minute to do it. This is definitely within their cards. Retro, long distance, Hua Ling, one shot takes down Osis, and that should be the cap. We're on to the second part now.
Able to walk it on in. Hualing doing God's work right now, as it's been a real struggle for Dumpy to get back into this round after that first TP got taken down. Of course, it's been really difficult for them to contest the card as well. There hasn't been a lot of contention going on. They don't really have anything that wants to be on there. They're going to have to try and use positioning play, use the Aletta to try and contest the card. Retro coming out of spawn gets taken down to half HP, but Hades just wants to find the safe haven of that payload. Use it as a bit of a line of sight blocker with the shield as well. You can see the Aletta going in the background, trying to take out Retro, but just unable to finish the job.
Retro popped the ult and basically destroyed Wrench, who is actually doing a pretty good job of things, everything considered. There we go, Dumpy leading the charge right now, 6-2. Sharp shots coming through. Where was this on the control maps? Regardless, he's doing God's work right now for his team, just when they needed him the most. However, the only problem is, the payload. It's still making steady progress through. 2 minutes to go to push it to the very end. And now no one's on it. It's a bit of a scuffle, left and right. Mobility Core, they went out these duels, and a huge part thanks to Retro. Sharp shots from Hua Ling, good communication with the passive. And now 3 players more or less joining the fray. This should be the final leg, and I just really want to see how Reinhardt want to try to defend this. Looks like they're going for the high grounds.
Yeah, they're going to need to get in behind and try and get some kills early on, because in that 3v3 situation, they are getting dominated a bit, as they just don't have anything to stop the car push. They do manage to take out 2 players, so that's going to make things a little bit easier here to try and get that set up, get that teleporter in a place where they really do want it. And there's going to be a bit of regrouping on the side of Mobility.
Yeah, Santi as well, the Judex pick, indeed. We were surprised. He's doing decent work, putting in a few shots here and there. He's been holding off his ulti for quite a while now, so probably still waiting for the opportune moment to deploy the fire grenade. Nonetheless, maintaining high ground control, taking pot shots here and there, just poking and prodding, and for the most part, I like to think letting Wrench finish off the job as a deep flanker. Dumpy getting knocked out.
That's going to be
Point
teleported
blank
too.
from Hades. This is looking really good now. When your DPS players can't do the job, you go in as a tank and do it yourself. Okay, Dumpy, you got to rejoin the fight. But then again, the payload, it's slowly going back a little bit. No one's on it just yet. I don't want to say that Mobility Core might have tunnel vision and trying to flush out the flankers and the plays instead of focusing on the objective, but I fear we might be going that way, Ben.
Yeah, it looks like the payload's got a little bit of a parking ticket. It's just been stopped here for the last minute and a half, as they're trying to flush out this high ground, take this high ground off them, because they do need to take the high ground off. They can't just try and walk underneath and push the card in. They'll just get stabbed from the back.
Oh my god,
okay.
Hades.
Hades is starting to lay down some hurt. Needed to finish off Wrench there, you'd say. Wrench is going to fall back in, get a little bit of HP back, start to contest the cart once more. Ulti out, try and get a little bit more HP again. Retro manages to get a frag, which is so very important, but does get taken out. And the spawn is so close for the defenders. The flash comes out, denying any vision on the side. Hades is just dancing around. The contested overtime wick starts to burn down. It's going to go very low. Hades is in a world of hurt, needs to survive, hasn't been able to. Overtime burns down, but what a great push from the side of Mobility Core.
Yeah, for the Mobility Core, for the most part, that is a push all the way. 6 minutes and 11 seconds on payload. That's one thing to mention as well. And the other thing, huge props to Wrench. Towards the final seconds, that Aletta just anchoring on the payload, buying time, dashing in and out, not really doing damage. That wasn't the point. He was expertly maneuvering and buying time for his teammates. Bang, what do you make of that?
Absolutely. Dumpy was, well, I'm sorry, Dumphy and Wrench were definitely the heart of the team with that one. And here we go. The immovable, the unstoppable Santi.
All right, Santi on the Jabala. You talked about it. Let's just see how it worked out. And also to mention as well, Dumphy, he's going to switch onto Hunter, which is going to be quite surprising to me. Guess on defense, they're not too worried about playing with the TP compared to the attack. Well, we'll just see how this one goes. But for the most part as well, Mobility Core, I believe it's Mobility Core. No, they're on defense. Mobility Core, they switched things up a little bit. Hades on the Johnny Jets. Might be hard versus Dumphy, but we'll see how that plays out though.
Yeah, it looks like
definitely.
this Johnny's going to struggle, isn't it, Bang?
Yes, definitely. I mean, in this case, Johnny is a good, player to have on the team to hold down the cart and freeze it and stop it from moving. But when you have a Hunter on the team, it's going to make it almost impossible for him to do his job appropriately. And also that Hunter push, getting JJ off the cart. Yeah, that's creepy stuff.
Regardless though, Wrench starting things off at the instant elimination onto Hades. Won't have to worry about Johnny Jet for the time being. And, well, so far so good. The push making steadfast progress, dare say, compared to the first half. Reinhardt's giving a good crack of things, and Mobility Core really having to run back ASAP to lay down some hurt from up above, though. Here's the first engagement. Wrench versus Dumphy. And Dumphy forces him off the angle. Wrench wants none of that. Looking for a 2k heal pot. There we go. Back into the action. Once again, from flank. Poking and prodding from the back lines, letting his teammates be the main focus.
This cart's moved a fair distance at the moment.
Santi hasn't had to do anything.
Yep, Santi has just been playing the passenger princess on the cart, just making sure that it keeps on moving out. We see Retro looking towards that 1v1, needs to win it versus Wrench, and will do. The cart still moving on though. Santi finally gets stalled out a little bit by Hades.
That's the ultimate.
Johnny Jet. And yeah, here's that ultimate now, reflecting some of that damage. Santi will go down.
Yes, it will.
So, a good push. A good initial push. 75 meters on the board, which is lovely.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be difficult to get in there with that, with Santi. It's going to be hard to get to that cart without taking a lot of damage.
You know, I gotta say at the very least, this second half is looking much more strategic and formulaic compared to the chaos of the first. And Santi, it was true. He used that ultimate shield, and as soon as he had it up, Retro was not going to shoot it at all. Point blank, wildly, you can land a nasty shot, but it's not easy to do against the super fast moving Aleta. He's trying his best, but slowly but surely, he's chipped down. Nice one to the body. 1-on-1. And now back onto the payload. Ultimate, it's going to send Santi out of the map. No, he stays on in the nick of time. My goodness. He almost lost his life there, but the payload, they've made it back, and it should be a reasonably straightforward push. Retro, one-man hold. I don't actually know if he can do it. Expert shot. Takes down two. Santi and Dumphy. What a hold by Retro. Just when his team needed him the most, he just tripled his kills.
1 minute left on the clock now. Santi will have the ultimate for the next fight, you'd imagine. All three will be available, in fact. So this is where they really need to get this cart in. You'd say almost last fight. They probably might get a second staggery one. But yeah, two players, a shot up in the air. The combo is nuts.
Oh my god, just when you think that Reinhardt's have made good progress pushing up close to the payload, here comes Retro with a whirlwind and pushes them back. And that might have just sealed the deal. They're so far away from getting to the first checkpoint, so far yet so close. 15 meters, heavy congestion. Johnny Jet, one kill. Santi back into the fray, the tray back. And here we go. He has to push, immovable object, and he will go uncontested. They live to fight another day. That's an extra 2.5 minutes on the clock.
You thought with the Wombo combo coming out, Retro hitting that large knock-up.
That had to be done, right?
It had to be. Santi manages to survive. They turn around the fight.
Well, he's back onto it. Getting chipped away slowly. Yet another ultimate. Santi in the air. The finish from Retro, not quite. Dumpy also getting carried away. A chase up though. One kill only going there in favor of Hades before he gets shut down. Oh my goodness. This is going back to back again. But compared to the first half, once again, I'm going to reiterate, this is going to be much more slow and steady compared to fast and chaotic. But what I fear is last time, towards the first checkpoint, we were down to like, what, our final 10, 20 seconds? It's a bit too slow almost. It's a nerve-wracking, man.
certainly is. Batman gets taken down once more, currently sitting at 3 and 5. It really has been the wrench show so far on this Aletta cleaning house. Santi still, as you mentioned, that immovable object has popped that ult, so don't want to shoot that at all. Johnny Jet on the cart trying to stall it out, making sure Santi isn't pushing for free. Santi's trying to answer back and take out that Johnny, but Hades does fall back, trying to find a little bit of ground, get a bit of flank on, gets Dunphy for his trouble as well. So they are going to manage to pull out this cart and stop it. Minute 30 though remaining. There's going to be a lot of time, well, a lot of opportunities for the side to get that push in on the Reinhardts. They need probably 2 good fights or 1 good fight to get this in.
Hades, I gotta say, real good props to him as well. The Johnny Jet is doing wonders for his team, but then again, also huge counter being the Santi sitting on the payload. Whenever he feels like Johnny Jet's nearby, out comes the blasters and just electrocuting him. And Johnny Jet, I mean, it's not hard for him to take down Santi, but it won't be easy to say the least. The hard counter, and now the chase up, the ultimate getting popped again. Santi, he was right, the immovable object. Johnny Jet wants none of that. Hades still on the payload, contesting it. 50 seconds though, they gotta get a move on. 150 meters, or less than that, actually, 2 go. These are getting dire, and I dare say mobility core, they might just be falling apart in the dying seconds of this game. Batman getting chased down.
Wrench can find this kill. It's
Can
massive.
he? No! What a shot! Flipping around. Batman, the shutdown onto Wrench, who's already leading on double digits. It's looking terrible now. Batman, yet again, speed boost now. The ultimate going behind and pushes something off the side. Dumpy frags back, gets retribution. Hunter v Hunter. Santi, his shield's about to break, pulls out his weapon, trying to do some damage. Is he close to an ultimate? Almost, but he goes almost down. How's this guy still alive? Needs a heal ASAP, stick close to the payload. 10 seconds left, and no, they were off of it just for a little bit too long. Holy moly, Ben. Oh, jeez, how did it come down like that?
Well, the Reinhardts have stolen that one away, really. It was so very close. 2 maps. A 2-0 doesn't really tell the tale because that was way too close.
No, it does not indeed. Reinhardts, I can't believe they took that home. You really thought that mobility core, they had that. But Santi, he's huge. Jabali's huge. How did he not touch the payload?
I told you, the immovable object, he knows how to read the map, he knows how to position his Jabali, and sometimes it's not always about Jabali pushing the cart. Sometimes Jabali just needs to be that wall of attention, that wall of distraction. Pull the team's aggro so that my team can focus the objective and focus things around the objective. Sometimes being the biggest and the brawliest doesn't mean you have to be on that cart. And Santi proved that to us today with that unique strategy.
Wow. I'm speechless, Ben. That was much more slow and formulaic, but however, I think towards the very end there, they took a bit too long to really get things back together. So, yeah.
It worked out a treat with the first time we've seen that reflective shield come in as well. So Santi playing a little bit of a different style, and it worked out as well. Just being able to buy time to regen that shield and stay on the card even longer. There was some good plays with Johnny Jet working out, but in the end, they weren't able to contest for that long.
Well, Bang, as well, I gotta say, the Osis pick initially for Dumpy, it didn't really pay wonders to an extent. On the second switch to Hunter, I'm not fully convinced just yet. You did say watch out for Batman. He pulled off a couple of wonders, especially towards the end, but I don't really think it was enough. What do you really think the weakest chain in the weakest link in the chain was going for the way of mobility core?
I think honestly what it came down to it was the lack of a counter tank. I mean, yeah, Retro had a good job with his Waling, but at the same time, those double flanks jumping on top of that Waling was it wasn't a good situation for them.
No, it was not. Well, look, as sad as it sounds, I really wanted to see this go to map 3 because I was very entertained by this matchup, to say the very least. But I guess at the end of the day, maybe having that more flexible hero pool on the side of, well, I don't know if you say more flexible. It's just Santi having, being able to go aggro as Johnny Jet and maybe flipping around over towards Jabali really was an interesting switch up. And also the Osis pick as well for quite a few of those maps. It gave us a really in-depth look at their strat book. And I think the Battle of the Minds, you can safely put to rest that Reinhardts, I mean, they kind of go uncontested. But the 2-0 score does not tell the entire story, right, Bang?
Exactly. I mean, at the same time, all of these games were almost any man's game, especially in the control maps. We saw 3 like overtimes back to back to back. And it was really, really crazy out there also during the payload escort map. But
Yes.
unfortunately, Reinhardt's just had the better strategy. There was
Yes.
too much time on the clock, and they had a really strong push in the beginning. And there was nothing that, Core had to bring to the conversation, nothing they could bring to the table to answer to these questions, to this dialogue that Santi was bringing to the table with his team.
Well, look, that's done and dusted at this point, so we are going to see Mobility Core move down into the lower bracket. It's double elimination, so they're not out just yet, thankfully, in which they will pit off against Defy GG. Now, as much as I hate to say this, I think Mobility Core, they're going to have a much louder voice in this argument down there. But hey, look, I could be wrong. We'll find out soon after this break.
Now heads are turning, I've been serving, it's a sure thing. This way you heard it first. I got the tide on my arrivals like a tidal wave. Best stay on high alert. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I earned my way. I deserve the name of a champion. Hear my anthem. This is our champions I made. This is our champions I made. This is our champions I made. All the way, all the way, all the way up. All the way, all the way up. Best of the best, cause I'm sitting on top. All the way up. All the way, all the way, all the way up. All the way up. Top of the game, cause I'm too hot to touch. All the way up. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I earned my way. I deserve the name of a champion. Hear my anthem. This is our champions I made.
Let's go. Bring it in. We about to do what we did again, nothing to prove, but you know what we've been against. We got a call to do it, you know we assuring it. You see the evidence, yeah, you see the homie. I'm going from holy to holy, going from glory to glory. I ain't just living, I'm telling the story. I had an episode better than Maury. I had a step and they couldn't ignore it. I had a shot and I hit it like Ori. I feel the glory, I feel the glory. Let's go. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, you know I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, ay, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. Amen. Hey, if I do it, then I'm doing it to death. Oh yeah, I'm influencing the ones that do it best. Oh yeah, start a movement with the crew. You got a few, we got a slew. We trying to do what they said that we couldn't do. Oh yeah, I ain't living with regrets. Ain't no limits, ain't no rest. They want money, power, respect. I want more, I wanna be blessed. We want the legacy. We got the hope and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory. We want the blessing. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, you know I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, ay, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. For the real, I know how they used to feel. Now I'm here up in the field, making these moves, making these deals. I make something out of nothing. I ain't bluffing, no discussion. Look at the numbers, I've been hustling. Little rough around the edges, still I made it though. Still I just been laying low. Man, I just feel grateful though. I know where I come from, man, I ain't alone. Yeah, and I feel so blessed. Too blessed to be stressed. And I'm with the day unos. They don't ride to the death. We got the legacy, we got the hope, and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory, we want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. The glory, the glory. You know I do it for the glory. The glory, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory.
The summer of 2011, I lost everything and I witnessed the drought. Totaled my vehicle out on the road and I barely could breathe when they mentioned the mouse. Look to the sky, know I need help. Look for the sun, all I get is the clouds. Called up my sister when I hit the campus. She answered the phone and she hit the account. Now I'm back up, looked at my plan and adjust. It got so harder to trust. Cancel my friends after graduation, cause when you a giver, it's never enough. I had nothing to say. Slept in the garden of snakes. Far from me playing it safe. I was running from God, his plan and his call. I didn't even know he was keeping me safe. I hit the bottom, I called up my mama, she gave me the truth and was praying for me. Life in the game, but you in a circle and running from purpose and playing for keeps. They scream YOLO, I went solo. That same night I went dropped on my knees. The weight of the world I kept on my shoulders for all of my life was traded for peace. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us throughout the break. It's going to be day 2. Now it's going to be the lower bracket of the T3 Arena League Invitational. So, I cannot believe it, right? We saw the second matchup of the day versus Mobility Core, and unfortunately they are going to go down to lower bracket to play against Defy GG. Now, I'm Digital, this is Smash, that's Bang. Bang. How are you feeling this lower bracket is going to go? Because I see it as a little bit of a one-sided affair.
I'm going to have to sadly agree with you there. But hopefully Defy GG, takes a few lessons out of these games that they played, improve on their gameplay, and come back strong in the wildcards, hopefully.
Well, you, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, look, Defy, they've got a lot of learning to do, and they're going to use this opportunity to do that, which is good. More official time you have in as a team, you're always going to get better and better and better.
Yeah.
But it really is a 3-horse race in terms of the rest of the group. How it's going to play out, I couldn't tell you. I thought that series didn't deserve a 2-0. It deserved to go to a 2-1 and go to that third map, but unfortunately, just fell short Mobility Core at the end there.
Yep, indeed. Well, let's check out the bracket. But bear in mind, guys, this bracket and what it says on there does not tell us the full story. For the first matchup, Dangerous Plan versus Defy Gaming, it kind of did. Defy really wasn't just up to par, so therefore in the upper bracket, Dangerous Plan and the Reinhardts they'll be playing later. And in the lower bracket semifinals, we see there, Reinhardts getting the 2-0 over Mobility Core. Once again, this is a very, very close game. Don't let the 2-0 fool you. And right now we're focusing on the lower bracket semi-final at the very bottom. Defy Gaming versus Mobility Core. Oh man, look, I'm predicting this to go the way of a 2-0. We all said it early on. Defy Gaming, they just look to be still in the phases of trying to figure out how exactly they want to approach the strategy, how exactly they want to approach the communication, and the synergy to work on it as well. Mobility Core, they have that down pat, and if anything, they're super, super aggro to say the least. We saw that on the control maps when they play against the Reinhardts. So coming to this, maybe I'll have to think the strategy to start off on control is the same story, just to get into the faces of Defy and completely choke them out, Bang.
Oh, absolutely. I'm hoping that Defy can come back and surprise us. I always love a good underdog story, but I'm going to keep my expectations low and my hopes high.
Man, couldn't have said it better myself. But Ben, seriously, the main problem is that Defy, I don't think they're prepared to deal with the mad aggression, the pure DPS output of Mobility Core. But then again, we'll see, and I'll hear your thoughts when we check out the hero bands.
Well, Mobility Core showed a totally different playstyle towards the game towards what Dangerous planned. They just went all guns blazing, 3 DPS, run at you, flatten you, see you later. Whereas Mobility Core, they did play that a little bit slower. They played a bit of the Fade as well. So maybe that matchup works a little bit better for DFG for Defy. But at the end of the day, it does look like just on mechanics based alone, Mobility Core should have this one locked up. Look at these bans.
Okay.
Bang, do you see anything that really surprises you here?
I'm not surprised about the Aletta ban coming out of DFG. If I saw that last
100%.
match, I definitely wouldn't want to go against that either.
Nuh-uh.
The Jabali ban, I think they're just going for what's safe with their characters. But at the same time, if Hades is running Fade again in this one, they will definitely be running whoever tank they pick. They'll be running his Fade very quickly.
Well, maybe, but then again, one bright side that I always like to talk about, Ben, especially in these kind of matchups in the lower bracket, is that during the downtime, Defy Gaming, they've had time, I would like to hope, to watch how Mobility Core approaches control, so it might give them a slight edge in terms of countering them, and hopefully a different pick, as Ban said, but I don't actually know if that will come true. They might want to stay true to their guns.
Well, yeah, they obviously have had that opportunity to look and study how the opponents work, but Mobility Core came up against what you'd almost call a cheese strap with that teleporter coming in from the sniper. And so I mean, they didn't get to see Mobility Core play up against something very standard. So they didn't get the relevant information, I guess, that they really wanted to get. So are they going to try and break something out and double cheese them? I'm not too sure if that's in their wheelhouse. Of course, being a bit of a younger team, you probably focus on the fundamentals before you start to build these niche strategies. Defy, they just need to try and go toe-to-toe. Just try and take one-on-one mechanics. Just try, because obviously they're all very, very good players. And they just try to separate and make it skirmishy, try and break it as loose as possible.
Yeah, indeed. If they weren't good players, they wouldn't even be in this second group of the invited top 16. So, Bang, what do you think that Defy maybe has to pull out to... Well, let's just cross our fingers and say to take it over Mobility Core in not one, not two, but three control maps, potentially.
Yeah. Well, according to the bans, obviously they are learning a very valuable lesson about targeting the carries, and hopefully they can devise a strategy around that and focus on the big threats. I think the game here for Defy GG is definitely going to be threat assessment, understanding who's the biggest threats and working them in order of operation. And hopefully, if you take out the big pieces, you can get the big prize.
Well, you know, tunnel vision has always been an issue throughout the past series that we've seen, so hopefully it doesn't come to bite them in the back. Bang, what do you make of these picks?
Pretty solid picks coming out of Core again, and also on Defy GG. They're running a unique strategy, bringing back Gloria and bringing back Yoking with the JJ. Nav hopefully can pull his weight this time and aid Yoking with the assault.
No, one thing I just want to pick your brain about is like, what kind of an advantage do you think Gloria would bring into control? Arctic Express is pretty small, and I can always see Hades on the Fade. That's going to be very suffocating.
If Gloria is running the first ultimate, hopefully she gets a lucky throw. That's the best thing I could hope for.
Hope? Well, Bang, I gotta say, it's not putting much hope into me. Regardless, though, we're on the way, and we'll just see how this plays out. Fingers crossed yet again. And once again, you're seeing Fade choke out one of the lanes with his cannonballs and just grouping the targets towards ideally the center of the map, where you're going to see Batman go hunting is what I would like to see. He's already behind the enemy lines. Danger coming through. Glory getting killed onto Hades. That's Fade out of the equation, but here comes Batman. The double shutdown. Yoking last player standing. It's Johnny Jet. Thankfully, he might be able to anchor onto site. Won't happen. It's going to be a cap, and it's Mobility Core, first percent on the board.
Yeah, disaster pretty much on the side of Defy. They really didn't want to give up that first take. Yoking hasn't been able to get on and get presence on this Johnny Jet so far, dropping very low as well. They are going to manage to take out a few. Yoking does survive. It is on the point, being large and in charge.
Large and in charge, and it's going to be a root group coming through for Defy. Now, Bang talked about this earlier, and they like to really piece things together and come out with a strategy. But once again, I fear it might just not be in their favor because time is of the essence. 30% already going the way of Mobility Core. Another shutdown from Batman, just really laying down the works and the pain. Things are looking great. It's kind of going by the sidelines. The teamwork, Hades with the cannonballs to do extra damage, Batman to finish off. This guy's going for 7-0 for crying out loud. Which Batman do you think this is? Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, or Robert Pattinson?
Probably, yeah.
Why you ask that?
That's a really tough one, actually.
Michael Keaton.
Why you ask that?
Michael Keaton. We'll go with Keats. Michael
West.
Keaton. Christian Bale. I'll go Christian Bale, Batman.
Christian Bale, I agree. Yeah.
All right, I think this is going to be Ben Affleck because this guy's kind of brutal as it gets. 3 shots to the head, shut down onto Yoking. Oh, it's suffocating, man. And as much as I hate to say it, another perfect net. The shutdown Wiling retro from the side. Yeah, someone had to get some kills. Someone had to pad his stats a little bit. Defy Gaming, they're just unable to even get onto the sites. It's a good initial kill coming out from Superb Slayer, but you're going to need a lot more than that because the objective is starting to get away from your grasp. 85% and climbing, still 0, still no congestion. Yet another trap, yet another net, and oh my god, Retro, he's laying down the pain at this point. Ben, I think we're going to see this map end real soon.
Well, they took out Batman at the start, and I thought, look, that's great. The first point done.
My.
But yeah, look, Batman and Retro have just been absolutely shell and peas at the moment, just stuck on the high grounds, just no contestation at
look at
all.
that.
And yeah, Hades is just chasing them around at the end of the backside. Overtime does get activated, but he does tick down relatively quickly. Defy, they didn't really get a foot in the door of that map. We'll have to hope on map 2 they can show us a little bit of something, a little bit of fight.
Oh man, I hope so, because towards the end there as well, it almost felt BM. Hades popped his ultimate, sucked the shell into his cannon, and threw him off the site, just so they can tick down the overtime. Not even going for the kill, bang! Is there really anything much to say about that?
That was an eviction notice.
It was, yeah.
They sent them packet to the streets to go the Defy Gaming. Oh man, look.
I was really hoping they learned their lesson there, but that going in one at a time, they kept at it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I simply don't know. It just looked I don't really think that at the same time Mobility Core they were pushed at all in that map. We didn't see them play any nasty strats. It was still the tag team, and it had the core strategies there around the Fade, just to isolate a couple of lanes and let their individual DPSs go hunting. The headshots, they're sharp, and then once they have side control, it's just guarding the side lanes, watching mid, and just going for their own individual duels. While Ling with the info, the headshots, it was coming out clutch perfect. You had also Skadi, exact same story, the fast movement, and of course the trap as well to seal the deal. Time and time again, she had her active ability up so often. It was a complete shutout. They couldn't even get onto the site. No legs were grown.
No, a lot of aerial denial. Bang, what did you think of the same kind of setup, having the Fade on the point and the Skadi and Hualing playing away from each other?
I mean, they was covering all the points. Again, the point of control is definitely establishing your control. But one thing I wanted to point out as well, too, that really caught me off guard was the points that Super Slayer was putting out on the board with his Gloria.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it was a pleasant surprise to say the very least, but one man does not make up a team, and, well, look, map 1 that fell by the wayside. It's going to be map 2 now. Elephant, Astana, bang. It's the exact same story, and I honestly expect this to go the exact same way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully there is a strategy coming out of Yoking and Superb Slayer. I mean, this is a good map for Gloria. There's a lot of walls to peek behind, a lot of points to utilize that wall peeking technique. So.
Yoking going down pretty much straight away. The trade is there, so that's some good news. But Yoking not being able to contest that point early on, that should give the free cap over to Mobility Core.
Well, should, as you say, but here comes Fate again. 5k room, close quarters combat, such a big body, just pushes them out, explodes them, bombards them, however you want to say it. And there we go, they're already starting to put the percents up. They've got the side lane control, and it's the exact same strat. Just hold the side lanes, play their advantages while Ling making the calls. That's why they're focused over towards this outside balcony. Hades diving in with the pin, the tank to start the charge, and there's putting down. Off. Oh dear.
It is looking rough. Hades might be just a little bit too excited at the moment. They realise that they've got a big damage.
Yeah, and right off the back, we can see some really great plays coming out of these guys. Let's look at this overhead view happening right now. Yoking's right back on the point, doing a good job at holding down his positioning. A wonderful shot coming out of Retro. He's holding it down with a beautiful 3-0 KD right now. Just really establishing his dominance right now. How will Defy GG get out of this? Let's take a look. Superb Slayer really showing us what's happening when you use the right walls for peaking with his Gloria. And he gets a unfortunate accident coming in from Hades' Fate. Wonderful tackle happening right there. And we're back with the dominance from Mobility Core, and they are doing a really good job at holding down that point. And yeah, back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Bang. We got a little bit of static, a little bit of like termites or something in the cables. Regardless, 70%. Superb Slayer with the pin. Well, he got pinned, actually. Glory is out of the equation. Same old story. The entirety of Mobility Core, they're working together literally as a unit. And, well, it's just going by the wayside, isn't it, Ben?
Certainly is. Look, I'm not gonna lie, hasn't been pretty for the side of DFG, but at least they're on the board in terms of kills. You can see Superb Slayers netted one, and they are taking advantage a little bit here, trying to isolate Hades. Have managed to take Hades out as well, so now they can find themselves maybe in a position where they might be able to use this overtime and burn down. But the shots coming through, it is absolutely nuts. The value that they're getting off these DPS players. Retro and Batman have just dominated this game. And they're looking to dominate this series as well. We'll move over to Payload Escort, but he could be singing the same song.
Bang, bang. Oh my god, man. It's just, it's utter domination, man. That's the easiest way to put it.
Yeah. You hate to see it, but you got to see it, right?
Yes, we have to sit through this no matter what. It's our jobs to, man. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness gracious. Fade, for the most part, you know, once again, the exact same strategy. Block off some of the lanes, throws cannibals out there, and then here comes the DPSs, here comes Wildling, here comes Scotty. Hit the shots, do your job. And Scotty, for the most part, for this map too, which is throwing down the nets, doing a little bit of initial chip damage, and Wildling, instant one-shot with the finish. That's all it is. And
Yeah.
man, I don't really think Defy, same old story, no legs grown.
No, I mean, Mobility, at least they're showing good discipline in closing it out. It's sometimes in these lopsided matchups, you can get a bit sloppy, and that's when bad habits can kind of creep in.
Yep.
So it is good that they are doing things clinically, they're doing things properly, and getting that dub. It is a case of Defy just taking the time to learn, watching these replays back, seeing what went wrong, trying to dissect things, figure it out, and come back stronger for that wild card.
Yeah. On the bright side as well, though, I think for Mobility, it's that they know they're in the lower bracket now, so it's fully disciplined, fully serious. Like you said, Ben, they have to keep it clinical, make sure they can get this over fast really quickly, and maintain, I would say, maybe a little bit more stamina and focus at this, because at this rate, inevitably, they'll have to be playing in the lower bracket finals against the loser of Dangerous Plan versus their previous opponent. So, hey man, I suppose go do your job and hopefully spend time chilling and doing research on whoever your next opponent might be. But bang, as we move into Brower's Dock, Payload Extended, what's the strategy? How do Defy get it back? Can they get it back?
They need a tank. Honestly, they need something that's going to support both of their strong players. A tank, a really good tank, can really support JJ and help JJ do his job efficiently against these people, or even just a tank to have Gloria follow around and support. I mean, if they can just have a nice duo comp coming out of them, then they might have grounds for a foundation to build and expand upon.
Well, maybe, but hey, look, that's all in theory, right? We don't actually know how they will be playing on Payload Escort. I think during the initial first series versus Dangerous Plan, do you recall what they played at tank? Was it Jabali or was it Ruby? Or was it none of that?
I don't remember.
Oh, it was Gloria. It was Johnny Jet.
Jet.
It was someone else. Didn't work, did it?
That was not a tank. Yeah,
it wasn't very memorable, which is part of the problem. But I agree with you, Bang. Having a tank sort of to simplify their strategy as well, have something to play around, an objective to play around, some central anchor focus point might be something that can help them build on those fundamentals. Because at the moment, it does seem that they're a little bit lost in where they want to go and what they want to do. And so having that central point might give them that direction and that focus that they need.
Yeah. I will give them credit. They have a lot of heart.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
absolutely.
Heart doesn't win games. Heart doesn't win games, but I give them credit for having that strong competitive spirit.
Indeed. Well, look, Bane, as for Mobility Core, let's check out the hero bans, because I'm not too sure what Mobility Core really needs to ban, because I think they're feeling pretty comfortable on this. And if you're on the side of Defy Gaming, I think you need more than one ban. Okay, so they banned the Osis from what they saw with from the previous matchup. Will it make a difference? I don't, probably not.
Yeah, because none of these players have broken out a single Osis.
Yeah.
If they were watching the last game, they would know that.
The Reinhardts.
And the Hunter ban. Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, I think Defy, they did play Johnny Jet. Hang on, Mobility, they ban it. So, interesting. Are we perhaps going to see Mobility pull out a Johnny Jet and just really go hard and fast at them, as opposed to maybe playing a tank?
Most likely. I'm surprised they're actually allowing Yoking's Johnny to come through, considering that Johnny did give him a smidget of a hard time. But even still, I would still aim to cut off my opponent's legs.
Oh, that's one way of putting it
Metaphorically
back, to say
speaking.
the least. The Gatlin? Okay, that's new. No
Okay.
tank again! Bang!
But Gatlin, man, they need a tank. If Gatlin, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the show because I'm really curious about what Superb is going to do with this Gatlin.
Well, there we go. We see for the side of Mobility Core, Hades, he's going to be on the Johnny Jet, along with the standard 2 DPSs, Batman on Skadi, Retro on Hualing. So, yeah, just basically Hades going to get on site and be able to shoot and contest the payload, while his teammates, same old story, from medium to long distance, roughly shoot their shots, get the kills. But I don't know, man. Like, you see Shell on Navs, you see Yoki once again on Johnny Jet. Like, their roles are pretty stock standard. But Michelle might struggle a little bit because it's such a big map to an extent. She has to get up and close versus Skadi and Hualing, which is, man, that's a bit of a death sentence. But Gatlin, I don't know, man. That might be the wildcard pick. We'll see, I guess.
Certainly will. First Gatlin we've seen as well in this tournament, so
Wow!
bit of a new, fresh look as the net comes out, but unfortunately unable to land the double tap to get that finished off. Hades will go try in and figure it out and try and clean it up. Unfortunately gets met and taken out, but Yoking also taken out as well. So both Johnny Jets having a poor start.
Yep, Johnny jetted out of here, and stock standard, just what I expected to have Batman, landing those sharp shots, and I've got to say that when the game first started, I'm sure it was good call from Hualing, because the net initially trapped them over towards the left lane, and that's another one shutting down Yoking again before he could even go invisible. It's looking brutal. Here comes Shell on site, and here comes Shell off site. Yeah, the kill's just not going their way, and Superb Slayer on Gatlin, mate, I don't know what he's doing. Real quick, Bang, let's get your input on this.
Yeah, that was a great read coming out of the Scotty. I mean, he sees the JJ coming, well, he sees Yoking coming in, placing down the pull, and right off the back knows he's going to jump left, and puts the net right there at the perfect time and catches him.
Well, on the flip side, though, Gatlin, what in the world is she doing? Because it doesn't seem to be like she's having much impact in this game, I've got to say, man.
Maximum speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're regrouped now, and they're going to try and work the high ground angle, trying to clear them off, because spewing onto the cart isn't exactly working wonders for them. Yoking manages to get in under into that kitchen, and, well, look, stir-fried, to say the least. 5 deaths at the moment on Yoking, going for a bit of a record. Batman at the moment has just been dominating all of this area so far, and Hades hasn't moved off the card. The Gatlin, we finally see some action on the card, but again taken out pretty much instantly from behind. Batman is still stuck under in that kitchen, just dominating there.
Well, Gatlin jumped on, tried to challenge 1v1 versus Hades, didn't go quite his way, and I think I'll give it another crack again, I suppose.
Well, let him out.
The calls, a couple of ultis, the whirlwind, I think it was used. I can't quite see who went detained though. It's gonna be Navs. The shot missed. They couldn't quite capitalize on the kill, so it might be a small mistake, which maybe Defy could punish them on it. But bear in mind, they still have to push the payload. A minute left to go, and they still have to make it all the way towards the first doors. The progress and the mountain to climb is very, very steep to say the least. And Navs are 1v1 versus Johnny Jet on site. Hades coming on top. Batman, Deathless. Gatlin. Can't find Johnny J. He's invisible.
Tag the toes. Johnny, weave.
Bob and weave, boy. Bob and weave.
Up in the
This
face.
is just
Surely Johnny
bullying,
goes down.
man.
No, this is a bit of bullying at the moment. The card has moved, though. 16, 17, 18 meters. This is progression. 22 meters does get contested. We're stuck at 8 there for a long shot, but they've actually managed to get some push going, which is nice.
The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, and there you go. 22 meters down. A long way to go. 10 seconds, though. So, on the bright side, the silver lining is that when we switch sides, Mobility Core, they should have a really good run of things to push the payload. Oh, that's rough. Gat was just stuck while still trying to shoot. Round 1, done and dusted that quickly. Bang, any conjecture, because that was as clean as it gets for Mobility Core.
Yeah, that was well operated, perfectly executed, and unfortunately, like there wasn't much that Defy could do to counter all of that. Honestly, the best thing they could have done with Superb is his positioning. I mean, getting him on that overhang would have been the perfect spot for his Gatling to just spray down all the threats around the cart and allow, their JJ to assume the cart.
But bang, what's up with these picks now? Because finally, Hades getting onto the Diggy. We have not seen that
Get
all
Diggy with it.
tournament long. It's quite an odd pick.
They trolling. That's all I can say.
Yeah, there's no way of
All right, man. Well,
sugarcoating that one.
but then again,
But hey, you wanted to see Diggy, right?
I did.
Oh, yeah,
I
I
did want to
did.
see Diggy.
oh, man, you gotta keep it chill, man. I gotta say. Well, look, on the bright side, even if they're trolling the payload, it doesn't have to get pushed too far, so they have their work cut out for them. Oh boy, let's just see how this plays out, shall we?
Should be pretty quick, I'd imagine. Yoking holding a tight angle. Nav's still around, but you see Diggy digging around. Getting up in there. Hades does manage to get the
my.
kill as well. Diggy's on the board. Infinite KD at the moment. Unleashed.
Where's the fight back? Where is the fight back from?
What's the
Defy
point? What's
Gaming?
fighting against Diggy gonna do?
Not much probably because the payload. It's.
Rolling. Here we go.
Yep. Here we go. That's it. It's done.
That's it. All right.
Super quick.
Diggy undefeated.
Oh, 100% win rate for
Yep.
Diggy. Man, that's statistics right there to say at least. He ain't trolling. He put those stats up on the board, bang.
Yeah, exactly. He's the first one to do it. So, yeah. He's now known as the best Diggy in North America. Yeah.
Indeed. Winning a payload escort in, 20 seconds flat? I'd say that's
record.
pretty good. But hey, look, man, overall, that was a super quick tour. Easily the most dominant we've seen across the entire Invitational thus far. And as a result, Mobility Core, they're going to be taking the 2-0 dub over Defy GG, who, look, it's hard to watch, but you got to see it. And it's hard to say, but see you guys. You got to come back strong into the wild cards because they've been eliminated.
Exactly. Yeah, I think these guys will definitely have a lot more luck in the wild cards. That'll definitely give them like a lot of fresh teams to play against, people on their skill level.
Yep.
And who knows, from these games that they win in the wild cards or the games that they lose in the wild card, they'll adapt, they'll learn new things, they'll get better, and hopefully they can make it back in with the other guys into the finals. So who knows?
Well, look, Ben, to say on that as well is that Mobility Core, they weren't really tested at all in that matchup. So for them, they might just be spending a little bit of extra energy and like battery power as they probably look to figure out who they are playing against into the lower bracket finals.
Well, they'll have a little bit of time now to watch that upper bracket final and have a bit of a rest. They got this one finished off nice and quickly, so that's probably the best thing that they could do. Of course, that's the only thing they can really control. Mobility Core, they deserved more than a 2-0 in their first game, so to see them come back 2-0, nice and clean, get it done with Diggy in style is good.
Yes.
And excited to see them and their lower bracket run continue today.
Yeah, look, well, enough about this lower bracket. Let's actually kind of talk about the upper bracket now because that will be the next matchup eventually, right? So, Bang's already ready for it. He's ready to talk to us about it. Here we
excited
go.
for this.
Dangerous Plan versus the Reinhardts. Will this be a closer matchup compared to Reinhardts versus Mobility Core?
Whew. I've seen this match before, and I still get goosebumps every time I see it.
Oh, yeah?
because you have hyper aggression meets hyper patience. What happens when you have this unstoppable force, Montero and his aggressive team from Dangerous Plan going against this immovable object, Santi and the others. You have a perfect recipe for a perfect game, and it can still go either way.
Well, maybe it actually was the Christian Bale Batman, because that's the exact quote I'm pretty sure they used in the Dark Knight. So let's check out the bracket right now. Our winners bracket finals, Dangerous Plan versus Right Hearts. That's going to be the next match. And the lower bracket final, as we said, Mobility Core, they move on over to Fight Gaming 2-0. And yes, this time the 2-0 does tell the story of what happened in that series before we finally figure out who will move to the grand finals. But the best thing is about the winners bracket final, regardless of who loses, Dangerous Plan or Reinhardt's, it's double elimination, so they will move down to maybe take it out over Mobility Core, who are really good in their own right, but they might just be, I don't know, just a few percent weaker than Dangerous Plan or the Reinhardt's. Bang.
Yeah. If I was Core right now, I would really take into consideration and reflect with the team, hey, where did we go wrong? Did we get too comfortable? Did we get too aggressive? Let's think about that for a minute so we can prepare for Reinhardt's. If Reinhardt's comes down here. Now, if Dangerous Plan comes down here, we got to think about this for a minute too. Are we going to meet aggression with aggression? Or are we going to come with this nice, well-wounded, synergized team and, take out that aggression, stall them, frustrate them, bring some CC to the table? How's that going to play out? I'm excited to see all three of these matches.
Well, how'd you put it, Ben? Like the three-legged horse, or what was it? The three-horse race?
Yeah, well, it is a three-horse race, and now we have those three horses in that race. Mobility Core at the back, got a bit of work to do, but they're going to have that time to watch this upper bracket final. And yeah, as Banks said, try and formulate a plan versus whoever they come up against.
Well, guys, go for a breather, go use the bathroom, go drink some water, rehydrate. If you're Mobility, get ready to start watching, boy, and take notes, because this upper bracket final is going to be one hell of a show to watch. We'll see you soon.
This is our champions are made.
Let's go. Bring it in. We about to do what we did again, nothing to prove, but you know what we've been against. We got a call to do it, you know we assuring it. You see the evidence, yeah, you see the homie. I'm going from holy to holy, going from glory to glory. I ain't just living, I'm telling the story. I had an episode better than Maury. I had to step and they couldn't ignore it. I had a shot and I hit it like Ori. I feel the glory, I feel the glory. Let's go. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. The glory, the glory. You know I do it for the glory. The glory. When I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. Amen. Yeah. Hey, if I do it, then I'm doing it to death. Oh yeah, I'm influencing the ones that do it best. Oh yeah, started moving with the crew. You got a few, we got a slew. We trying to do what they said that we couldn't do. Oh yeah, I ain't living with regrets. Ain't no limits, ain't no rest. They want money, power, respect. I want more, I wanna be blessed. We want the legacy. We got the hope and we bringing the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory. We want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. The glory. The glory. You know I do it for the glory. The glory. When I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. For the real, I know how they used to feel. Now I'm here up in the field, making these moves, making these deals. I make something out of nothing. I ain't bluffing, no discussion. Look at the numbers, I've been hustling. Little rough around the edges, still I made it though. Still I just been laying low. Man, I just feel grateful though. I know where I come from, man, I ain't alone. Yeah, and I feel so blessed, too blessed to be stressed. And I'm with the day unos, they don't ride to the death. We got the legacy, we got the hope, and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory, we want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. The glory. The glory. You know I do it for the glory. The glory. When I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory.
The summer of 2011, I lost everything and I witnessed the drought. Totaled my vehicle out on the road and I barely could breathe when they mentioned the mouse. Look to the sky, know I need help. Look for the sun, all I get is the clouds. Called up my sister when I hit the campus. She answered the phone and she hit the account. Now I'm back up, looked at my plan and adjust. It got so harder to trust. Cancel my friends after graduation, cause when you a giver, it's never enough. I had nothing to say. Slept in the garden of snakes. Far from me playing it safe. I was running from God, his plan and his call. I didn't even know he was keeping me safe. I hit the bottom, I called up my mama. She gave me the truth and was praying for me. Life in the game, but you in a circle and running from purpose and playing for keeps. They scream YOLO, I went solo. That same night I went dropped on my knees. The weight of the world I kept on my shoulders for all of my life was traded for peace. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. The game getting pressed like articles. Yeah. After delivery, taking where marshals go, they wanna limit me. I'm with a ceiling be he been toe taking all of my enemies. I've been body bagging up the energy. I'm in the streets, take a city with Mardi Gras. Yeah, out in the crowd, and I'm turning it down. Yeah, you know the king. I don't see those.
Well, boys, I gotta say we've had a reasonably quick day of things today compared to day one of the T3 Arena League Invitationals Top 16. This is gonna be still, of course, in a Group B, 4 invited teams, and unfortunately we've had to say goodbye to Defy GG. They got knocked out. They simply, how do I say this? They didn't quite live up to the hype that we were told. Bang, I gotta say, you know. But at the very end of the day, you got to do what you got to do, and they're going to have to come back stronger, hopefully, in the wild cards. But now, look, after the break, before the break, we even hyped up when we talked about this upcoming winners bracket matchup. Dangerous Plan versus the Riehards. You know, I'll start with you, Bang, because you really want to tell the tale of these two monstrous teams.
This has been a rivalry as old as T3 Arena itself.
All right, here we go. Strap in, boys.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
it's not that old, but it's been beautiful the way it's gone. These two played against each other many times.
Oh yes, definitely. And sometimes Dangerous Plan would come out on top, and other times we would have Riehards come out on top.
Oh.
So it's always come down to that last final push and escort, and I can't wait to see it again. The last time they went up against each other, Riehards came out on top, and Santi had to really hold it down against 3 people at the same time and win.
Jeez.
Clutch moments.
I mean, yeah, it's a clutch moment, but the thing is, you can't always rely on that because inevitably, Santi, you know, he might crumble. He's called him the immovable object. That's probably where he got his namesake. But this time around, though, Dangerous Plan, they've only really played one series thus far, and they've just been chilling out for the rest of the day to finally come back after watching their opponents play. All things considered, they should be really hyped up and really fresh coming into this. So, look, Ben, what do you think?
You mentioned that it'd been a fast day so far. I mean, these games, I think they're going to be 3-map series, 5-map series potentially later on down the track. So I think this is a very, very strong 3 teams we've got here, and this bracket is going to show us 2 zeros, but it shouldn't look that way for the rest of it.
Fingers crossed. Let's check out the head-to-heads. So, like we said, Dangerous Plan versus Riehards. Now, the 2 old-time rivals. I can't really say myself who I would favor more coming into this. Riehards, dare I say, you know, they kind of struggled a little bit against Mobility Corp, but at the end of the day, they still got it through rather convincingly. Okay. So, the hero bans. Dangerous Plan, they ban the Shell and Riehards. They ban Aletsa. Makes sense to me, Bang.
You have to. You have to. Because you have one of the best Aletas in the game for Dangerous Plan. And then at the same time, we all saw what Wrench is capable of. Do you really want to go up against that?
Personally, not particularly.
No.
It would be quite embarrassing for me to handle that. But in the terms of strategy, are we going to see that teleporter cheese come out again on Control? Or do you think that was a kind of a strategy they built for Mobility Core and they'll try something different here up against Dangerous Plan?
The way Dangerous Plan comes at you, you'll be lucky if you even get the chance to pull that out.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was a much faster game, yeah, so
right.
it would be very difficult.
And that's why for Riehards, they're going to ban the Aletta right off the bat. You don't want to deal with that speed and aggression and just the overall nuisance that she is. So probably I'm expecting to see Skadi come out on Arctic Express map 1 from both sides, really. On the side of Wrench, it is sad that we won't be able to see his shell. He did really leverage the ultimate quite a few times to great success, channeling it with his teammates and just melted opponents. Now this time, bang, these picks, Johnny Jet to be expected, Hua Ling, Skadi, and Wrench on the on the ladder that wasn't banned for their side.
Yeah, everybody's counterplaying each other. This is going to be a really good one. Yeah, you have the Hunter for the JJ, and then you have the Scotty for the Aletta.
Yep.
It's oh my goodness. And
oh boy.
Yeah, DF9 is really good with the nets.
Yep, he is indeed, and DF9, he was already good when he was playing Hua Ling. Now Stoner, he's also a force to be reckoned with right off the bat. We're getting into the action. Same old story. Two teams of this caliber, poking and prodding, just damage, but no kills coming through. Who strikes first? Who will make the opening statement? That's gonna be Dangerous Plan. De Niro, the shutdown, and it's Johnny Jet onto Hunter as well, of all things. Sites being slowly taken over by Dangerous Plan. Helmet still under contention. They want to secure a few more kills first before they're convinced that the site is safe to cap the heal up. And it's slowly leading into favor of Dangerous Plan. Yeah.
It certainly is. The Reinhardts aren't in full health. You can see Santi's very low. Duffy as well. Now Santi will go down, as you mentioned, the ult. DF9 is in a good position, but they do get the cap over on Dangerous Plan. And now they're going to be able to, with those larger health pools, be able to kind of hold it down. So they'll get first control and they'll be able to set up some positions. They are stuck right now on that low ground, so it could be quite difficult to get those positions. They do want, as Santi goes down once more, but it's traded back. DF9 in the mid. Tenero goes down. It's going to be a 2v1. Stoner, what can they pull out? There's the first. Second gets the body shot. Needs the second. The trade. Wow.
Oh my god.
This is living up to the hype, to say the very least. And indeed, Banking was talking about it earlier, DF9, he's so good on Skadi to counter his Santi, and that's what we saw. The web traps were perfect. They shot almost there, but at the end of the day, they got the job done. It's a team game, 3v3 after all. Skadi isolated, 1v2, gonna lose that duel any day of the week. Santi putting in some heavy works. He himself takes down De Niro, and they're still going. The Reinhardts, they're back into it. 50% cap, not too far gone, but then again, it's a little bit more than what they would have liked to be comfortable with. A net out from DF9, so have to wait for that to recharge. And we're back to square one. A counter-attack this time from Dangerous Plan. As I said, that Stoner, this guy on Hua Ling, he is a sharpshooter, an absolute craftsman with the arrows.
Stoner definitely proving the difference.
Sheesh. He's again. That was another one right off the bat. And no one even wants to challenge him, I reckon, at this point. The util's coming through, and Stoner just keeps firing arrows down. As soon as you pick your head out, you might just walk head first into one of them to your own death. Aletta, mid-air, Stoner. Oh my god, the shutdown on Wrench. It's not looking good. Dangerous Plan. They're starting to prolong the lead even further now. 73% and counting. The net is perfect. DF9 unfortunately couldn't get a kill. He will fall. De Niro, Santi, they're trading back and forth. Johnny Jet on Johnny Jet action. The site's being contested. Ultimately popped. Stoner gets a kill, but will go down finally to Wrench, and that should be the site being taken over by Reinhardt. Now the question has been, how long can it hold for?
Well, Wrench is alone here for a little bit now. The reinforcements come in with Santi. DF9, though, being back, and we've seen DF9 go absolutely massive in this 1v1 situation now, trying to find this Johnny Jet. Unable to do so. Santi does win that engagement out, so the point will stay in their control a little longer, but the raid boss is back. Stoner up close and personal does get met and taken down, so a regroup may be on the cards here. De Niro goes down as well. DF9 just needs to bide their time, wait up a little bit, get the help of the team, and we'll finally see a bit of a reset in 3v3. This has been hard and fast, to say the least, to start this game and this series off.
Make no mistake, Reinhardts, they are on the back foot, but at this rate, maybe not for long. It just depends on how Dangerous Plan they can win this team fight currently. Once again, Stoner, what a force to be reckoned with. Still trying to track down the Johnny Jet. It's a matter of time before he gets revealed. De Niro to join the battle as well. Santi doesn't have to be Jabalik to be an immovable object. They come and find the guy for crying out loud. He's still contesting. He's still being a nuisance. Backup has arrived. Wrenched with the destruction onto Stoner. they're losing players. Dangerous Plan, they might be losing the grasp on this round. They had it going so well, starting things off. DF9, can you save them? No, you can't. The chase up. Oh dear, 86%, and they're closing the gap, soon to overtake. Dangerous Plan, this might be the last team fight they have in them. No ultimates really charged up yet.
Bang.
Wrench goes down, thankfully. Here comes Stoner. As you said, Ray Boss, sharp shots, can't quite seal the deal, does it? Manta De Niro is in there to get the kill. Teamwork brings through once again. 99%. It's got to be overtime. Dangerous Plan, they have to take it all the way and beyond.
Santi walks into a face full of arrow. 95. Is anyone going to be able to touch? Maybe. Yes, they do just get on. Wrench manages to get that touch, but the positioning isn't great. Dumpy wins that 1v1. That's key. That's Stoner down. DF9 goes down. Now to Nero, cleaned out. They're going to get the flip, the cap, and there's not going to be another touch in. Surely it will be the Raihards taking the first point in a 99 to 100 finish.
Oh, jeez.
You can't get any closer than that.
No, you cannot. Bang, that was balls to the wall, pedal to the metal, super fast action, and Dangerous Plan. They had it going initially, but towards the end, they just lost their grasp, and I think the adaptation came through from the Raihards. They got the kills, they got the teamwork down, but seriously though, Santi, that guy is something else.
What a match. I took everything in me not to scream. I had to mute my mic for a little bit. It was getting tense in there. Oh my God, Stoner, Santi, just, oh my God. De Niro, oh my goodness. Is
Everyone stepping
just
up.
a bloodbath. Yes. There was no
DF9 as well,
hesitation,
starting
no
it off
stalling.
with really good shots. But, you know, at the end of the day, one team had to fall. So what do you actually think went wrong there for...
It was a Dangerous Plan.
Dangerous Plan, that's right, that's right.
Like I said, that okay, so the first fight of every control match is absolutely critical, but as you guys can also see, that 80% team fight, that's also a really, really dangerous scenario to be in. And if you're the last guy alive, unfortunately, there is no stepping back and waiting for the team. You have to play safe, you have to be aggressive, but at the same time, you have to be safe. So it's, you're juggling a lot of cards at the same time. You're the last hope for the team. And if the team gets there and gets white, it's a bad scenario, and Dangerous Plan found themselves in that situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's rough. I guess the cards finally just didn't fall in their favor. That's all I can really say about that. They had every opportunity to win map 1, and honestly, they probably could have. It just came down to the very last few team fights and just how the kills went. That moment, the spur of the moment aiming and kills. But look, that was obviously very close, hotly contested. Map 2, Elephants Astana. It's going to be the same hero picks. How do you think this one's going to fare?
Well, I'm just glad they didn't break out the OSIS, because as you can see earlier in that Arctic Express map, there was way too much map coverage and way too much aggression coming from Dangerous Plan to even utilize a strategy like that. So I think the Hunter pick was definitely the safest pick, and I hope they can make it work in the next round again. If not, like I said, there's a lot of open spaces in here. There's a lot of closed spaces. And as you can see for Dangerous Plan, if they bottleneck you, if they get you in a corner, that's a wrap.
Certainly, I'm expecting to see more just action on action on action. I didn't think that the Raihards would try and match the pace of Dangerous Plan, but they've done that and one-upped them in that first round. So the pace is fast, it's hot and it's heavy. We saw so many engagements there, so many 1v1, so many clutch moments. This series could be in for a long one, to say the least.
Yeah.
Could be 5-mapper. You called it, Ben. But for the sake of your throw, I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that Raihards they actually maintain the initial lead, confidence, and momentum to take it through. But once again, this is definitely going to be a matchup that no matter the score, it will not tell the full story. All right,
Exactly.
Bang. I want to hear from you. Map 2.
Who? I hate to say this because I don't want to be biased in this one because they're so evenly matched, but I have to say Raihards. And the reason why is if you notice, what's so special about this team as well that you haven't seen from any other team, they're not linear. These guys are Swiss Army knives. You saw in the match when it came to them versus Team Mobility's core team, they were able to match that energy and outsmart them. But then at the same time, you know, we see their versatility when they go up against an aggressive team. Okay, these guys are going to be in your face. So let's get back in their faces. Let's show them who's the more aggressive person. Let's show them who's the bigger lion in the cage.
Yep.
So yeah, these guys are very adaptable, very flexible. Like I was saying earlier, Santi can read a situation,
Yep.
knows what's going to happen, plan ahead, and execute perfectly.
And also one other thing as well. Let's talk about like stand-up players for this series. 6 players in total. I want to talk about Stoner. This guy is
Oh yes.
well, wherever it is, he's got it, bang.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, one of the best Wildlings in South America, and he's definitely shown that. Oh man, that just Dangerous Plan is just so wonderful to watch because it's high style strategy and high style aggression and high style skill all wrapped in a single package.
What about you, Ben? Any particular standout?
Well, at the start, it was going to be DF9 for me on DP, but I do want to see Wrench again. Wrench was great in their first series, very pivotal player, especially on the control.
Yep.
I'd like to see Wrench stand up again and go head-to-head with DF9.
All right, and bang, one last thing now before we get into Map 2 Elephant Astana. Dangerous Plan. What do you think they have to do here to prevent this from being a 2-0 sweep?
Lock down the left side or lock down the right side, figure out what room they want to protect and take that away from them, take away their little cone of safety, and then establish your dominance and keep that momentum like you did in the first round.
All right, let's see what happens. So far, it looks like they're going outside over towards the balcony. 1v1 challenge to start things off. Johnny Jet versus Hunter. It's a hard counter, and that went as well as we expected it to. Hunter coming out on top easily. Dumpy starting it off with the statements. And now Aletta popping the old C. Doesn't like anything else just yet. Stoner in a 1v2 situation. Needs some shots and needs it right now. Backup has arrived. And somehow he's still alive outside of everything. Takes down Santi. Arrow to the head. Escaping to safety. Johnny Jet doesn't want to challenge Dumpy on Hunter, but this time he will get the better of him. Sights getting contested a little bit, but at this rate, they'll regroup from Dangerous Plan, and they should, in theory, have the objective. We're not seeing much aggression or comeback from the Reinhardts. And the ultimate as well, Skadi, wanna dance. Yeah, Santi dead to rights.
This early control sets a bit of a different tempo. Look, Santi's had a bit of a struggle, already gone down twice, but has that ultimate on board now. Dunphy ended up getting the first kill of the round, but weren't able to capitalize on it. He is going to break out all here now. Wrench gets shot up into the air, does rewind, or does actually not rewind, gets taken out completely. DF9 now stuck on the point as well. Dunphy dropping very low. This is clinical clean from the side of Dangerous Plan, and it's all on the back of Stoner at the moment, hitting every shot.
Yeah, Stoner's great, of course, using his ulti, the blast arrows in the air, and taking down Aletta, who, at that distance, her guns probably aren't as effective. Regroup from the Reinhardts, and they're going to be challenging over towards balcony. Johnny Jet into assist, DP9. Skadi couldn't quite do anything, only one, though. The backstab, here he comes. De Niro, good for one, and in comes Wrench with the trade, but overall, it's going to be Dangerous Plan, who still comes out on top. One player standing on the site, Stoner, trying to lock it down. And inside the 5k room of all things as Ling. I mean, I don't know about this. Point blank with the bow and arrow. It's not exactly the gun you want, but for anyone who can make it work, it's got to be Stoner. Backstab, Dumpy comes in, and that Stoner finally down. First death thus far coming into map 2. It's a bloodbath on the site. Thankfully, Reinhardts, they've managed to recap and start to build up their progress to mount a small comeback to 60%. It's more than the first game, to say the least, when they got it, when it was about in the mid-50s. This time around, though, their plan seems to be to go aggro, isolate the players of Dangerous Plan. But Dangerous Plan, the backup has arrived, is getting brutal. Tit-for-tat trades. And Dangerous Plan, they somehow come out on top. Not only that, they're going to regain the site, being contested by Wrench. Can't quite get the kill. Might have to go for an escape. It's getting surrounded from all angles. Good movement in the air, dashing around. DF9 gets eliminated. You would think he would hit the shot. Doesn't work out that way. Stoner, what can you do for us? It's an ultimate. It's a fake. And it's just absolute pandemonium, Ben.
Amazing mechanics exhibited there from Wrench, just being able to get so much information as well as so much attention onto them, not going down, getting those individual kills as well. Wrench is really turning up. An amazing sequence of play. Already has that ultimate back on board as well, just doing so much damage, putting out so much pressure. Even Stevens on the point percentage as well. Stoner needs to take control of this high ground. The copy coin goes out. Wrench still alive, wreaking havoc in the background. Santi does get the finish off on the kill, but you can see Wrench Camp, for a reason, that 4-kill streak of 4 big kills, controlling this 5k room and controlling this round.
So kills-wise is pretty much even, and now finally in the cap percentage is leaning in favor of the Reinhardts, and I think if the Dangerous Plan, if they can't stop it right now, they might legit have to be fighting to overtime from 60%. Things are getting desperate. Stoner picks up 2. It's almost a team wipe. Wrench last man standing. 5k room. You can't challenge that. You have to back up. You have to wait for your teammates to regroup before you fight this war on 2 fronts. 1v1. Stoner, 5k room. The ulti yet again. Stoner is aware of his tricks, but point blank, you don't want to be Hualing. Still gets the kill regardless. This man is a menace. Shove the arrow right into her face. The sights being camped once again from Dangerous Plan, and they're starting to equalize the percent. We're getting towards the end now. This is going to matter the most. This team fight for who can maintain side control will be the game changer.
It was a clean take 2. Now with the regroup wrench onto the side once more. He's going to cause a little bit of confusion, but manages to survive and now take out DF9, but the trades back and forth. It's a 1v1 situation. Stoner on the point versus Santi. Going to be incredibly hard. Santi just playing with the pillar, knowing that it's going to be hard for Santi to, for Stoner to win that 1v1, and backup has arrived.
Ulti, blast arrows, he's going to shoot them down range. It's good initial damage, but then again, De Niro shut down onto Santi. We're going to overtime, contesting. As long as Dangerous Plan, they can go down right now. The Reinhardts, they'll take this home, and it's going to be a 2-0. It's getting remarkably close. Can they get the touch? Yes, they will. Still building up the percentage. Once again, down to the wire. 1v1. Johnny Jet on Johnny Jet. Both sides will back off. One more team fight. One more good crack at it. Down to 9%. One more, and they could not get onto the site. Dangerous Plan. Fantastic aggression. Keeping the players of Reinhardts off the site at the end. Another neck-to-neck, breakneck pace game bang.
Oh, absolutely. Man, Stoner and his Hualing. That man is a fiend. Every now and then when you watch a Hualing play, you see a Hualing firing arrows from a distance and stuff, but you see the uniqueness that Dangerous Plan brings to the gameplay with their Hualing. Their Hualing isn't the typical, let me snipe you from a distance. This is the, I'm getting up in your face and I'm going to show you what this arrow is about.
Yes, and not only that as well, for Stoner, the ultimate, all the Hualings we've seen until this point, they always choose to use the Whirlwind. He's the only one that wants to use the Blast Arrows, and he leverages it to great success. The verticality helps him, of course, no one wants to deal with that.
Exactly.
Letta, you can't fight at that range, and from that point on, he can rain down Hellfire on Johnny Jet, on Aletta, if he can find them, but regardless, very aggro placed on the Hualing, and it's paying its dividends.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you mentioned those explosive arrows. They're so good versus that Johnny Jet just to flush him out of those invisibility pulls. So that was kind of like a little bit of a counter inside the game as well. Fantastic work from Stoner. Of course, 99 to 100 was so tight, so close. And you can't discount Stoner though. With those one-shot headshots, it's crazy. Just turning fights just on a dime. It's great to see. Very, very exciting stuff. And yeah, I can't wait to see more of it.
Well, bang, look, we're going to see Emmental Map 3. This is the 3rd time we've seen it across these 2 days. Well, look, no Osis, no Shell to deal with, no Fade. This is going to be a completely different challenge for both these teams on a map this big.
Absolutely. I am super excited to see what happens. Looks like Santi has his work cut out for him because that Hunter and that Hualing synergy that they're putting together, it's definitely countering a lot of stuff that they're bringing to the table. And that's another thing, too, that I liked about the ban phase from these guys. They had a lot of respect for each other, and they want to see each other perform at their best. They're not banning their main champions. They're actually banning their alternative champions on their strongest players so that they can come to the table at their best. And that's really great to see.
Respect is one thing, but man, I gotta say, these guys are making it really hard for them. Dangerous Plan and Reinhardts, or Tryhards, I'm pretty much that's the play on the name. They want to fight their opponents at their peak. It's like 2 Super Saiyans going at it. Yeah, I mean,
Reinhardts, they're probably wondering when are they going to get an easy game? When do they get a free one? Because at the moment, everything they've come up against has been so difficult.
Oh, man.
So we'll have to see how their stamina goes throughout the day. But at the moment, they're holding up well in a one-on-one battle with Dangerous Plan. Winner of this one takes home the control map as we move on to Payload Escort. Next, early doors, no one really getting too exciting, but it is going to be De Niro taking a lot of heat, going down eventually.
I'm going to say having the Hualing pick on Stoner might actually be the beneficial pick here for Dangerous Plan. They just have the info on a map this big. It might be working out in their favor. We'll see though. Regardless, Reinhardts, they managed to get the first point cap, and they're starting to build up points. And Dangerous Plan, how do you come back into this? That's the question.
Well, it's looking like aggression is name again, jumping onto DF9, trying to land that frag, and they do. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Wrench on the point, causing havoc as expected with Santi, but Santi does get picked out by Stoner. But you see, still now that only now is the point going flipped over. And another shot out of midair. Wrench gets sit down.
Yep, Stoner still going. Momentum coming through. True now has to heal up with the 5k pot on the sidelines before he rejoins the fight. But it's okay, you know, his passive still gives his teammates plenty of info to play off of. Starting to build up the percent. A much, I would say, closer affair, not letting one team get too far ahead compared to the previous two maps. And I think that's in part due to Emmental just being so huge. It's a pain for teams to get back onto the site and contest. They have to be really careful about the fights they pick and choose early on. Stoner, he's out of his depth. Way too many players around him. Kind of lost his source there, and he gets backstabbed. It's going to be a comeback cap coming in from the Reinhardts. Things looking good. I want to see how they approach the defense, though. It looks to be more or less the exact same story. They are splitting up and pushing the aggression back by themselves, overextending a little bit. I just hope they don't get picked off individually, just like how we saw happen to Dangerous Plan.
Yeah, well, they wanted to move Stoner off the point into those lines of sight where it is more advantageous for them to play. But they ended up just giving over the point cap for free, and now it gets taken back. But that was about 20 or 30% worth of free cap that they gave over there, so that could come back to bite them later on. DF9 and Stoner are having a lot of trouble in this map because they have to play off the point. If they're on the point, they're just going to get dived on by this Aletta and just taken out instantly. So it is a little bit more tricky in terms of positioning for the side of Dangerous Plan. You can see now as the trades start to come in, Wrench diving, weaving onto the point. Those explosive arrows almost taking out Sunny. Eventually they do. It is going to be the side of, well, at the moment, Reinhardts competing on the point, and if Wrench can win this 1v1, they might be able to get that cap back.
He will. Marvelous play by Wrench, getting 2, and he's still staying alive. That's the cap. Once again, Reinhardts. It's getting closer and closer, and I dare say this might be the chance in which they would establish a lead for themselves. DF9, by the way, having a rough start of things, 0 and 3 thus far in this engagement. We haven't really seen much in terms of webs. The one dance has to be perfectly placed because this is such a big map. You don't have those small choke points in which everyone's fighting to leverage it to your favor. Stoner, of course, with De Niro being a distraction, they 2-tag Dumpy. He's down and out. Wrench also 1v1. DF9, he's done for. One player left. It's going to be Santi's Johnny Jet dancing on and off the side. Can't quite prevent the cap though. Didn't quite get the touch. Now he's at a rough spot. Might have to dive to safety, but his teammates trying to Hail Mary it back onto site ASAP. Good job by Santi though. Expertly played, dancing around his opponents. And he's still alive. I can't believe it. The cavalry is here, and they're fighting it out neck and neck, toe to toe. Gets the best of Dumpy. Looks like the Hunter counter did not work out in their favor. The kills all swinging the way over towards the Reinhardts. Wrench, huge play on that front. Double kill going his way, and it's going to be the 80% cap, and yet another catch-up and the overtake coming for the Reinhardts.
Here we go. Stoner with the ultimate now active. Needs to find Santi, but isn't able to do so. Now Wrench and Santi will just be all over him. Another frag goes down. Stoner unable to dominate this map like they did the previous. Going through now, DF9 pops that ultimate as well. Is going to try and get some kills off, but it just goes down. And it looks like it's all over. The Reinhardts, they've managed to clean it out. 2-1 on the control.
Yep.
The dive, too strong. Unfortunately, Stoner, DF9, they just didn't get the room to work with.
Yeah, look, maybe the map was simply too big. Stoner kind of fell off over towards Emmental. Maybe it's the nature of the beast, but very back and forth affair, to say at least. But I think towards the final end there, bang, Santi, he made the difference.
Absolutely. That was... oh, my heart was stopped the entire time. I almost died watching that. It's just a tense match all the way through. And the gameplay coming out of these guys, I get excited every time I watch them play.
Oh yeah, you know, neck and neck, and Santi, he didn't get the final touch to contest the site, but because of course that would have given up his position for the most part as Johnny Jet. But then again, he bought enough times just staying alive in general for his teammates to rotate back. Otherwise, they would have to play another 2v3. And also, huge props to Wrench as well, right? That guy was putting on a click.
He was at the 1v1s, the clutch 1v1 situations Wrench found themselves in. manage to get those, which is so pivotal. Then the reinforcements come back in. They're able to solidify on the point. And it turns out, yeah, Wrench clutched up. I was looking for Wrench versus DF9 head-to-head, and DF9 unfortunately went a bit cold, but Wrench really turned up on that map.
Bang, look,
Yeah.
Dangerous Plan and Reinhardt. You said this rivalry goes back as old as time. Now, it's going to be Reinhardt's taking the lead in this, or today at the very least. Now, that was only the control portion of the format. That's the best of 3 series. They take it at 2-1. On to Brower's Dock. That's going to be, Payload Escort. How do you think maybe that would go?
So for Payload Escort, I hate to say it, but this mostly swings in Reinhardt's favor because they do a really good job at attacking the point. Now, when it comes to the defending side for Dangerous Plan, their aggressive gameplay, as you can see when they went up against the 5GG, it really worked out in their favor because, they went up against a team that didn't really have tanks, that wasn't really prepared for it. But going up against a team that is prepared for it, that does commonly run tanks in this game mode, it becomes a bit of a problem for them. And it becomes an uphill battle for Dangerous Plan. But hopefully they've adapted to that. Hopefully we see something different.
Hopefully.
Who knows?
All I'll say is that Payload
Yeah.
Escort is going to be ridiculous coming from these two teams. Now, Bang, you've chosen a particular clip to go over during that previous matchup on the 3 control maps. Let's show it right now, and why don't you take us through what you saw and break it down for us?
Oh yeah, definitely wanted to talk more about right here the gameplay when it comes to Wrench and help me out, Stoner. Normally when it comes to a Walling versus JJ or a Letta match, it doesn't really work out in Walling's favor, because the slow rate of fire. But utilizing that ultimate like he does, using that verticality to his advantage can really make the difference for, you guys watching on the couch here when it comes to a Walling versus a, assassin fight. So yeah, just something I wanted to highlight for you guys there.
Brilliant.
Watching at home.
Stoner, you said him. You called him out to be one of the region's best. The scene's best Hualings, and he's definitely Joking said it to us. Very unique playstyle. No one else has done that. We talked about it. He doesn't use the whirlwind. He hates it. Doesn't want to use it at all. It's blast arrows all the way, baby. Full on DPS. But in map 3, we have to talk about that as well. Emmental, what went wrong?
Unfortunately, just bad strategy coupled with open spaces when you're running a bunch of close range fighters. It doesn't really work out that well.
Rough, innit? Sometimes the bow and arrow just can't beat the guns, huh?
I guess
Yeah.
that's the nature of evolution, isn't it?
Yes.
Bow and arrow got phased out for a reason, but it was good to see Stoner still putting in some work, though. I mean, yeah, they went a little bit cold on that last map, but still putting work, and it kind of shows the payload maps that could go a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Having the Hualing there.
Now,
And that's the big
yeah.
weakness of. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, please,
No,
please.
Oh, I was going to say that was the big weakness as well for Stoner on that map as well too. Elemental, as you can see, has a lot of openings, a lot of entrances. Yeah, having a wide open area is ideal for a sniper, as we all know. Easy targets to pick off. But Elemental has a lot of, different entries and
Hedges.
exit points as
Yeah.
well too. Yeah, hedges and stuff to weave around the line of sight of the sniper to get into their blind slot a lot easier, and you can hit them from like 4 different angles. And that's where Stoner found himself struggling at, getting hit from every single angle.
Yeah, it was rough. So maybe the game plan initially for Dangerous Plan Stoner was simply to get it over and done with in a 2-0 fashion. Didn't work out that way. So as soon as he realized map 3 was coming, he's like, oh boy,
gee.
I'm in danger now. Maybe that's the case. But hey, look, it's over and done with.
Yeah.
2-1. We all know Reinhardt's. They took the first point in the best of 3. Payload Escort. Give me your thoughts on this, man. Like, how did these two teams play Payload Escort? Is it still going to be really aggro, or are we actually going to see a tank switch up? I'm expecting Johnny Jet, all things considered.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Johnny Jet is absolutely essential for Dangerous Plan to run in this game mode, because holding down that cart, turning, well, really I see it more so coming down to DF9 playing JJ and stalling the cart and stopping Santi or holding off Santi, and then Stoner just using those kills. Oh, okay.
Well,
but this is going to be
no
a lot
Johnnies.
different.
Yeah, no Johnny's
No
across
Johnnies.
the board.
So Dumphy, maybe he might have liked to play the Osis. So Not too sure, but regardless, I still really do rate the Hunter pick. Santi back on the immovable object, Jabali. This should be good for them,
Yeah.
but the main problem I see here is for Dangerous Plan. Basically, triple DPS. Oh my goodness, bang. Final words from me about this. It's going to be brutal, maybe, for Jabali to stay alive.
I mean, there's a main reason why Dumpy didn't go Osis into Waling, because Osis versus Waling, Waling has a faster rate of fire and she has a wide way of vision.
Yep.
Whereas, Osis doesn't have that. That's actually a weakness for him, is when he's zeroing in or ADSing.
Yep.
So switching over to Hunter was definitely the smarter play here. Faster rate of fire.
Right, hopefully that's a theory, and we'll see how it plays out. Regardless, installing engagements. 1v1. Not too much going on, though. Just poking and prodding for the most part.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on
There we go.
Nero here. A lot of pressure on De Niro to try and stall this card out. It gets flushed out very early on by Santi. Wrench also met with that clean shot from a stoner, but it is going to be a lot of pressure on De Niro to try and stall the card. Not playing a Johnny Jet, not playing a tank, trying to do it on the Aletta. Gonna have to jump around a lot. Dodgy out. We'll be seeing some interesting stuff from Santi as well, I believe.
Can I also say, I reckon Santi right now, he's timing the shots off of the whirling arrows perfectly. Every single time he feels the whirling arrow coming out, he puts away his shield to dodge the arrow or take it himself. So it's unbelievable. It's Hualing's arrows break those shields in no time. Regardless, though, really good read, really good counter. Unfortunately, it won't stop him from losing his life. The payload gets pushed initially, and here's a clapback from Dangerous Plan. DF9 managing to lock it down, but he needs backup. He needs an ASAP. Otherwise, he might be done for. Dumpy spots him out. Okay, we're getting into another 5 fights. The initial sonar grenade position probably revealed. 1v1. Dumpy going against Aletta. Maybe, maybe not. It's the health pack and maybe an escape.
Definitely need the escape. You see the aggression coming out. Both Aletta's getting into the back lane. Santi and Dumpy getting taken out though. Stoner under pressure, but has the whole backup of the team. You see all 3 players there. Tries to jump back onto the high ground. Gets in behind Stoner. Hits the clip to the head. DF9 actually stalling the card out and holding it down. Not what you thought you'd see, but Hunter now on the cart trying to clear out this Aletta. Trying to dance around is De Niro, but gets taken out. Both Alettas in the bin, a 2v2.
Can I say as well, De Niro, that movement on Aletta was perfect, making maybe there was a Stoner think they dashed away, instead getting out of his peripheral vision maybe, and just appearing behind him outside the doorway. Now it's a whirlwind switch from Stoner, which is probably good for control. Regardless, no shots coming through, having a rough start of things. Dumpy with the shutdown, 1v1, Aletta v Aletta. And just no one really wanting to focus on the kills too much. They really get the go for it when the moment is opportune, but for the most part, it's full-on objective play. And slowly but surely, Santi guarding the payload all the way towards the first checkpoint. Nice one dance, the shutdown, yes indeed. DF9 delivering us the goods. He was quiet over towards control for the most part, but now over towards payload escort. This guy is starting to shine. It's his comfort zone.
And DF9 really turning up when the pressure's on. Trying to clear out, and it is Santi at the moment needs to get a little bit of ground, has that ultimate available. And you can see some of the frags coming out. Santi just gets put down once more. Now 40 seconds on the clock. It is getting a bit hairy for our attackers here. The Raihards, they need to get something on the board. They might be able to find the first pick onto Nero. No. DF9 is there to save the day, but does get traded out instantaneously. Santi needs to find his way to that cart, but it is just going to get met in the back of the head with a nice arrow. 6,500 HP off your top, mate.
Hold shield as well, so Stoner doesn't want to give his shield a crack, and instead he will lose his life, unfortunately. Here comes DP9 just to give it a try. 1v1 beat Dumpy, he's panicking a little bit. Nice shot to the head, 1-on-1 now, just for the payload. He's making it work, the dance, the triple kill, the team wipe, all off of the back of DF9. He's just done it. That's time up for the attackers, Reinhardt. Granted, they did push it 83 meters, so Dangerous Plan. They have to push it more, but if you're on the side of the Reinhardt on defense, you have to basically fight as hard as you can. It won't be easy though, but damn, bang! DF9!
What a match. What a match. What a match. Oh my goodness.
DF9 really
Dumpy
turning up
and
there.
DF9, yes, just 2 amazing forces. And, unfortunately, we saw Santi's Jabali really hold it down going up against Mobility Core's team.
Yes.
But when it comes to a team that's extremely aggressive and knows how to hit you from multiple angles at the same time, you can see how quickly Jabali can melt in a match.
Exactly. Exactly, and not only that, right?
Yeah.
DF9, Scotty being a bit of a counter to Jabali as well, really saving the Wonder Dance ultimate for those crucial points. Either when he finds a team fight moment's opportune, or simply just to get Jabali off the payload, and then 3 taps to the head, sharp shots, that's done. Headshot critical,
Exactly.
and that's it.
Fantastic. Yeah, that
Yeah.
that 1v3 retake situation where had a bit of an advantage with the 2 DPS players being a little bit low, but still manages to land the shots, clean it out. DF9 may have been quiet on the control, but certainly loud and proud in that match. It was incredible to see those shots coming through.
Yeah. That Scotty passive.
Well, look, for the defense, right, and obviously a composition switch-up is going to happen. The Reinhardts, I'm not too sure what they will be playing. The Osis, maybe not, because as much as I hate to say it, I think Dangerous Plan, when they switch to the attack, they might just be going super fast onto it. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, super fast. And the first thing they're going to do, the first thing they want to do, is if you see an Osis, well, that's going to be your first target. The minute an assassin gets on top of these snipers, we see what happens. They chew them apart like dogs on rare meat. It's it's not fun to watch, not at all.
Hey, I think it's pretty cute. My dog's not like, oh,
You got tiny dogs.
yeah,
You're tiny dogs.
But for the most part, I think we do get the mental image. Now, while we wait for the second side to be switched up, I have to ask, right, this is a very different affair compared to the control maps that we saw. And if anything, we saw Reinhardt's kind of just fall apart there. Do you think this means the end of their strengths?
It might be. I mean, even still, when we look at the loser bracket finals, will they be able to, beat their other rivals?
Do it again?
Mobility Core?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or, is Mobility Core going to be there like, hey, we've been waiting for you? Yeah.
And not only that, basically, the Reinhardts, Dangerous Plan, they have to fight Reinhardts, they have to fight off of a loss, perhaps. So maybe a chip on their shoulder,
Yeah.
confidence has taken a blow, like, oh, we're not as good as our original foes, which we traded blows with back then, but now, have we fallen off? These intrusive thoughts into your head, and the mental game plays a huge part into these matchups.
Especially when you made it so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Reinhardts have shown 2 completely different sides of their gameplay as well. If they do manage to get their defense on here and try and net this one back and take it 2-0, then they'll still have to decide which way they want to go in terms of their identity as a team as well, going deeper into the tournament. So a lot of questions for the Reinhardts to answer, and it starts on defense here though.
I'll tell you what, let's flip it over towards the supposed best team right now, right? Dangerous Plan. Though they did lose the initial best of 3 control to Reinhardt, so in all senses they are toe-to-toe. We haven't seen the conclusion of that payload escort just yet, but Dangerous Plan, they're looking very good, and especially now into the second half of the best of 3 format. Can they be stopped? How deep is De Niro's hero pool actually?
It goes pretty far, and it's pretty wide. He's definitely one of those variety players. He has a lot of surprises up his sleeve.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Reinhardts, as you guys can see, they're a little bit limited on their versatility. They stick to 2 champs. They're actually good. They're very fluent with these champs.
Yeah.
And they're very traditional. What works for us works for us. Why fix something that isn't broken?
Indeed.
Yeah.
And at the same time as well, we just a throwback real quick during that previous matchup. I think it was for the Reinhardts. They're a letter player. Remind me who that was. Wrench, I
Wrench
think.
was on the letter.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
right.
Yeah, Wrench.
He couldn't play his shell. Fair enough. No issues really. So instead, switching over to a letter, the movement we saw him in that brief moment get it over Stoner. So what do you kind of think maybe happened there? Is it because Stoner obviously on Hualing, you have the passive, you can see where everyone is on your map. How come he lost track of a letter?
Well, versatility. I mean, not versatility. Verticality. There in that small moment where he was in that room and his Aletta got the double jump and did the quick dash. Once that passive went off, your screen can only go so high. So he was already out of his field of view when the clone dropped. He assumed that was the actual, Stoner, and then he was already behind him, hitting him with that flank.
Yeah, the domination coming out from the letter, just seeing all these unique little jumps that they've been able to do. And obviously, these players are so well drilled and know all the little tips and tricks. They've been able to jump up on high grounds and move. And that movement really does kind of shut down those snipers. We'll have to see if there's more snipers coming out here. Playing snipers versus dangerous plans is very, very difficult. They're so fast.
Yeah.
All of their executes and all of their aggression. It's so coordinated and so fast.
Well, look, guys, we should be getting back into games soon. The remainder half of Payload Escort. Oh, man. Bang, make a call. Is Reinhardt's actually going to take it on 2-0? Can they do it? Because it's not much to really push the payload.
I'm hoping so, but in this conversation, the real question here is that I propose to you guys, skill versus strategy.
Skill versus strategy. Payload Escort.
On one side, we have dangerous plan.
I think skill, man, because like Defy, right? They kind of had a strategy coming into it, but they were lacking in skill. And at the end of the day, when it comes to two teams that are this fast paced, it's got to be skill.
3, 2.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
cool.
think the skill on both of these teams is very, very even, and definitely individually they're all deserve to be here. Of course, I mean even if one player has a quiet half or quiet previous map, they just come straight back in. You saw that with DF9, really quiet on that control, then just came back in swinging on that defense there, getting that 1v3 situation. So I'm interested to see what's going on in terms of how they're going to finish this map out. We'll go to a short break, I think, and then we'll come back and we'll get the conclusion of this map.
All right.
This way you heard it first. I got the tide on my arrivals like a tidal wave. Best stay on high alert. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I earned my way. I deserve the name of a champion. Hear my anthem. This is our champions I made. This is our champions I made. This is our champions I made. All the way, all the way, all the way up. All the way, all the way up. Best of the best, cause I'm sitting on top. All the way up. All the way, all the way, all the way up. All the way, all the way up. Top of the game, cause I'm too hot to touch. All the way up. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I earned my way. I deserve the name of a champion. Hear my anthem. This is our champions I made.
Let's go. Bring it in. We about to do what we did again, nothing to prove, but you know what we've been against. We got a call to do it, you know we assuring it. You see the evidence, yeah, you see the homie. I'm going from holy to holy, going from glory to glory. I ain't just living, I'm telling a story. I had an episode better than Maury. I had a step and they couldn't ignore it. I had a shot and I hit it like Ori. I feel the glory, I feel the glory. Let's go. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, you know I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, ay, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. Amen. Yeah. Hey, if I do it, then I'm doing it to death. Oh yeah, I'm influencing the ones that do it best. Oh yeah, start a movement with the crew. You got a few, we got a slew. We trying to do what they said that we couldn't do. Oh yeah, I ain't living with regrets. Ain't no limits, ain't no rest. They want money, power, respect. I want more, I wanna be blessed. We want the legacy. We got the hope and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory. We want the blessing. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. up in the field, making these moves, making these deals. I made something out of nothing. I ain't bluffing, no discussion. Look at the numbers, I've been hustling. Little rough around the edges, still I made it though. Still I just been laying low. Man, I just feel grateful though. I know where I come from, man, I ain't alone. Yeah, and I feel so blessed, too blessed to be stressed. And I'm with the day unos, they don't ride to the death. We got the legacy, we got the hope, and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory, we want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We've got that little game lobby thing out of the way now, so we should be getting into the game real soon. The conclusion of the first escort payload escort map on Brower's Dock. Look, Dangerous Plan versus Reinhardts. It was looking really good for Dangerous Plan to start things off. The Reinhardts, they did so well on control, but towards the end, they kind of, I don't know, really stumbled along their way to push the payload even to the first checkpoint. So this might be the end of them when it comes to such a dragged out, bigger map kind of affair. So regardless, we're getting into it. Bang. Let's talk about these picks.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one here. We have the Hunter, the JJ, and the Aletta. So it looks like they're going for just extreme oppression right off the bat, just trying to lock them in at spawn.
Ruby for the Reinhardts as well. That is promising and
very low rounded.
That should be really good aggression coming through. And
Yeah.
Santi, he was great on the Jabali for the most part. Unfortunately, he got dunked on this time around. I think Ruby would allow Dangerous Plan to basically fight, toe to toe against the Reinhardts.
Certainly, some interesting picks going to come out. The Johnny Jet for Santi, that's really the key one for me. I want to see how that one works out and how he's able to use it. Wrench, yeah, pretty stock standard. Dumpy just back on the Hunter as well. DF9, well, was incredibly sharp on the defense. Let's see if they can carry it over.
Yeah. And at the same time, Stoner is switching from Wiling onto the Judix, which now that they're on defense, I mean, sure, why not?
Bit odd.
Oh, sorry, no, got on the attack, so we'll see how it plays out, though, regardless.
I am a little...
no, on defense, yes.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't double down and went for that. The sniper. The Dumpy on the Hunter hasn't felt as dominant. So they're not getting the utility of that teleport as well. But that being said, they do want to avoid that fast-paced aggression coming out of Manero on that Aletta as well. Yeah,
and bear in mind, guys, because there was a lobby issue earlier, just to remind you, Reinhardts only got 83.87 meters on the previous push, and Dangerous Plan, they have to beat that. So far, 12 meters in, 2 minutes 30 remaining. I'd say this is very much doable for them, especially considering how deep they're fighting. They're just straight up just pushing and taking these fights even off of the payload, which is slowly but surely getting assisted by Stoner on Judix. And now he's finally getting challenged. There's the Molly down to give himself some breathing space. Santi, Johnny Jet buying time inside the invisibility. It's hard to figure out where he is, and Ruby staying alive on the payload with the shields back up again. It's looking good for Dangerous Plan, but then you go the leap back from Shell, instantaneously melting Ruby. This is a really good start for Reinhardts.
Yeah, Wrench on the Shell is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. You see Stoner just getting taken out basically straight out of spawn. A minute 50 left on the clock. Time is flown by and seems to having fun. They're not getting a lot of that push in now to go over to that 30-meter mark. Wrench, despite all of the aggression and all of the kills they've been able to get, haven't been able to get a lot of that push in.
No, Dangerous Plan, we really applaud them for the defense in the first half, but now into the second when they actually have to push themselves. Not having a great time of things. Well, really, one player standing, De Niro trying to get a little bit of a head start onto things, but Santi just being such a nuisance again in his little puddle. And that's a good Judix mauling to flush him out, and for the most part, they should guarantee the kill. Indeed, it does. He's going to have to be waiting to respawn while they just push it a little bit further. 51 meters, we're getting closer and closer. This has to be an all-out brawl. A minute left. It's do or die currently for Dangerous Plan and the Reinhardts. rolling it out. What a shot in the air. De Niro shuts down Dumphy. This might be it. 66 meters, 67. We're closing the gap in.
84 is the magic number as well, so we're looking at Santi just stalling out on the card with that Johnny Jet, but not long for this world, you'd imagine. You see De Niro going straight past, leaving Johnny on the card, trying to find those spawners coming back in, trickling back in. 72 meters now going through. Duffy and Wrench are back, but they're not able to really hold and get the trade kills back and forth. No,
We're almost
it looks
done.
like it's cleaned up.
It's done.
It's done.
84.
Oh,
And they do
Good
manage to
match.
push that card in, and an amazing round there. Very quickly done.
Yes.
But it could have gone hairy. If they lost that one more fight, it could have been in an overtime, and it gets messy.
I think probably the one that really made the difference there on the push, it had to have been the Judix pick. Because, whoever wasn't the payload, they kind of struggled a little bit against Santi's Johnny Jet, and in comes Judix, saving the ultimate, the instant firebomb, it flushes Santi out and allows him to just make more headroom, Bang.
exactly. They knew exactly what the threat was. They knew what was going to happen. They saw it coming a mile away. Hey, they know that they have to lock us in spawn. They're going triple flanks because that's what we would do. Just be in their face, be hyper aggressive. They're trying to beat us at our own game. But, this is our game. So we already know how to counter that. And they had the perfect responses to that.
Almost it sounds like from what you're telling us is that the Reinhardts, they kind of came after Dangerous Plan and kind of copied their game plan.
Pretty much, essentially, yeah.
Well, Ben, I've got to say, man, that map kind of went rather to be the way we expected. I was a little bit afraid initially for Dangerous Plan because Reinhardts, they were looking promising, and there was only about maybe sub 1 minute remaining to push it all the way. So it was all about maintaining control on the payload. Didn't work out at the end of the day. I wouldn't really point out any individual for having a super highlight moment. There was more so just good team play overall from Dangerous Plan.
Yeah, Dangerous Plan.
Agreed.
They brawled well, which was the key. And
Yeah.
able to get the jockeys off that. I can't wait to see how this day evolves more and more and more. I'm glad that we're seeing this winner bracket final now play out. We've got a team sitting there waiting, which is very, very equal to these teams as well. So really, in terms of predictions, any of these three teams could go through.
Anywho, but so far it's going to be 1-1, the best of 3. So we will move on to our final map. That's going to be Giga Cave Mine. Let's talk about the hero bands. Bang, I'll pass it over to you. And also, Giga Cave Mine, this is going to be a little bit of a different ball game.
Yeah, essentially when it comes to just payload escort in general, the first half of the leg of the map, we got got to stop Santi, and then we have the DF9 block right there. You're definitely going to need that for this map because the very first half, it's going to be in the attacker's favor. There's a lot of tight quarters. There's a lot of areas, that's easily watchable, that's easy coverable, and once you touch that cart and get it over to the second half, then it moves into the favor of the defenders. There's a lot of open space. There's only one way out, and just holding that down and oppressing that point, it's really tough, but easy for Reinhardts to do against Dangerous Plan because they're the passive guys. Dangerous Plan is the more aggressive guys. So in this very first half, it's all on Dangerous Plan and how they control the momentum of this match.
Well, then, I want to pose this question over towards you, Bang. Santi, if he cannot play the Johnny Jet when they're on defense, what is he going to play? Because we know he's going to be on Jabali, likely, on the attack. What's the switch pick?
If I was him and knowing him, he's probably going to move to what he knows best, and that's either going to be a mix between Sindri or pulling out Jabali.
Well, look, we haven't seen Sindri yet coming out from Santi, so probably the two-time Jabali, that probably is a good shout considering how narrow Giga Cave Mine initially on the first leg is. It's more up at the high grounds. But for the most part, Ben, what do you think about this? Who do you predict might take home the dub?
I think that the ban is a little bit better. Banning that Johnny Jet is big. That's going to force Santi to play something that isn't either optimal or most comfortable on that defense. I think that
Exactly.
maybe the Sendry would be the best choice for that. But it's a hard one to pick out because the Jabali on the defense is going to get surrounded pretty quickly. It's going to get Pinson moved in. It's not going to have that support. So we could see something different, but it's hard if he does try and double down and go for it on the defense and the offense. It could be a case of it being a little bit too fast. Dangerous Plan being a little bit too fast. And I'd probably pick them to take this one out.
All right, fair enough. Now, Bang, over towards you. DF9, he got off of his, he got counter-picked off of his Skadi. Would it affect him too much? Probably not.
No, definitely not. Yeah, he's a good flanker, so
Yeah.
he's very versatile. The entire roster of Dangerous Plan is very versatile, so they can adapt to any situation and still keep their momentum with that aggressive gameplay.
Right. So basically, in a sense of words, during the hero ban, Dangerous Plan, they won out on that front. So theoretically, are you going for them as well?
For this one, definitely tight quarters.
Oh,
You
boy.
definitely got to fight your way through, and these
Yep.
guys love a good fight. Yeah.
Well, let's see it. Dangerous Plan, take us away with the picks. That's the instant lock-in. Does not matter for the F9 at all. That's the shell.
Called it.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. Dunphy on the Hunter, you know, that's fair. No Osis, I guess, coming up against such a fast-paced matchup. Wrench on Aletsa, Santi, Signature, Jabali. I don't know, man. Like,
That's a strong lineup for Dangerous Plan on the attack. That's kind of like their bread and butter.
Yeah.
What they want to be playing. It will be when they move over to the defense. It will be interesting to see what they pick there.
yep.
But for now, I expect a very strong attack out of Dangerous Plan.
Although, just before we kick things off, Bang, I just want to ask you, what would be the counter to Santi's Jabali now that they have eliminated Scotty from the picks?
Well, in this case, it's going to come down to Shell's second ultimate, just lifting him in the air, and moving around him, and killing the people that he's protecting.
Yep. Okay, well, Ben, as we know, in a lot of these games, having your ultimate online is great, but you cannot always rely on it because it takes time to come back. So it won't be present in almost every single firefight. You will miss sometimes, so hopefully they can leverage the high ground advantage to their favor. Here comes Santi, getting onto payload ASAP as he should. Engagement's coming through. Santi, oh man, just getting eliminated. I guess that's the counter to him. Play from multiple angles. He cannot defend all around him. Getting bonked in the back of the head. He's already dead to rights, and so far, so good for Dangerous Plan.
Yeah, Wrench really needs to get up and in Stoner's face and prevent Stoner from taking these solo angles. We saw there straight away Santi turned to try and block some damage from DF9 and exposed themselves to Stoner, and those critical headshots from that bow and arrow just came in hot and heavy.
Weesh.
Whoa! That was an amazing shot to take out there. But Santi's shield, you see that it's cracking very low. You protect yourself versus Stoner, and there's more options available.
He's going to have his ult shield. I would like to shoot the ult shield on real soon now. No, it's going to be the electro spin coming out for Santi. Interesting pick. Not too sure what the theory is behind that. Regardless, we'll see him play out eventually. But it's just brawls across the board. Santi doing his job, pushing it forward and forward. He finally gets challenged. Although he is low, he needs backup ASAP. No, it is the ultimate shield after all. I was wrong. And he's going to just lock down the points. Whirlwind, he's lifted off the payload, but Dunphy getting the kill onto Stoner before his teammate could get killed. The teamwork is fantastic thus far from the Reinhardt, and they're about to hit the first checkpoint, but here comes Dangerous Plan with the clapback.
Yeah, it's looking pretty decent. In terms of poor Santi, he gets shifted off by that ultimate, but gets actually put into cover, so they couldn't get the finish on Stoner. Santi goes down eventually, spinning the shield around, unable to clean up. We see now the remnants now, they're going to have to regroup around Santi, so this little bit of brawling from Wrench goes down, but it's a bit of a stagger in terms of death times. Only about 8 meters to go, 1:30 on the clock. Ultimate's looking okay, Dunphy has expended his, but Wrench will have that copy, that clone, and Santi, with that reflective shield, it's going to be very hard because you can't take him down when that shield's really reflecting. There's Dunphy to pull the trigger and gets a nice frag onto
Excellent
the
shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot taken out, but Dunphy is quite low, so very exposed while Santi is in the air. Does manage to live though. They just don't have the follow-up damage to take Santi out.
Oh my goodness, De Niro getting melted by the charge shot off of Dunphy, point blank as well. Just when you think Aletta has the movement advantage, getting behind him and whatnot. Regardless, he'll give it a second crack at things. It's a full-out brawl, and we're not even at the first checkpoint just yet. Tit after tat, trades on both sides. You can't really say who's winning, but at the end of the day, Dangerous Plan, they look to be on top. Stoner's alive, he's looking healthy, firing shots off everywhere. Wrench has to stay alive, and ideally try 1-1v3 now at this point. His teammates are far, far away. Wrench is gone. Oh dear, the first checkpoint might just be out of reach. 30 seconds left though. There is still a hope remaining. Santi trying to make his way back onto the point, but they're still miles away. This is what happens when we don't have an Osis, you don't have a TP. The walk back onto the site. De Niro might have fizzled off more than he can chew. The backstab coming through from Wrench, and they continuously pile onto Dangerous Plan. More and more work. Stoner needs the kill. I don't think he can get it. He's still alive. Got the heal, but it wasn't enough. This might be it. A few seconds left. One more contestation, one more overtime, one more touch, and it will not come through their way. It's done. 69.11 meters, boys. Burn that number into your minds. Reinhardt's
What a
only
match.
push it that far. Dangerous plan. It's all on them now. How good is your defense, Bang?
Man, well, we saw last time when it came to their defense, they did a really good job in that second leg of the Bowers dog.
Whoa.
So, yep, I was expecting some surprises coming out of them, and they do not disappoint.
Well, Santi knows that Johnny Jet's banned, right?
Against this squad, yeah, definitely.
So might have to revise that pick. Regardless, so DF9 with the nice pick onto onto Jabali, which is very surprising. Is that a pick that he would usually play?
No, but at the same time, for this map for Giga Cave, you definitely have to have a strong front line and have two good flankers to help you guys get that strong push in the beginning of the match.
The Jabali on DF9, that is certainly a bit of a different one. We've seen DF9 just be playing these heavy, intense aim heroes, more of these carry style heroes. DF9, have they had much experience on Jabali?
1. Start.
Well, he's gonna have to figure out the experience right now at this point, as I'm still not certain about the Johnny Jet pick though coming up from Santi. Regardless, we'll go underway until the refs make a call about this. DF9 getting forced back off the bat. A bit of a stark contrast to how Santi himself was playing the Jabali. And there we go. There's the pause, indeed. Santi,
I think it is a remake.
Yep, he got a little bit too ahead of himself. So what was that number? 69 meters, boys.
69.10 there on the board.
Happens.
You gotta respect the bands.
You gotta respect the bands, and that is what introduces like a layer of flavor into these kinds of pro tournaments, right? You can't be playing the exact same compositions. You have to be forced to experiment and just show how deep your pool is, how adaptable you are, and that's the strategy about this.
Muscle memory bites sometimes a bit hard. I mean, you'd probably played hundreds and hundreds of these games. You used to just lock it in on the defense that Johnny
Exactly.
Jet, but in competitive mode or in competitive tournament rules, those bans are there for a reason.
Yep.
We'll have to see what the outcome is of it, of course. But yeah, Santi didn't have a lot of impact on the attack with that Jabali. So you're probably very hesitant to switch onto it on the defense as well.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, I just want to say, even though if he did, say, theoretically was allowed to play Johnny Jet, the counter was already there. Hunter was already picked by the Reinhardts. So, I don't know, man. Things probably wouldn't have gone too well for him, even if he wanted to try stay on the payload. But that's just a theory. But so far, Dangerous Plan, though, they executed their strategy to perfection on Giga Cave Mine, I reckon. They played the close quarters, they played the multiple angles, and just completely shut down the tanks for the most part, Bang.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like Reinhardt's learned a very valuable lesson here, and that is, one, respect the bans, and two, these things are put in place to challenge you guys, to, help you bring your gameplay to the next level and stuff.
Exactly.
And if you're like a one-trick pony, well, now I think it's about time to be a three-trick pony, just in case things like this happen.
Or just a show horse in general, I guess. That's the word for it.
Yeah.
But hey, look, we'll go to a short tech break while the admins make the call about this. Hopefully we can still see the game played out. It didn't really start off, but guys, don't go away just yet. The epic conclusion to Reinhardt versus Dangerous Plan, hopefully will not be anticlimactic. We'll see you soon.
Be he been taking all of my enemies. I've been body bagging up the energy. I'm in the streets like a city with Mardi Gras. Hot in the crowd, and I'm turning it down. You're not a king. I don't see thorns in your crown. It ain't a show when the truth come to your town. A new heaven and earth. I'm going to life on the clouds. But anyway, I reach for a mic and a dinner plate. Having my home and the house so big, I'ma need a tour like I'm selling days. Hold that thought, I meditate. Lost my way in 2013, got the key to life, that's a better place. I'm really from that bottom. I ain't have a dad with the richest rag, so I focus on what matters. And my coach put me in. Now I'm on the field and I got him. Well, I guess it's safe to say it's really about to be a problem.
hello. It's me again, I'm a fellow. And I'm calm and I'm mellow. But push me, you get jello. I got strings like a cello, but I ain't reading Othello. I got room for the metal, but ain't no reason to settle. I want greatness only, making the same mistake as Tony. Never that I gotta make them know me. Walk in the room, I made it boldly. Trust me, you can't fake this phonies. No need for staying lonely. I said I want greatness only. Man, I want greatness only. I'm in all black like I'm Gothic. 100 racks in my pocket. They don't cover my losses. I keep my eye on the profit. Haters love to just gossip. In a crowd, man, I'm mushing. Only talk to just bosses, said I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic. I'm rhyming off topic. I spent time in the tropics, but I'm back denying I lost it. My oh my, who's firing off the list? Is I am flying in a cockpit. I'm denying a toxic. I got fire and eyes in pockets, still I'm finding a pocket. I got time to be bosses, I got time to make greatness known. I'm a cook with that apron on. Come at me and let's make a toast. We gon' eat it and make the most. Hit the lane and then take the gold. No degree, we gon' make it known. Look at me when I make it go. Cause I run around like I'm Gothic. 100 racks in my pocket, that don't cover my losses. I keep my eyes on the profit. In a crowd, man, I'm mushing. Haters love to just gossip. Only talk to just bosses, cause I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic. Yeah, I'm rhyming again off topic. Go to mums and writing again, and they can't even stop it. Cause when I shoot it's buckets. Put that man in a coffin. Take this man to the moon. Put this man in a rocket. Cause I'm out of this world, and I got a mountain to climb. They say I'm out of my mind, cause I want the whole of the pie. But you know we never deny it. I'm on a diet, but I've been silent. I've been up working, but I've been quiet. What is the purpose when I resurface? Sing to the choir, man, I'm talking greatness. Still that as an understatement. I feel back that I run the bases. I look back but can't contain it. There I go, being unrelatable, but still we all embrace it. When I go put my name down, when I say he lies in greatness. They're in all black that they Gothic. 100 racks in their pockets. They don't cover my losses. I keep my eye on the profit. In the crowd, man, I'm mushing. Haters love to just gossip. Only talk to the bosses, cause I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic.
Work it, I'm swerving around the circuit, it's a circus. I'm calling out names, I'm sure you heard it. I got style, I'm running like a bull down the aisle on the loose. You better get used to it. You better get out of the way. I'm bringing on the heat like a wave. You all about to know my name. Trend set up by day and by night, I make it rain. No walls can hold me back. I'm on the prowl attack. No matter how it stands, I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. I go any place that I like though. Maybe a little psycho. No, I'm not one to be trifled. I am my only idol. I'm riding high, no Eiffel. So major got no rivals, and my veins are running ice cold. You better get out of the way. I'm bringing on the heat like a wave. You all about to know my name. Trend set up by day and by night, I make it rain. I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable.
This life is a daydream. Our time is a precious thing. We're searching for meaning in the highs and the lows we've seen. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun. See the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the T3 Arena League. I'm Digital, you're hearing my voice right now, and unfortunately I will be the bearer of some bad news, because in that matchup, map 5 actually, the final map of Dangerous Plan versus the Raihards, it has come to an FF. You gotta respect the rules, and as Bang likes to say, you know, it's hard to see, but you gotta see it happen. Respect the rules. Thankfully though, double Elim. They still have to battle out versus Team Mobility in the lower bracket, which I would say, you know, for them, it's actually very doable, Bang.
Yeah, yeah. This is my favorite part, where we get to see the rivals go back at it. You knock us out, now it's our turn to knock you out. Or go home crying.
Or go home crying. Well, I'll tell you what, Santi's probably crying after the instant muscle memory pressing onto Johnny Jet there. Man, that's rough. It was shaping up to be such a good second half and a match to seal off the entire series, right? The best of 3 to end on Giga Cave Mine. You don't see those too often, and with such two competitive teams that literally, aside from being really good at shooting, they also play a heavy strategy game as well. They're super team-focused. It's a shame, really, but regardless.
Yep. All good things must come to an end. Unfortunately, yeah, Santi unfortunately locked in the wrong hero. These things happen. Have a chance to run it back in that lower bracket.
Yes.
As for... we'll have a look at the bracket now to go through it, but it is a bit of a difficult one. Dangerous Plan will go ahead and move into that grand final, secure their first slot in there. Who awaits them? Will it be Raihards or have Mobility Core learned the errors of their ways earlier on in the day? We'll have to see. Mobility Core had a great opportunity to learn there though, so I expect them to come in swinging, and they deserve at least a map here.
Well, look, to say the least, right, I will give one final word on the upper bracket final, is that I think towards the end, no matter what would have happened, Dangerous Plan, they probably would have had the same result regardless. They just looked to be the better team, inching it out by, I don't know, man, just maybe 1 step, 2 steps, or a few steps. It was close, but they were just slightly better. Now, let's focus on the lower bracket final. Bang, let's hear it. Raihards versus Mobility Core. They've done this in the past. Can they do it again? Or this time, Mobility Core, they've had time off to revise their strats and watch how Raihards play.
Like we saw in the very first match of this between these two, it's still any man's game, and it can go either way. This is going to be the stuff of legends here, because now you have a grudge match happening right here, a new story to be told. Will this be an amazing comeback from Core? You know, will they beat Raihards and send them home crying hard? Or, you know, will Raihards say, hey, it was a mistake, and, you know, we're throwing that behind us, and we're taking this trophy, and we're going to the next one. So, yeah. This is a tough one. What's your predictions? Who do you see coming out on top?
Well, you have some time to basically flesh out your mind on this matter, or maybe you simply can't, so you're waiting to hear our research on this first. I gotta say, like we said earlier, you know, the scoreline versus Mobility Core versus Raihards, that 2-0, it did not tell the full story. It was very close games. It was not a clean-cut 2-0 like that. But personally, I think Raihards, they have a real hitch on the shoulder now. They want to bring it back, and they want to show that they can best Dangerous Plan. It's got to be them. Ben?
Yeah, look, Raihards, they're probably a bit salty. They're probably a bit fired up now that they had that unfortunate DQ. And Mobility Core, they've got to have their wits about them. Are they going to be able to adapt to what Raihards threw at them? Are Raihards going to go back to what they used before, or are they going to go more to what they were using versus Dangerous Plan? We'll have to see. The head-to-head is here. let's have a look. We'll go into the bans as well. Any bans that you're expecting, Bang? Any targeted bans? Maybe the Osiris gets banned this time around, or will that get through?
I bet they saw how badly the JJ ban affected Reinhardt's, and they're probably going to go for that again this time.
Honestly, you
'Cause I
might be
would.
right. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Shell ban.
okay.
Never mind, this is control, which, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but it's also not a great idea either, because both of those heroes, either JJ or Shell, are fantastic on Arctic Freeze. Reinhardt, they ban Aletta. I mean, fair enough. I got no complaints there, but there's many other options aside from Aletta.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they forgot about that fade, and they're about to get a friendly reminder.
Yeah, they're about to get faded, boy. Yeah.
But I mean, can you afford to spend a ban on that? Can you afford to spend a ban on Fade? Is it worth taking it out of the pool, or is it kind of one of those things? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You let something else through, and then you have to grade that. So I think these bans are pretty sensible.
Yeah.
But Reinhardt might be covering their sniper once again, though, with that Aletta ban.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because at the same time, Fade was good. He didn't make as much as an impact as their Shell did. So, yeah, definitely keeping, Retro held back or Batman held back. Is,
boy.
Or Batman.
I don't know. I don't know. Hey, maybe one day we can see Batman as a DLC character. I don't know. But, anywho. Look, Bang, you've had your time to make up your mind. Who is it going to be?
Ooh.
Oh, come on, man.
This is a tough one. It's a tough one. Because now I'm looking at Retro versus Dumpy. It's coming down to these two deciding factors.
Yep.
Retro or Dumpy, whose point is going to be heavier?
All right, we'll see what happens. But then again, I'm really happy to see Dumpy really not pick the Osis anymore. I mean, it kind of worked in terms of like movement capabilities, but it was probably too much pressure on Wrench and Santi, and he wasn't really landing his shots for the most part. The Hunter definitely more successful across the board, but maybe you could say that he was sandbagging on Osis. We'll see what happens. Poking, prodding, as per standard on Arctic Freeze to start things off, and Johnny Jet always on the site. That's what he does best, just being a little goblin sitting in there. Nothing though. I think that was a dead body, as Wrench actually gets shots right off the bat somehow, somewhere. The engagement's already not going too well for the Reinhardts. That's a respawn, and oh my goodness, Hades getting the better of Dumpy. How come the mobility core coming back into this with a vengeance?
Hades dancing around on the point. They will get that first cap, surely. No, actually, swinging back. Yep, fine. Swinging back into the favor of mobility core. You can see some of these trades going early doors the way of mobility core. They do manage to take it out. Hades finished that one off. Batman in a strong start, 3-0. But might end up getting taken down here. Does Wrench on the flank to take that one through. Santi trades on. Well, Santi is down to Hades on that trade. So more pressure given out by Hades as we're anchoring this point, going absolutely sicko mode over there. Contestant and frags. What more can you ask for from me, Johnny?
Yeah, well, unfortunately not that much, because Reinhardt's finally... Oh no, they were about to cap a little bit more, and Retro doing his best stoner cosplay, I reckon, even using the blast arrows, as we saw in the ultimate, putting in a little bit of damage, finally on the board. But mobility core, maintaining control, slowly but surely working their way up on the cap. Reinhardt's on the mid-bridge, trying to make a push of things. I don't know how this is going to work. A reveal coming through, Hades getting chased down. Retro 1v1 point blank versus Aletta. Yeah, you're going to have a great time on that front, but just might be lost his own source. Retro for 2. It took Santi to shut him down. My goodness, close quarters combat and the burrowed arrow right in their faces. This is literally a shadow of Stoner I feel like I'm watching right now.
Retro taking names at the moment, and yeah, Batman is just absolutely on a tear. 6-1, cleaning up all of the slack. Hades again has just been anchoring this point. It's been Johnny on the spot, not letting anyone get any sort of capture here. Santi does end up getting one. Hades though with the double on the point. This is going to secure at least 90%, you'd imagine. Wrench has just not been able to get into the game. Has the ultimate available now. We'll need to find some sort of hero play with it. Wrench, though, getting very low, does get the kill onto Hades, who's been a menace on this point so far for Hades. So Santi with the ultimate available as well. More brawling going across, 87, 88% going through. Wow. It will flip over, though. Finally, on the board are the side. All the double nades there going through. But finally, the Reinhardts are on the board.
Yeah, they are, but then again, the clapback instantly from Mobility Core, 90%, I don't know, man. This is not the same team that we saw early on. Reinhardt's falling by the wayside. One final push, a touch. That's the beauty of these control maps. You can still fight back at it, but it will be overtime and have to maintain possession all the way. Burst fire's coming through, team fight's coming through. Wrench starts it off, a trade back instantly. It's back and forth, and it's only Wrench standing. Santi soon by himself on his lonesome. This Johnny Jet has to come through. True, Santi's been so good, but I think it's done. They've been taken out. Oh no, not like this. Mobility Core, they look so convincing on map 1 of Control. Arctic Freeze, 100 to 7%. Bang, you look disappointed.
Oh no, quite the opposite.
Okay, you're happy
I'm
for
sitting
Mobility.
here like I'm watching the match, and it's like, did they just do what Dangerous Plan did, but better? Like,
Yeah, no, they did. They
It was-
ran through them fast.
picked the same champs and everything, yeah, and played the game better than DP. It's almost as if they were watching the match, studying it, analyzing
Well-
it, and then applying it to themselves.
Hope they were.
Yeah, and but then again, even if they were, imitation is the best form of flattery. That's one thing, and they acknowledge Dangerous Plan as that one up. They figured out the counter picks towards Reinhardt's, and them themselves being able to play the picks. That's also a skill to be reckoned with. But for the most part, Ben, I mean, they made it look super clean. It was smooth sailing all the way through. I don't feel at any point Mobility Core really struggled.
Yeah, you see the MVP was just on your screen right there. Hades went just amazing game. He just absolutely nailed everything. Had so much time contesting the point solo. You see it there, just holding it down, making sure they weren't going to get any sort of capture point percentage over.
Yep.
But at the same time, multi-kills in the face of everyone as well. So Hades, amazing performance on Johnny Jet, and probably the best we've seen so far. I know that Bean was pretty good yesterday on
So
Johnny,
Santi.
and so Santi, yeah, but I think that right there was just probably the most impactful Johnny we've seen.
All right, bang, map 2, Elephant,
Yeah.
Astana. Same picks, obviously, across the board. Don't tell me that Reinhardt's going to go out like this.
I'm thinking, can they do it again? Because this is a different map. Yeah, that strategy might have worked on the Arctic, but can you do it in Elephant?
We will find out. Batman, he was on fire. He was hitting the shots. Hades stepping up to the occasion. Retro, I mean, he saw Stoner did, and probably just channeling his inner demons to really come out to fight for him. Wrench, Santi, and Dumphy, I don't know, man. Like, they're consistent, but maybe they just slowed down a little bit, running out of gas. I don't want to shoot too much just yet. But this is map 2. It's going to be a little bit bigger. Let's see how it happens. Met early engagements early on.
feels that
Santi's
way.
going to back off the safety. Behind the enemy lines, Aletta, here she comes. Wrench, what are you doing? Good for Naught for the most part, and the kill is going into the favor. That's a team wipe. Batman shutting down the entire team. That's the early cap going towards Mobility Core.
Certainly is. Dumphy, at the moment, needs to be working on shutting down Hades as much as possible. Hades just ran this despite the counter being on the field last map. Needs to get up in the face, but you see now more aggression on to Retro. Retro trying their best to try and escape. Manages to up in the air and hits his shot on the fall down. Retro
The
booming
counterplay.
right now. The count, yeah, exactly right. Using that verticality to their advantage. Takes the second shot. Almost finds the timing onto Dumphy as well. Retro will go down now, eventually, finally, and the tick will try and come over. Will there be any last minute touches? It looks like there will. Again, into the point. Hades trying their best. Batman as well here against the Mega Pack. 35%, 36% ticking up on the clock. More spewing over.
Here we go.
Batman needs to get this clutch kill,
Can he
but
do
won't
it?
be able to. Surely he'll go down eventually. We get there.
Oh,
Wrench just
Good fight.
leveraging the Aletta movement to his advantage, getting out of the shots of Batman, who unfortunately had to reload multiple times, still could not seal the deal. It is how it is. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. But regardless, Reinhardt's, they're back into it now before letting Mobility Core cap too much percent. It's only 40. Reinhardt's, and they're hanging back if anything else, which is quite curious. Looking to play safe.
Oh.
Point blank,
Okay.
knocking out Santi. My goodness, Retro is on one, not quite putting up the massive numbers as we saw
Okay.
just yet, but it's getting towards a team wipe. Retro, last player standing, might just go down. Reinhardt's, they're making it look good. Wrench with the chase up, but careful, don't buy some more than you can chew. One shot is going to take to finish you off, and that for the most part is a team wipe. The respawns are coming through, and that's almost even percent as well. Mobility Core, they need to get a move on, otherwise they might have to take this to Emmental on a map 3.
Johnny Jiggle on the side now as both players trying to dance around. Can causing that congestion, trying to find each other in that invis. Not a lot of luck here for Hades on this point so far, just kind of dancing around his halfback. Santi does get taken out by Retro. Wrench now trades back onto Retro, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. The cap gets flipped back though, 42 to 58. Santi still active on the board, needs to get some movement
Losing that
now.
momentum.
Yeah, it's back and
Indeed.
forth, back and forth. Have to see what the ultimate comes through. Retro will have those explosive
Okay.
arrows again.
God damn, look at that. That's practically a team wipe as well.
I said the
Wrench,
same
last player
thing.
standing. I don't even know if he can actually go into the site and like give it a touch. It's been given over to Mobility Court. Here we go again. Retro versus Wrench. A battle as old as time. And this time Wrench does not favor his odds. He's going to get the hell out of dodge. You don't want to challenge that Hua Ling again after the first time you got completely dumpstered on. Now, it's a brutal firefight on the site, but the objective is still being capped slowly but surely by the Mobility Core. They're edging it out now. It's absolute madness. Wanda, get on the bloody sticks, mate.
Certainly, Batman getting some nice frags here. Now has been spotted out though. Needs to try and live here for as long as possible. The shots come through. Batman tries to jump down, tries to buy some time, but again, it's scattered out, finished off. Not getting the support from the teammates. A trade does come in. Hades manages to find Dumpy. But again, this duel, the Wrench versus Retro 1v1 goes on, and Wrench finally wins it out. Much needed as they need to get this cap back. The overtime contesting is there. They need to finish off Hades on this point, but dancing around that pole manages to live forever, it feels like. At 58%,
Yep.
they'll get the cap back.
Batman's low though. This is good. It's a really good chance for Reinhardt to kind of get some to claw back some lost ground. But then again, the question is it too far gone? Because they have to not only defend it flawlessly, they have to win it out in overtime as well. So this is the real test.
Yeah.
Can they have the stamina to go the distance? A knockout. Dumpy is out of the question. Retro starts it off strong. Sorry, that was Batman starting off strong. Yet another Retro. Hua Ling coming in clutch. It's overtime. Oh my god, and that's done. Mobility, with a blink of an eye, they get the kills. Reinhardt, they've fallen by the wayside. Control going 2
What a match.
and 0. Bang! Where have Reinhardt's gone?
I told you, this any man's match. What we're looking at right now is two Titans going at it. There's a grudge that's happening right now. There's a fire in both of these teams, and it's being settled. That conversation from the very beginning that we talked about, it's come back to the surface. Yeah.
Yeah, it's come back, and last time Mobility Core, they couldn't quite find their voice, but this time they come back with a roar. It's looking so convincing. Then it's a completely different beast now.
Oh, they're spitting heat now. It is absolute filth coming out of that Mobility Core's mouth. It is crazy. Retro hit the double kill on those explosive arrows to finally seal the deal. A beautiful flank as well by Batman to get in there and get him back. And they wiped him out in a split second. It was all over instantly, pretty much. Retro and Retro and Wrench were just going at it, hammer and tong, just over and over and over again. You can see here, a really good job from Wrench for the most part to shut it down and try and corral the sniper in there, the Wiley, into bad positions. But some miracle shots just came out.
Yeah,
you just can't bank for that.
Yep, that was probably the best Aleta versus Hua Ling matchup we've seen in the while. Wrench really leveraging the mobility and slowly death by a thousand cuts, kind of a story for Hua Ling. But the downside is that if you spend so much time focusing on the 1v1, it's a matter of time before your teammates might have gone down, the site, you lose control of that. So it's a bit of a tunnel vision thing, but it didn't really work out. That's the downside. So Bang, any final words on the control maps? Because you said it was kind of even Stevens, but Mobility Core, they looked far better.
They were more concentrated. They were more dedicated. They had a very strong drive, and it showed in that one. Those guys were absolutely relentless. It was any man's game in the beginning. They were going neck and neck, blow for blow, trade for trade, and it looked like it was just going in any direction. It was like any given Sunday moment until Core just stepped up and just went harder than they ever did before, and it paid off. You know what?
One downside I will say about this is that Dangerous Plan, they're watching to see who they will be playing against into the finals. Because that the direct entry into Phase 3 Grand Finals is on the line here. So I'm hoping Mobility Core don't give away too much. And at the same time, Dangerous Plan, they might be just counter-stressing right now. Look, payload extended. It's going to be the second game mode Brower stock to start things off again. Well, Bang, take us away.
All right. Who interesting composition coming out of these guys. Hopefully, Batman's Hunter steps it up a little bit more. And Santi on JJ. I'm surprised they didn't do the JJ ban.
Yep, surprised, but there you go. There is Batman after all to hard counter him, supposedly. Overall, though, from what I can tell, it's going to be a brutal fight on both sides. Hades, good to see him instead of, what is it, the Fade, being able to flex onto the Ruby as well. So for the most part, I do expect the payload to be escorted quite well, unless Bang, you have any closing matters, thoughts on this matter?
I think for the position that they're in, running Fade in the beginning on this side of the map wouldn't be ideal. There's just way too many openings and way too many angles to hit him from. I think having the Hunter and the Ruby in conjunction together is really good because, you know, unlike Jabali, Ruby can toss a shield and still attack. She's just not this moving totem.
Right off the bat, Ben, look
Beautiful
at that.
shot.
Retro, unbelievable snipe onto Wrench. The instant shutdown into Shell. That's precious time bought.
Wow.
And for the most part, here comes Santi. Where is the counter? Nowhere to be found, unfortunately. He's in their bloody spawn.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of push now coming out, but yeah, Retro starting that one off very, very, very well. Santi manages to buy some space. Now Wrench is doing onto the cart, trying to get some damage into Hades, and yeah, we'll open up the angle for that to go down. So I like the Ruby pick. I think that's very powerful in this map, especially if you can have your DPS players go searching and try and shut down some of those angles. Yeah, a little bit of argy-bargy there. How you going?
He's waiting. He's looking for the swing. Retro, here we go. Finally out of the challenge. The blast arrows shut down onto Batman. That's what we like to see. He was on the back foot as well on the engagement. One more shot. Wrench is not favoring his odds here to go for the challenge. You know it's a risk going up against Hua Ling. She has that passive after all. It's basically like pseudo wall hacks. And then I'm going to have to back off. Contention on the payload for the time being. But so far, so good, I would say, for the mobility core.
Whoa,
Not that,
again,
though.
Retro with an impactful frag. Hades alone on the card though, needs to win this one more. Stumpy doesn't have the HP to do it. Surely, Retro from downtown helps the tank player out. Hades able to heal up a little bit as well. Retro is doing it all at the moment.
Crikey, this is looking
That's the beautiful thing
good.
about Ruby.
Yeah, indeed. She can dance in and out of her shield partition. She's safe for the most part, and
Yeah.
then her teammate just come in instantly for the backstab. Now, Wrench has been an absolute stellar shell player, but he's kind of focusing on the wrong objective right now. They're carrying the bloody payload all the way through. Thankfully, though, here comes Santi, takes down Ruby, so the payload is up for the time being. Unfortunately, that's a shutdown onto Batman. This push is going to be stifled for the time being, and this will give Reinhardt some time to reset.
Certainly will. Hades, though, has that ultimate available, ready to go, which can be very, very powerful versus these squishies as well. So it needs to work their way in, using the shield as cover, gets that little health back as well, and gets out. Right, the payload has been stalled up quite a lot. 1 minute remaining. Retro has those explosive arrows too. So lots of utility, lots of kit to use. They just need to get in a position to use it, and unfortunately, haven't been able to so far. The ultimate does come out from Ruby, and that's going to secure at least one onto Wrench in assistance with Retro. But they need to get to this payload. They need to get to this cart.
Now, that's great and all, but the problem is you nailed the point on the head, Ben. The cart, the payload, 30 seconds left, and they still have to hit the first checkpoint unless they want to end it right here and now. Here comes Ruby, Hades on the payload, trying to push it all the way from behind. Here comes Wrench, TPing in. Blast arrows again from Retro. That's a shutdown. This should allow them to get the first checkpoint. Stumpy miles away. This is fantastic. Clutch moment, saving the ultimates for the crucial
When did that happen?
plays. I don't even know, I gotta be honest, man. They're so far, Mobility Core, they are surprising us like leaps and bounds better than the first go at this. Reinhardt's, I mean, they're kind of tunnel visioning, as much as I hate to say it. They are getting the picks good, and they did focus on the payload for the time being, but the moment when Mobility Core regained their focus to play the objective, things just went so one-sided. Hades still sticking on the payload.
He's still there?
Look at Wrench. He went for the kills in the back and ignoring Hades. What is going on, Ben?
Hades is just focusing purely on the objectives, not too worried about defending the DPS players, and why would you when you're the DPS yourself? Wrench in the back line doing a bit of spawn camping, but giving up about 40 meters in there. Yeah, in the meantime, and now Santi on the cart, try to clear it out by himself, but Batman is there to try and back up Hades, and now it's a 3v3 situation, but you've given so much area away.
Oh, no.
And again, Hades' ultimate is coming up again soon. It's going to be so powerful versus these very squishy characters. Have to see. They might be able to full cap this.
And look, not only that, off of Ruby's shields, his own teammates are playing in and out of it. You're basically about to cap. Where is the defense? Where is the opposition? They're still hunting for the kills. Oh, crikey. That is nutsy coming out from the entire team of Mobility Core. That's a touch. And how long can Santi hold for? Well, that was Wrench actually. Not very long. Round 1 ends.
This is...
I gotta be honest, Bang, this looks really smooth overall, but the Reinhardts, it's like they're focusing on the wrong game mode.
That is the very first time we have ever seen a Ruby push it to the end. Like, you have never seen a Ruby come that close before. He's the first one to do it.
Wow.
That Ruby looks so good too. I mean,
Yeah.
it looked good when they're completely ignoring them, basically. But
Yeah.
at the same time,
During fights.
yeah, during the fights, it looked amazing.
I was
Wrench-
absolutely stunned.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The Victor pick for
'Cause-
Santi?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You got to have Vic.
Alright.
Vic is good, but I don't know about these marksmen. It might not look good for Vic unless he brought his second ultimate, hopefully. Because I know you guys haven't really seen a lot of Victors. His second ultimate is he's dashing around the map. He
Yeah,
throws
indeed,
people in
indeed.
the air. And when they make it to the ground, they're stunned for a period of time. So it's really good, really strong CC.
Well, look, it's good in theory. Let's see if he actually does manage to get the running and the sprinting down pat. It's like a slightly lesser version of Fade's pin, I would like to say,
Yeah.
but it's more for stunning.
Yeah.
You said it right, and for his teammates to finish up the job. Which, in part, Dumpy and Wrench, you guys gotta get the kills, right? So look, side switched, and Reinhardts are just sitting in this spawn. Oh dear.
Going to be a
Yeah.
little bit tricky now. Look,
Fish in a barrel.
fish in a barrel. We'll just wait and see what is going on here. On that attack, though, that was a bit of a speed run. I mean, they managed to finish the map in about 3 minutes on very, very difficult circumstances for
dear.
Reinhardts to come back from.
Guys,
Oh,
I've got some terrible news for you guys. We just received a call from the
What?
refs, and it seems that the spirit for Reinhardts has been broken after maybe I think it all went downhill off of the initial blunder from Santi with the instant lock onto Johnny Jet. They forfeited mid-game. Ah, it's sad, man. Bang. I want to hear from you, man. You know these teams better than we do. You should be the ones to
I'm
do
hurt.
the eulogy. oh, guys, you hurt Bang like that, man. He's your biggest fan. He wanted to see you guys play it out.
Why you do him like that, man? No.
I'm hurt because, they had so much spirit. They had so much competitive spirit. They had a strong start, like almost undefeated, and then, Dangerous Plans showed up, and I don't know what happened after that, but it looks like there was like a strong hopes for them going on in that payload escort map. I mean, guys, you had all the opportunities. You had the perfect plan, the team composition to make it happen, and the rest was up to you. Like, come on.
I don't know, man. All I can say is, please.
Well, we call that a mental boom in the business.
Yes,
and
indeed.
it happens to the best of us.
Full tilt.
Sometimes when things aren't going your way, it's better to just, all right, we'll come back in the wild cards.
Yeah.
Let's pack it in.
Yeah. Granted, from how good they are and what we've seen today for the Reinhardts, I mean the wild cards, that should be a reasonably breezy, pass through all of it. And of course, only the top 4 going in. But regardless, man, I gotta say, Mobility Core though, back to them, the silver lining. Let's focus on the winners. Huge step up.
Yeah.
Looked so
Oh,
much
yeah.
better. And at the same time, you can maybe argue because their opponents were a little bit worse off this time round, but still full credit to them. They played leagues and bounds better. Now, my only concern is when they have to go play in the finals soon versus Dangerous Plan, can they still carry the momentum through? Because they are technically kind of playing Dangerous Plans' entire strat book. Bang.
Yeah,
They had a good warm-up, I'll say that.
They had a very good warm up. Mobility Core, though, backs up against the wall. Dangerous Plans are probably sitting here chuffed, laughing their heads off at the moment because it is a case of they did drop a map, so they looked vulnerable. We'll go to the bracket, have a look at that, and see how it's shaped out over the day's play. We can see Mobility Core versus Dangerous Plan. They're in the grand final.
Yeah, look, I don't know how this is going to go. Bang said it's a good warm-up, but Dangerous Plan, I'm afraid they might be on another level unless you concur, Bang.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was a good warm up as far as that first match they had with Reinhardt. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
it was an intense game. They, had time to think. They had time to strategize. The adrenaline is still inside of them because they were still in the middle of a match before it got cut short.
Yep.
So they're still ready to get it going, and they're ready to push forward. And the only thing that stands in their way of qualifying is dangerous plan.
Not going to be easy and dangerous plan. I'm very keen to see what they've cooked up for the most part, but
What is the purpose when I resurface, sing to the choir?
Gonna let them cook.
oh yes, we are going to let them cook. Producers, man, what the? Anywho, guys, any final predictions before we'll soon go to a break? I wanted to talk about the grand finals, right? Dangerous plan or mobility core? Ben, you start first.
Mobility Core would have played 4 series today.
Yes.
Going to this one. We're moving towards Mobility Core. They've had the run. 4 games. They're hot. They're ready to go. Mobility Core are going to cause an upset here.
Oh my goodness! All right. Tell you what, I'm going to back the old boys here. Dangerous plan. I reckon they've been playing solid and consistent all day long. I don't think they'll let up here. And well, I will say I will keep an open mind for surprises. Bang, you.
Man, any guys is it's a any man's game right now. Still, these are the top 3 teams.
Yes.
Just looking at it from an analytical standpoint, looking at their pros and their cons. Dangerous plan, really high aggressive team in your face. One of the best wallings out there. Can also play up close, point blank, and personal, and not have any problem when dealing with assassins. That's the pro. The con is, when they're going up against teams that are more patient, that knows how to wait, that knows how to play the strategy game, the waiting game. They get impatient. They start, losing that momentum. But on the other hand, we have, Mobility Core, a team that's versatile, that can adapt, that can, survive outcomes that are thrown in their way.
Yep.
So it depends on how the first match goes. If they can steal the control match and the payload escort match, they might be able to come back and cause an upset. However, if Dangerous Plan can go ahead and get in their heads early in the game, give them some surprise picks that they've never seen before, beat them in that game, and then go back to what they're comfortable with in the second game, it could be in Dangerous Plan's favor. So it's all in how these guys play the game.
Well, guys, we'll have to find out after the extended break, so tune back soon to find out the grand finals of our second day of the second group between the team, the Dangerous Plan, and of course Mobility Core, the opening game. That will be the statement piece. Don't go away.
No walls can hold me back. I'm on the prowl attack. No matter how we stacked, I'm unstoppable. I'm
This life is a daydream. Our time is a precious thing. We're searching for meaning in the highs and the lows we've seen. When all is said and done, standing on the bright side, can't believe how far we've come. We've only just begun to see the world through new eyes, taking us to great heights.
Let's go. Bring it in. We about to do what we did again, nothing to prove, but you know what we've been against. We got a call to do it, you know we assuring it. You see the evidence, yeah, you see the homie. I'm going from holy to holy, going from glory to glory. I ain't just living, I'm telling a story. I had an episode better than Maury. I had a step and they couldn't ignore it. I had a shot and I hit it like Ori. I feel the glory, I feel the glory. Let's go. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, you know I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, ay, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. Amen. Yeah. Hey, if I do it, then I'm doing it to death. Oh yeah, I'm influencing the ones that do it best. Oh yeah, start a movement with the crew. You got a few, we got a slew. We trying to do what they said that we couldn't do. Oh yeah, I ain't living with regrets. Ain't no limits, ain't no rest. They want money, power, respect. I want more, I wanna be blessed. We want the legacy. We got the hope and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory. We want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, you know I do it for the glory. Ay, the glory. Ay, ay, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. For the real, I know how they used to feel. Now I'm here up in the field, making these moves, making these deals. I made something out of nothing. I ain't bluffing, no discussion. Look at the numbers, I've been hustling. Little rough around the edges, still I made it though. Still I just been laying low. Man, I just feel grateful though. I know where I come from, man, I ain't alone. Yeah, and I feel so blessed. Too blessed to be stressed. And I'm with the day unos. They don't ride to the death. We got the-
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the glory shots of New York City, baby, North America. Now, we are in the grand finals, finally, of our Group B of the T3 Arena League, the invited 16 in Phase 1. It's been a lovely, lovely day of very high-level competition, which unfortunately kind of had a small fall-off in the end, but regardless, the rules are there for a reason. You got to respect the rules. They challenge you. Bang's whole philosophy about that, he's told us all about it, and he himself is also a little bit hurt from the result, but nonetheless though, this grand final matchup is looking to be an absolute revitalizer to say the least. I'm Digital, this is Smash, that's Bang. First off, Ben, how are you feeling now for this final matchup?
Well, haven't regained vocal cords unfortunately, but I've been feeling good. We've seen Mobility Core run through the loser bracket after a tough loss at the start of the day. Shown mental fortitude, shown that courage. They came back. They looked dominant as well in our last series. So I'm feeling good. We've seen some great T3 Arena, and maybe the finals is going to live up to the hype.
All right, certainly. Bang, I feel like you have a lot to say about these two teams, Dangerous Plan versus Mobility Core, especially now that Mobility Core, after their hot streak, a little bit of momentum, they've had to take a break for a bit. Maybe things could be different now.
Well, hopefully they had enough time to take these 10 minutes to sit down in the locker room, have that chat, hype each other up, play some amazing music like what we heard over the break. Whoever picked that soundtrack did a great job, by the way.
Manic? Okay. Regardless, though.
Yeah.
Okay, look, these two teams. Dangerous Plan. We've talked them up. We've seen them play all day long. The absolute top dogs. They are just a cut above. Their players, each individual player can absolutely frag out. As a team, their teamwork is sublime. They've been looking unstoppable. Mobility Core, by all means, I reckon the underdogs. They are good. And we've seen them play out of their minds versus the Reinhards in the rematch. So honestly, this might be the turnaround as we check out the head-to-heads. Bang, let's hear your thoughts on this.
I'm just going to place my prediction right now.
Okay.
Brave.
I'm going Core.
You going Core?
Oh,
I'm going Core.
Man after my own heart. 2 for the Core.
2 for the Core. All right, well, I'm the man of danger, I guess. I like to live life
Playing it safe,
dangerously.
are you?
Yeah. Oh, safer.
Well, I think you're playing it safe. I think Dangerous Plan are definitely the favourites going in.
Yeah.
But the People's Champion is definitely.
I'm going to guess there's a shell ban happening.
Well,
You guess wrong.
Oh, Walling. Okay, I sure did.
Okay. Dangerous Plan, the ban on Hualing, which is pretty interesting because Mobility Core, I don't really think I mean, they did play Hualing for sure. It was nowhere near as good as Stoner, or maybe Stoner, he's asking for the ban so he doesn't get, any competition on that front. But Mobility Core with the Aletta ban, that makes so much sense, Bang.
Yes, because once Retro gets in your face, it would have been a done deal for Stoner. Whew.
That's right. That's
This is
kind of
gonna be a great
enabling
match.
Stoner. So do you think with that Aletta ban, they're kind of enabling Stoner as well, trying to force it out, or what do you think the idea is behind those bans?
I think the Waling ban definitely comes from challenging them to weed out Batman's Hunter because they saw how his Hunter didn't bring high-level gameplay, just unique utility, and they want to capitalize off of that and make him the weak link, and then focus on the other two afterwards, save him for last. For the Aletta ban, I mean, I can definitely see how that was a problem because we saw in Aramental or whatever it was that Stoner's biggest problem was that Aletta being in their face, and when you have a good Aletta coming out the gates from Retro, you definitely don't want to go through that again. So.
Yeah, probably. So for the most part, it does seem, at least for me, Dangerous Plan. They've got the bans down pat to start things off. And one thing now, just before we get into the grand finals, Bang, I want to pick your brain about this, is that I don't think one hero ban is enough. We might need more in the future, depending on how high level the competition gets. Would you agree? Maybe?
I agree as well, especially when you have these top teams that are more versatile. Banning one champion just isn't enough when there's so many champions that can almost do the same thing with the same strategy. So maybe 2 in the future could help.
Maybe. Well, look, hey, take us away with the picks, but overall, it's more or less a mirror matchup for the most part, really stock standard.
Yeah, so this is going to come down to skill.
Pure skill, pure chaos. All right, Ben, I hope you're ready. Except this map too. It's not it's not Arctic Express. Funny enough. Well, I don't think it matters that much. You can always circle
get
back
there in the
around. Exactly. Early engagements. It's tip for tats, but favoring Mobility Core. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous now because they're looking so good and they're starting to cap the objective. Oh boy, Dangerous Plan. They're out of it. They need to regroup and then they come back with a vengeance.
Hades with a cheeky 3-piece feed, make it 4 to start the round. That is one way to signal your intent. Hades almost built up to that ultimate. Batman as well just does go down. DF9 again. So Hades was really dominant on this control map, playing this Jet. It's an incredible utility usage as well to be able to stall out that void. But you can see now they're just 1 for 1, just absolutely demolishing.
Dance. It's beautiful. It forces De Niro to unfavorable position. He'll stun for that long. Precious seconds. Felt like an eternity to him. Hades leaping in with the kill. So far going full 6-0. Mobility Core, that's almost 40% caps so far. And dare I say, Dangerous Plan, they're looking just a little bit lost. What's going on here? They're not really landing the shots. Kill's not really going in their favor either. Finally a shutdown onto Hades. That's a start from Stoner. The second onto Batman. Can we get a third? The shutout, probably. But then again, the objective, that's the main focus here. They should have it down pat. Here, hopefully, is the comeback.
Yeah, Stoner, of course, not on that Hualing this time, so Hades has got a little bit free reign, doesn't have to pay attention too much, as Stoner's kind of getting up close and personal. The cap does flip over in the meantime, though, so now they have to try and find a way to push De Niro off this point and secure the capture for themselves. Hades definitely playing around that objective and gets that secure cap back. 16% only accrued for the side of Dangerous Plan. This is looking pretty good at the moment for Mobility Core. Hopefully we don't jinx him.
Hopefully not. Regardless though, a pause in the firefight and 70% currently for Mobility Core. Dangerous Plan, okay, a slight knock. And the one dance unfortunately misses. Oh dear, that's an ult that he was going to be kicking himself over about. Thankfully though, DF9 coming through a clutch with the shell, the shutdown. But however, the objective, it's starting to slip away from their grasp. And they need to focus on the task at hand here. Hades, here we go. A hero Johnny Jet diving in and out of invisibility, getting the 5k pot as well. He was already healthy, but it's a matter of denying the enemy team the heal. Leaving it down for that much longer. 93%, 94. It's getting closer now. Where is Dangerous Plan? They've completely disappeared. The entire team's dead. And honestly, this might be it. That's done. This looked too easy for Mobility Core.
Yeah, Hades on that Johnny Jet is just too good on that point. Using the central pillar to just a massive advantage. Ducking in and out of that 5k room. Fantastic play from Hades, as well as getting the frags as well. Not just occupying space, but also getting the frags.
What was that? What? I didn't expect that kind of results to happen so quickly. I mean, I expected Core to win, but I didn't expect Core to win like that.
Beat them.
Yeah.
Dangerous plan. You know, like Stoner as well, he wasn't able to actually, because if I remember the bans correctly, Mobility Core, they were the ones that banned Hualing. Am I right?
I want to say yes.
And on the flip side,
No, that's
Other way
right.
around.
No, okay, other way around. They banned Aletta, and Dangerous Plan banned Waling.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right.
Right. So Mobility Core didn't really play that. And then against Stoner, it was interesting though because he ended up going off of Hualing, which he was so good on, especially on map 2 Elephant Istana. So instead, opting to play the Skadi, I don't know what the plan was. He got a few kills here and there, but overall, not to the same effect. So maybe that was the be-all, end-all of things. And Skadi as well, we saw him miss a crucial ultimate and losing a firefight, losing his life. It just looked out of character for Dangerous Plan.
Yeah, and I'm sure you can touch on this a bit more, Bang, but I feel like dealing with the Johnny Jet situation, which is absolutely the root cause of all evil at the moment, if you're a Dangerous Plan fan, it's a case of the Skadi isn't really set up too well to deal with that Johnny Jet contesting around the point, running around in invis, whereas at least the Hualing has those arrows, the explosive arrows, to kind of flush him out of that point and that cover.
And
Do
the
you think
passive,
yeah, it would be a lot better if they the Hualing pick?
Well, Walling's passive is nice and all, but at the same time, inside of his smoke cloud, Johnny Jet also has increased movement speed, so it's easier to dance around those arrows, especially when you have somebody that has to predict where you are.
Yeah.
And with the slow rate of fire, you can land more shots than they can, go back ghost, come back out, on and off, on and off. I'm just surprised that, we've seen Johnny Jet so many times. Why is nobody breaking out Hunter and pairing Hunter up with a Walling?
Not sure. Would love to see it.
Yeah.
But we are going to get stuck into the next round pretty much straight away as we see the neutral fight kind of go the way of Mobility Core once more, with Stoner getting taken out again very quickly. De Niro dropping very, very low as Slither of HP manages to survive. Retro forced to retreat. Hades in on the point, as you can imagine, already parked up. Getting frags as well. Finds De Niro, so that's going to be the first capture over to Mobility Core, picking up where they left off.
Yeah, indeed. I want to say for DF9, you maybe keep your eyes on him. Shell traditionally performs very well on this map, but just as I say that, good trap by Batman, the instant multiple headshot shutdown. Now, once again, we're going to see another battle of Johnny Jets, Hades versus De Niro, and Hades, so far, he's been coming off strong to start the matchup. Good chase up as well onto Retro. Those little pellets managed to stick on for a little bit longer despite the ultimates. Now, objective being contested, to say the least. Dangerous Plan, they better get a move on things and not lose control. Stoner, unbelievable. Crazy shot, shutting down Retro before he could really get deep and do even further damage. A slight backup from Batman, and now he's down. For the most part, that's a team wipe. This is looking fantastic. Now into Arthur Express for Dangerous Plan.
When did Batman get there? What?
Batman just pulled up on the block. He was ready to go.
Batman pulled a Batman, okay.
He's rather quick. And we can see now Hades going down early on in the engagement. Traded out, DF9 goes down as well, but the Johnny advantage at the moment over towards the side of Dangerous Plan, but it's not going to matter. Get cleaned up. Retro able to put in some hard work there and flip it over. There's going to be 29 apiece.
And then again, you see just the difference right back to back between Stoner and Batman. Stoner missing the ultimate, and fortunately missed the shots and his life. Batman, the instant show up, but then again, so far it's kills across the board, trades back and forth. Nice shot by Hades, a sliver of HP left, taking down Stoner. 44% and growing for Mobility Course. Looking so good, and I don't want to see this go in favor of a 2-0, but Dangerous Plan. I don't know what the game plan is here. They seem to be fighting fire with fire, and their flames are much, much weaker for the most part. Hades is on a tear, defending the site as Johnny Jet of all characters. Where is the answer from Dangerous Plan?
Look at these scores.
It's so hard. Yeah, Batman is currently leading the way at 7-3. Hades is closing in at 5-2. So even though objective is being locked down by Hades, Hades is still able to contribute to those kills as well. You can see more pressure being put on Hades and gets taken out by DF9, who desperately needs to get into the mojo, into some rhythm here. So DF9 has been playing a really good Skadi so far, but it's Stoner, the chosen Skadi on this map. Is that going to come back to bite them?
I don't know. We got to wait and see. Because so far, I don't know. He's falling behind Batman for the time being. DF9 also very proficient on the shell. And I'd like to hope that makes all the difference. The kills are going in slightly in the favor of Dangerous Plan, although the respawns are just as quick. Site being contested. Mobility Core might just have it at this rate. I can't believe it. They stole it from right under their noses, along with putting the bodies 6 feet under. Johnny Jet, De Niro.
Oh
what
my.
a shot by Batman, chasing him
God.
up mid-air. It's just not working out. They're so isolated. The team, it's scattered. They need to go for individual frags. They need individual moments of brilliance, and we're just not seeing it this time around. 90% at this rate. Mobility Core, they're going to close it out into the dying few seconds now of this match. Stoner finally gets one up over Batman, but once again, is it too little too late? I'm not too sure. Finally, De Niro in his prime position. Johnny Jet onto the side. He caps him. He gets left on instantly by his clone. For attack trades. It's Madness, Stoner, Hades, DF9. Everyone's getting haymakers across the board. And this a Dangerous Plan amongst the chaos. They still come out on top and manage to slowly grow their percentage back. Batman for one, Batman for none.
Batman just trying to get the hero play there and drop the ultimate as well to try and get that through. But Hades and Retro are back in position now. Hades jumping around the point. The Johnny Jet 1v1. Hades going very low, but it's going to be from the high ground taking out the Johnny Jet. So now there's going to be a 1v1 on the point again. DF9 gets close, but now Stoner on the point as well. Stoner gets cleaned up. This is all over but the crying. De Niro is going to need a hero play to get back in time. Will tick down the overtime, but he eats a sticky web trap.
What amazing strategy.
And that is going to be a 2-0 for Mobility Core. They came in off the back of a big streak, and they continue it now.
That's unbelievable. Batman, he's stepping it up to 11. The utility, the shots, everything is landing for him right now. The guy's literally on fire.
Yeah, the Dark Knight has definitely risen in that one. I had to throw a pun out there. But you got to like give it to Mobility Core and their unique strategy. If you could like see some of those highlights from those games, they were setting up cross sections where one would watch one flank and one would stay on point watching the other flank, and they would push the enemy into their lines of sight one by one and just isolate them that way. And they would use each other as distractions. When one got low, they would run to their other teammate that was at full health and then line them up for a setup. It was just setup after setup after setup with perfect positioning. That's all they had to do, and that's all they did to just come ahead and dominate this match. Just positioning, cross-firing. Just like I said before, this is a team that has unique strategy, and they know how to use it. They can read the situation, they can read the map, and they come up with perfect arguments to every question that's presented in front of them.
My goodness, Mobility Core, I guess it's in the name after all, you know, teamwork and being proactive, rotating around the map, playing with your team. They played it to perfection, that's all I can say. End of story. Dangerous Plan simply not living up to my expectation.
Yeah, I mean, they look so dominant today, Dangerous Plan, but going down in a heap on this control. They're going to have to see if they've got the rust off, got the cobwebs out after sitting idle for a bit. Going into payload, escort, what are we going to expect in terms of hero changes, ban changes? Are we going to let some things through? Are we going to see some tanks get played? I know it's not Dangerous Plan's usual game, but will they try and change it up and slow things down now they've been outpaced?
I'm predicting a triple flank coming out of Dangerous Plan, but on Mobility Core side, I can actually see them pulling out the core fundamentals. I mean, hopefully we get to see this lineup again. I've seen them do it before a few times, where you had the tank, you had the Vanguard, and you had the healer. So they might surprise us with something like that again, or they might be running double flanks with a single tank like they did last time, the Ruby and the Shell and the Aletta, hopefully. So
We'll see what happens, but then again, what worked against Reinhardt's might not work against Dangerous Plan, but regardless, hey, look, I'm in for the show, and I'm happy to be wrong. It doesn't matter, because I guess we kind of hit the nail on the head earlier today, saying that these three teams, you know, they're all roughly on the same level, and in a sense that it's like the circle of life. Dangerous Plan, they can beat, let's say, Reinhardt, and then Reinhardt, they can't win against Mobility Core. Mobility Core wins against Dangerous Plan. It's just back and forth between all of them until one team finally figures it out and they come out on top. So far, though, what matters is getting to phase 3. And already right off the bat, that's 2-0 in the control maps, and that's what we want on the board in the best of 3, going into the favor of Mobility Core. So, hero bans, map 1, Browers Dock, Mobility Core, let's see it for them first. They will be choosing to ban the Hunter. Okay, so I'm thinking Johnny Jet.
Gotta get the marksman out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Dangerous Plan, the Hualing ban, makes sense to me. Perfect sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, what does this open up in terms of... obviously, Johnny Jet is a bit open, and we can see that there is no Johnny Jet being picked, so that's a great call. Batman will move over to the Hunter, though. Hades as well, changing up, not on that Johnny as mentioned. DF9, now this is where it gets interesting, has moved back to that Skadi, so that's what I wanted to see.
Yeah, indeed. Look, Stoner as well, with the Hualing ban, no competition on his front. I want to see the Stoner show back on. DF9 getting absolutely demolished into a corner, and Stoner in a 1v1 situation, he just cannot live, man. There's too many players leaping upon him. So far, so good for the mobility core. They're just leaping on off the payload, eliminating the numbers first before they decide to focus on the objective and let the defenders have to run back from their spawn. Same old story now. Hades sitting on the payload. Solo Ruby making it push all the way while his teammates go around. Flank, kill here, kill there. And for the part of Dangerous Plan, I just hope they do not tunnel vision and going for the kills, chasing the flankers instead of focusing on the objective. That's a good kill though. Stoner is down.
Yeah, so far Mobility Core really setting the pace. As Batman and Retro have just been picking apart the side of Dangerous Plan. There's nowhere really that they've been able to go through. Looking towards it, Hades hasn't had to do a whole lot so far. It's just been cart duty once more. Batman getting very low now, playing around. Hades' shield isn't going to be able to survive forever.
Jeez,
but Retro, in the meantime, is creating so much space on the front line. DF9 is having a real hard time dealing with that. De Niro and DF9 both very low. Hades will reset, so the team of Mobility Core will end up grouping back up together.
Yeah, indeed. Also, pretty surprised there. Mobility Core, it looked like the teamwork was on point. Initial damage from Hades and whatnot, with the cleanup coming up from either Retro or Batman. And then things suddenly got turned on their heads. Nice little bit of teamwork coming out from the DPS players of Dangerous Plan. And it's just a full bloodbath.
Batman's crazy.
That play!
First shot, and then the finish onto Stoner. He's only going deeper. It does not matter after all. Batman again saving his teammate. DF9 is down. That's practically a team up. De Niro maybe can try and touch, but it really is there a point. If he loses his life here, he's going to set his teammates back. 1v3. Don't make that joke. Batman picking up the third even. He's on an absolute tear to start things off, and no signs of slowing down. Oh!
Can I just say it again?
Yeah, please.
The Dark Knight Rises.
The Dark Knight has risen, and he's just going higher and higher.
He's ascended. It's incredible the amount of value they're getting out of Batman right now, just being able to sit back and cover his team, just pop these shots, and every time De Niro tries to get into that
Perfect
back
shield.
line, yeah, it's been amazing. These Ruby shields have been amazing
coverage.
in itself, because even the ultimate comes out, knocks him up, and he's just able to
Look at the
survive.
shield.
The shield's good, the aim is
so
good,
beautiful.
Batman's putting in the heavy lifting. It's full teamwork from the Mobility Core, and as much as I hate to say it, the Dangerous Plan, they simply cannot stand up to the test. The defense, it's rough. Finally, Batman gets shut down. De Niro had to go the extra mile to finish him off, though. Unfortunately, Stoner goes down. Hades isolating him inside the small room. Respawns are back. Hades getting chased down, and he's in one of dance mode. He's boogieing in the wrong and worst possible time. One player standing, Retro, waiting and hiding it out for his teammates to regroup. Batman, do you want to challenge the Dark Knight? De Niro, that's a brave maneuver. The heal back up, burst shot misses. Hades is here. The tag team, it was a matter of time before De Niro falls. He went too deep, he overheated, and his team might pay the price for it.
So Will Ruby getting towards getting back on that card. Of course, now we're going to start to look at these ultimate timings as well. Hades, every time that ultimate's up, it's almost a guaranteed fight win the way they've been using it so far on this map in the previous rounds. De Niro lining up, running in a straight line, getting headshot for his trouble. Dance around the car, try and stall it as long as possible. You can see dancing around these shields as well. De Niro surely will get chased down here by Retro.
Oh, it's a matter of time. Hades flushing him out of the small room even after the health pot, and then just leaving the scraps for Retro to pick up. Oh man, dangerous plan.
Wow.
Falling by the wayside. Stoner, Swiling, not getting any value off of it. Batman with the shutdown. Fantastic Stoner grenade. Not only damage, but also exposing Quiling's position. If you can see through walls, so can I. That's what he's trying to say. It takes De Niro to shut him down. He's getting better at it, but in the process, he will always lose his life. Same old story versus Reinhardt. Hades, he's going to solid push it all the way. He gets ulted by DF9, but here comes his backup. Retro trying to save him out. A heal up by DF9. He will go down soon for the most part. Bear in mind, the attackers, they get healed up slowly if they're on the payload. 3v3 on the payload, and ultimate here will be the difference maker. De Niro covering uses massive trades back and forth. Batman, last player standing, and he will get one. Probably the second as well. DF9 is low. He gets one reload. He will fall, and now finally, Dangerous Plan. They have a moment to breathe.
Not for long, as Retros is pushing back in towards the card. It's De Niro to try and find some aggression at the start, trying to get another pick, stagger them out a little bit with a minute left on the clock. He should be able to get 2 fights here. Batman again finding himself in a one-on-one situation. Finally, Batman loses a one-on-one. It felt like this is the first time this map that's happened. Moving across, Stoner on the high ground, patrolling it, making sure there's no back cap possibility as well. But Stoner has been acquired. Usually the ace in their sleeve, and hey Hades, how have you gotten here, mate? You've gone all the way back up and back and around, and always clicking on that cart. Hades is getting closer and closer to that ultimate. That might be the go time. The Stoner goes down, their 10th death this map. DF9 goes down. That's 2 on the dirt. It is going to be a hero play from De Niro to try and stagger it out for as long as possible.
So far, so good. 1v1. A little bit a letter on the payload, and he's bought enough time. His teammates are back into the fray, and granted, it's so close to the final cap point as well. The spawn is obviously going to be close. Stoner's ultimate, I want to mention, he hasn't been finding value with the whirlwind at all. One good ult might just be the game changer, but eyes on Hades. He's going to have the ultimate right now. There's one to pop it. He can't even get to use it in time. De Niro with an instant shutdown. DF9 chimes and Batman's gone. Round 1 has ended, but nonetheless, man, that's basically a full cap all the way.
Yeah, that is a massive push. Bang, what are you thinking? What are the chances here of them being able to go toe to toe and push that deep?
This is going to be quite the show. Yeah. Like I said, in that second half, the last 10 seconds where that card is at that 90% mark, you see what I mean when it's in the defender's favor. There's only one way in, and all you have to do is just, hold down the door, and Dangerous Plan did a wonderful job at that. Now, it's a whole lot of room and not enough time to get that cart to the other side. Can Dangerous Plan do it? This is what I'm hoping they can pull off with the team comp that they have, but it's not looking so good because, you have double flank and a Scotty. That's really scary. That's really scary. So, yeah, it's definitely going to come down to Judex and Jabali.
And Bang, Judex is a decent counter over towards Johnny Jet, but thing is, that's just it. It seems like the entire firepower of Dangerous Plan is going to be in the hands of Judex. DF9 mostly going to have to go for the cap, and De Niro on Sindri, I'm not convinced, man. This is not looking great.
Certainly, worrisome.
Okay, well, we get into it regardless of what happens. A little bit of a spawn trapping event happening out here, and De Niro gets destroyed instantly. DF9, though, nice little heads-up play, going to play the objective, because that's what they have to focus on. If they can't pick them out in kills right now, if they're a little bit cold, then they can always push the payload to make it safe. Retro leaping onto the side, good headshots coming out, but this doesn't quite get the kill. Hades trying his best, maybe not quite the same effect as Batman, to say the least, but regardless, the job is done. His teammates are here, up close and personal to finish the job. Judex by herself will go down like a sack of bricks, and this push has been stifled before it could really get away too far.
Yeah, I don't know about that Sentry pick.
Seems a bit of a curveball being thrown this way, but we'll have to see how good it does manage to get one of the kills. It's interesting to see the roster of, well, I think the roster of mobility that they've changed it up completely. Hades is not playing with Johnny Jet. Batman is not playing the Scotty, so it's kind of this role change at the last minute, but it seems to be working out perfectly fine.
And also, guys, just a reminder as well, just like yesterday, because Mobility Core came from the lower bracket, even if they win this best of 3 series and make it quick, it will be a bracket reset. They have to do it again to take it over a Dangerous Plan. So Dangerous Plan, you don't want to go there because at that point, you can already lose to Mobility Core and it'll be a mental slump perhaps for them going that way. Mental Fortitude, really big question in these games. But so far, so good. Hades getting shut out, and the Jabali pick for DF9. I'm not too sure if it's a pocket pick, but it's doing wonders. The ultimate even getting pumped out to force Retro off of the site. Here comes Judex to get a few shots, and hopefully Johnny Jet going to get countered by DF9. He's still alive for the time being, but it's probably a matter of time before teammates arrive to back him up. A cluster of bodies on the site, explosions, and somehow we are seeing Dangerous Plan be on the losing side. Mobility Core once again. Retro shutting out 2 players. The push stopped for the time being. 1 minute 20 to push it practically all the way.
Yeah, that's a lot of time on the clock.
Wanna dance as well. No, that's a rough spot, and instantly Jabali getting shut down. How's it come to this, Ben? They're basically getting spawn trapped. Maybe it is the Sentry pick issue. De Niro just locked in the corner. It is Retro from up front. And of course, it's going to be Batman from behind. He gets double teamed. He's done. Here comes Jabali from DF9 again. Unable to make it out of the spawn. This is bullying, mate.
Certainly is. It all looks pretty grim right now for the side of Dangerous Plan. There's no silver lining here at the moment. The Sentry pick has just not worked out. They do manage to get 1 kill back, but you're in your spawn getting these kills, so you're not getting any distance, any ground from it. Retro's been an absolute phenomenon on this Johnny Jet. It seems like whoever's been playing it from the side of Mobility Core has been doing work. You see some fire put down the pit as well. We've got some cart movement coming forward, but how much longer will it be going forward? Because Hades is almost back.
This has to be it. This push has to be successful, but now Stoner's down. It's all down to DF9. I don't know if he's that good of a Jabali. Regardless, though, he puts out the ult. He forces them back. Batman yet to die. Jabali, 1 HP from dying. DF9, how's he still alive? Back on the payload. Heals himself up just a little bit. Buys a little bit more time. 0 seconds. Overtime. His teammates, De Niro, is closest. He has to touch. He has to touch. Out comes Johnny Jet. Overtime. Congestion. Johnny Jet being a pain in De Niro's backside. Judex flash comes through. No one can see anything. And it's brawling out on site. Jabali cannot get here soon enough, but it's not looking good. Batman, double kill, shut down, overtime. I can't believe it, Bang. I cannot believe it. Mobility Core all the way from the lower bracket. They end up 2-0ing initially, and it's going to be the bracket reset.
Yeah, like I said, it was definitely more about the patient team going up against the more aggressive team. And like I said before, that was Dangerous Plan's weakness right there. And earlier, I said, I don't know about that Sindri pick. As you can see how that played out, because Sindri is a character that pairs well with others.
Yep.
She's more in the support class, and as we all know, support classes are designed to not do a lot of damage but to provide utility to the team. And it's kind of hard to provide utility to somebody that's diving in without you. Your Jabali's running out there solo, getting wiped out, and now here you are, a sitting duck out in the open with 2 flankers just running circles around you and your marksman Judex, who's also in an equally tight spot. Because, we're not playing together. We're not grouping with our tank. That team synergy, I don't know what happened. It was there earlier, but it's not here today.
It's probably not here tonight. Don't know what happened. So, Night falls, and Batman comes out, I've got to say.
Yeah, definitely working in the nights, in the shadows. The Batman has risen. I am excited to see how they go back. If we're doing the bracket reset, which means another series to play, another chance, another opportunity. I think even Stevens given a bit of a mental reset, getting a bit warm on the side of Dangerous Plan. Maybe they'll be able to come back into it.
I don't know though, Ben, because Mobility Core, they're looking way too good. All the players are fired up. Hades, he's doing work regardless of what role he's playing, especially his Ruby on Payload Escort. I think it's almost flawless at this point. He's always on the payload.
Absolutely.
And not only that, when he has to fight, he can just get straight up 1v1 any flanker, any DPS player. And aside from that, the support, the multitasking for his teammates, you saw it. Putting out the shields, Bang even called it. The support onto Bang, allowing him to safely take shots and whatnot with an instant shutdown. This Hunter combination along with Ruby is paying dividends, and Retro is just there to clean up the mess, get behind the enemy lines, and be their distraction. Bang.
Yes, absolutely. The perfect shield at the perfect moment.
Look at that one.
Each time, every time. He's protecting every single teammate. Like even this little snippet right here, where Hunter has a perfect shield in front of him. Barely has to do any work, barely has to worry about taking any damage from anywhere. He's always providing the perfect cover, and he's a marathon runner when he touches that point. The minute Hades touches that point, you're not going to land a shot on him. His team isn't going to allow it. And if you do land a shot on him and he does end up dropping, he's done it long enough for both of his teammates to be there and do the perfect cleanup.
It's not looking good. It's daunting to say the least. So look, maybe really eyes on Dangerous Plan. Like you said, reset, come back, and figure out what went wrong in the first series. And look, in the bracket reset, the initial best of 3 back onto the control maps, they need a different story coming through. And to say the least, you know, I'm very excited because this is the first bracket reset we've seen thus far.
Yep. Always better when there's more games involved, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Hopefully your voice can carry on through.
We'll have a look.
But regardless, you're having fun though.
Absolutely. I love today. It's been an absolute banger of a day, and I can't wait to finish it out. I think Dangerous Plan are going to come back all guns blazing.
Wait, you switched your prediction now?
Well, I thought Mobility Core were definitely going to sweep the floor with this series, but now I'm thinking Dangerous Plan. They've got a bit warm. They've got a bit of game time under them again.
Yep.
They've seen a little bit, and there's no way Stone has a quiet series again like that.
I don't know, maybe, but then again, the hero bans as well. If he loses control eventually, maybe of a Hua Ling, that might be the end of them, because that seems to be the only hero that he performs fantastically on. But Bang, any final thoughts before we hopefully get the maps reset for the bracket?
If you don't ban Hunter, you better ban Ruby. That's all I'm going to say, DP.
Damn.
Yep.
That's it. That's it. That's the statement. There
Short
we
and
go.
sweet.
All right, guys. We'll go for a break. We'll see you soon for the bracket reset. The proper grand finals now. It's definitely on.
It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. Glory, glory, you know I do it for the glory. Glory, when I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory.
The summer of 2011, I lost everything and I witnessed the drought. Totaled my vehicle out on the road and I barely could breathe when they mentioned the mouse. Look to the sky, know I need help. Look for the sun, all I get is the clouds. Called up my sister when I hit the campus, she answered the phone and she hit the account. Now I'm back up, looked at my plan and adjust. It got so harder to trust. Cancel my friends after graduation, cause when you a giver, it's never enough. I had nothing to say. Slept in the garden of snakes, fought for me playing it safe. I was running from God, his plan and his call. I didn't even know he was keeping me safe. I hit the bottom, I called up my mama, she gave me the truth and was praying for me. Life in the game, but you in a circle and running from purpose and playing for keeps. They scream YOLO, I went solo. That same night I went dropped on my knees. The weight of the world I kept on my shoulders for all of my life was traded for peace. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. The game getting pressed like articles. Yeah. After delivery, taking where marshals go, they wanna limit me. I'm with a ceiling be he been toe tagging all of my enemies. I've been body bagging up the energy. I'm in the streets like a city with Mardi Gras. Out in the crowd, and I'm turning it down. You know the king, I don't see thrones in your crown. It ain't a show when the truth come to your town. A new heaven and earth, I'm going to life on the clouds. But anyway, I reach for a mic and a dinner plate. Having my home and the house so big, I'ma need a tour like I'm selling dates. Hold that thought, I meditate. Lost my way in 2013, got the key to life, that's a better place. I'm really from that bottom. I ain't have a dad with the richest rag, so I focus on what matters. And my coach put me in. Now I'm on the field and I got him. Well, I guess it's safe to say it's really about to be a problem.
Hello, it's me again, I'm a fellow. And I'm calm and I'm mellow. But push me, you get jello. I go strings like a cello, but I ain't reading Othello. I got room for the metal, but ain't no reason to settle. I want greatness only, making the same mistake as Tony. Never that I gotta make them know me. Walk in the room, I made it boldly. Trust me, you can't fake this phonies. No need for staying lonely. I said I want greatness only. Man, I want greatness only. I'm in all black like I'm Gothic. 100 racks in my pocket. They don't cover my losses. I keep my eye on the profit. Haters love to just gossip. In a crowd, man, I'm mushing. Only talk to just bosses. Said I'm after that greatness. I'm just rhyming off topic. I'm rhyming off topic. I spent time in the tropics, but I'm back. Then I got lost it. My oh my, who's firing off the This is I, I'm flagging the cockpit. I'm denying the cockpit.
Wow. My, what a day it has been. An absolute marathon. Not only are we seeing the teams run the gauntlet, but so are we. Because the first bracket mentioned, previously, I can't believe it's come to this. Mobility Core versus Dangerous Plan. They've done it. The bracket reset, and they made it look super clean. Now they have a chance at just qualifying directly into Phase 3, the finals. Everyone, I'm Digital, Smash, and Bang. How are we doing today, Bang?
Doing great. These are the matches that Legends are made of. And I just want to, first of all, let's talk about Hades for a minute and the amazing versatility we've seen from this guy. His fade. Okay, that was pretty cool. The Ruby. Oh, versatility. All right.
Yep.
Johnny Jet. Wait, when could you do that? Like, he's playing all of these different types of characters and different classes with different play styles, and he's playing it well, and he's completely complementing his team in every way, shape, and form, and his team is bouncing off of him perfectly. The team synergy coming out of these guys right off the back. I'm just so surprised. Where was this when we were playing Reinhardts in the beginning? Where did these guys come from?
Probably too early.
What pep talk happened in the locker room?
Probably too early in the morning for them. They hadn't had their morning coffee or something. Don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Hades has just come alive as the days gone on and on and on. Hades has gotten better and better. He's like a fine wine. He's aging real well. Now, we talk about it, but it's one common theme in all of Hades' gameplay is he's focused around that objective, the point, whether it be on control or the payload, whether it be on escort. So it really is that central, that pillar figure for the rest of the team to play around, and it attracts a lot of attention and opens a lot of avenues for those DPS players to just absolutely rain hell.
Absolutely, he definitely remembered the assignment with this one.
Yeah, perfect teammate. Love to see it.
Yeah, always focusing on the objective, always playing for the objective, creating strategies to secure the objective.
Yeah.
And as you guys can see it, all the attention and the focus is on the team fight. And next thing you know it, if you're not careful, he will sneak that objective from under you. The man is a thief in the night. If anything, he should be the real Batman here.
Well, Batman should be stopping him, but they're on the same team.
Batman doesn't steal?
Well, no, he's stopping the thief.
All right.
But you can't hold Hades.
You're fronted, mate, but all right, I'll let you have that one. But then again, another thing about Hades that I'm concerned about is that if he puts all this pressure on himself to be the objective player all the time, having that much trust in his teammates, what happens when maybe the enemy team, Dangerous Plan, starts to collapse upon him? I mean, sure, you could say that his teammates are going to be there to stop it, but for the most part, you said Hades, he's been going under the radar a little bit, but once maybe Dangerous Plan start focusing more on the objective player, do you think that will be the key to really turning things around?
Well, yeah, that's the beautiful thing too about Hades, as we saw in that last game. He knew he was the last guy on the point. He knew all of his options was exhausted. He knew retreat wasn't an option. So what did he do? He played the map. He played his shields. He used the cart for cover. He used his shields for cover. He used the pillar for cover. He managed to dance around long enough for his team to come back, clean up, secure the objective, and allow him to come back and do his job again. So he has a plan in place for everything. It's amazing to see somebody that's very versatile, not just in play style, but also in strategy. He's always 5 moves ahead of his enemies.
It's true.
Very cool, calm, and collected. All right, guys, let's see the head-to-heads and, of course, the hero bands to come through. This might change this time round. I'm not too sure. But for the most part, from what I can gather, Hades seems like a bit of a pacifist. Doesn't really want to fight when things go wrong, and instead he's more than happy to sit it out. All right, Mobility Core, ban a letter. To be expected.
Okay.
Dangerous Plan, Walling Band. Makes sense, Bang.
Of course, yeah, the Walling Band is good, but to somewhat of a fault because we see Batman is also versatile. We also seen that Retro is versatile. Team mobility is just so well-rounded. It's kind of hard to land a solid ban on these guys.
Yeah.
And the same thing can also be said for, Dangerous Plan. Yeah, you can ban Stoner's Walling. Stoner might have somewhat of a good backup plan. His Hunter's okay, but at the same time, we've seen it. It kind of cripples Dangerous Plan a little bit. Their plan isn't so dangerous after that Walling ban.
Well, that's the exact point I was going to make. Although the Wiling didn't work out on the defense for that payload escort map, it was missing on the control in the first time around. They didn't play it on Stoner, and maybe this time they'll change it up. But if I'm not mistaken, those are the same bans that we saw in the first best of 3 there. So
exactly.
yeah, nothing's really changed. Maybe Dangerous Plan are like, look, they got us. They played better on that time.
Yeah.
Let's run it back. We know
Yeah.
what we did wrong.
Yeah.
We can execute better this time. I think that Dangerous Plan are going in with a little bit more heat
Maybe.
and a little bit more knowledge, and they should have a lot more fighting this time around.
I think honestly one crucial hero to ban really for both teams is simply just get Johnny Jet out of the way. Otherwise it's just an absolute headache for the most part. You got Hades, like you said, on the flip side. I mean, Johnny Jet, it's there, but it doesn't quite live up to Hades. And I just want to see what DF9 plays, because last time I think he wasn't quite playing the Skadi, and that didn't quite work out too well for them. I'm not too sure what the plan really was. Stoner wasn't hitting the shots. Batman far outclassed them on Skadi. Hopefully, though, things are turned around, Bang.
Yeah, maybe it's time away from the game. Maybe it's just too much time watching other teams play and not having enough time, to refresh that adrenaline, to converse with your team. Whatever is happening, we can see the mentality of Dangerous Plan is starting to drain just a tad bit. Maybe they just got a little too comfortable, a little too confident, and now this is going to be their awakening after taking these losses from Mobility and resetting that bracket. Now they're like, oh, this is a serious match. We should probably start, putting on our big boy pants. Yeah.
And it's worth a lot too. I mean, instant qualification in through to that grand finals is so very, very important. You don't want to be dancing around in that wild card, especially seeing as we had
a lot of the exclusive crew.
Yeah.
And today as well, who was that? The Reinhardts, they're out. Defy, I mean...
You don't want to be fighting those guys in a wild card.
Probably Defy. I'll be pretty happy to fight against them. But hey,
you never know.
I could be just like...
I'm not going to lie, I agree.
All right, there we go. I'm by myself with the controversial
Unbelievable
opinion.
toxicity coming
Yeah,
out here.
it is. But then again, the other thing is as well, the huge benefit of direct qualifications is that you don't have to come back and just play out in the wildcards and essentially, quote-unquote, waste your time. It gives you time to research, and not only that, theory craft how maybe a different meta can change. Because by then, when it comes to grand finals, God knows, maybe it'll be 2 hero bans, maybe it'll be something else, maybe the rule set will be slightly different. Because this is a growing game, to say the least. All right, let's check out the hero picks now. It's going to be Control on Arctic Express. Bang, that's new.
Yep. I've been waiting for this moment.
All right, tell us more.
What's going on here?
Christina in Arctic Express is an absolutely dominant force for the fact that she can stand on the second level and hit. Oh, well, then there goes that. Back to JJ.
Yeah, I guess
definitely got baited.
A meta is a meta. And Christina, if I remember correctly, she basically shoots out sticky grenades for the most part. And it's kind of like a fade, kind of, but lesser so mobility based, more so grenade based.
That's how
faster projectiles.
Stoner again on that Skadi though.
Hang on, if we go back to Batman, I didn't realize you had that window to actually stare out towards and get some early info. Regardless, nice web trap, right-hand peek advantage coming out, but does not matter. Tip for tat trades, Hades with the chase up. He's low, he's going to back off the safety. De Niro doesn't favor his odds, one would rather play the objective, and even tries to go for a flank. But anywho though, Dangerous Plan. This is a good start. They've turned things around a little bit, but I don't want to get ahead of myself a bit too much.
They do. They win the rollout and they're back onto Batman, executing perfectly. 2v1 situation. Batman had no chance there at all. Johnny Jet on the point. Hades is continuing where he left off. Now has to fight up against DF9 in a 2v1 situation, but they're both so very low. Numbers against the side of Mobility Core here, and already 20% up on the counter.
Yep.
One headshot, nice headshot. DF9 and now fade away.
Oh,
It's a lick and a half, a 2v1. It's
Can you get the
Batman. Gets
Oh!
Oh, he's feeling it.
The Dark Knight is still here. He's fixed his broken back because he's been carrying the hell out of this team, to say the least. 33% does not matter. That's the recap. That's the team wipe single-handedly. He's making the difference. One more shot and he will have a crit charge up. He's waiting for it. Here we go. Crit shot. Fortunately, it does miss. DF9 managed to escape the safety. But for how long is the question?
Oh my god.
The fifth Batman is turning up the kills. He is putting Dangerous Plan to rest currently. This is the comeback. And another one!
Oh my god!
Like De Niro, he should have been invisible. Batman, what a crucial headshot.
The man is eating.
I can't believe it. He only gets better and better and better, Ben.
The man is eating.
There, yep, he is eating. No crumbs here. Absolutely dominating at the moment. Just hitting everything.
Oh my.
Drops it again on a 7-kill streak at the moment. It was looking rough at the start. losing the rollout, but now it's just been domination since then. Again, another shot lands. DF9, you're in trouble, mate. Yeah, Batman is on the prowl.
Not only that, okay, they've taken the advantage. Finally, he gets shut down, but I want to point out him using his active ability, the net, to boost himself over towards balcony. He's not even using it to go for a kill for the most part. He's so versatile. So it's not just Hades that's good with a deep hero pool. Batman is so good with not only his hero pool, but also strategy. This time, Stoner gets caught. The backlines are exposed, and that should be the end of him. Really good flank by Retro. But however, they've lost a little bit of ground in capping the site. It's about 50-ish%, roughly even Stevens. But Mobility Core, they are getting it back. It's being challenged. Johnny Jet is on the site. Once again, being a menace. De Niro going to shut him down right now. Where's Batman when you need him? DF9 coming in fast. And it's going to be a letter versus a letter. DF9, no, dead to rights. That was actually Shell. Batman's back. Land the shots, baby. It was a teammate. It was an assist. Retro, they've capped the site again. It's looking good, but they are slightly in the back seat.
Back and forth, back and forth. But Batman so far has been the difference maker. So many kills secured. And can they continue the run of form? De Niro finds out, gets their bell rung. And Batman at the moment, he just needs to be double teamed, triple teamed. You see now they're starting to push numbers onto Batman to try and take him out. DF9 manages to get another kill on the board as well. So far, it is Hades trying to objectify the point, but it might flip over here again, back and forth.
De Niro with the instant assist onto DF9 Shell. They managed to take the objective. This is a much closer game compared to the first time we saw them on Arctic Express. But look, dangerous plan on the back foot, just slowly. Explosion, Batman, eyes on him, of course, the hero, but he's lost all his teammates. He doesn't want to challenge settle. He knows that Johnny Jet's close by, throws out the web, maybe he can get lucky with it, but they have to wait to regroup. They're losing ground though. Time is precious, time is of the essence at this point. This is one final good push, one final team fight. Johnny Jet goes in first, that's Hades. Finds nothing. Here comes Batman. The shots. It forces a rotation out from DF9. Still on the balcony. 2 shots. Needs a third. Makes a lander, but they're playing off site. It's overtime. Batman finally joins the fray. There's 1 kill going to their favor. It's a trade, however. Hades is low. It's all going to have to be Batman here. 1 by 1 by himself. Needs the shot, and it's going to be invisibility for Shell. He has to get on the site, though. 99%. You got to touch. You got to touch. Teammates are so far away. He does get on in time. Gets knocked off, and that might actually be it, but it's overtime. His teammates have come on. He's bought enough time. 1v1, 2v2. They're back on the site. Ultimate's being exploited. One dance doesn't find anyone. Retro trying to go for a kill, diving in. Once again, the touch is Hades. You have to stay on there. It's Johnny Jet. He gets locked up by the Shell ultimate. They're running out of time. But here comes Batman yet again. He's low. He's forced off the site. And that's it. Neck to neck on the site by a hair's breadth. Dangerous plan. They take home map 1. But for the entire matchup, you could have sworn Mobility Core had that down pat, Ben.
Yeah, once they adjusted to try and shut down Batman, using all of their resources, knowing that Batman is the hot gun right now, it is just important that we shut that guy down. They managed to do it, and that's when they were able to turn the tide a little bit. Batman was making these positions, unwinnable positions, winnable. So to get that out of the way, once that happened, dangerous plan, had a bit of a roll on. Hades unfortunately couldn't pull out the Johnny Jet performance he's been pulling out all day, running out of a bit of steam.
Yeah, now they find themselves in a whole different ball game now. You know, you have a team that's just adapted to your strategy. Yeah. So what do? Do we hit them with a different curveball, or do we adapt to their strategy? And now instead of playing around Hades, do we play around Batman?
Maybe that will be a decent change up that you want to see on the replay here, man. Just check this guy out. He's landing shot after shot. He's fully confident. Really good ult usage as well. Just biding time, utility usage. It was just a shame towards the end when they were trying to cap the site. He kept getting forced off, and that really was the downfall. At the end of the day, it's not like a super mobile character. It's a heavy hitter.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, that's the problem. And when his teammates are gone, there's no more Johnny Jet, no more Hades, who unfortunately couldn't stay alive. He's in a rough spot.
Certainly, I mean, these highlights just speak for themselves. How many shots does he miss here? Not a single one. Just 2-tap.
And the positioning.
Yeah, just being able to hold that good range away. That was disgusting. De Niro didn't deserve that at all. But just holding that perfect range to still have that full damage, you know, without the drop off, as well as just being in a safe space away from those Johnny Jet type characters.
And also to boot now, map 2 Elephant Astana, bang. momentum is running really hot. Aim is cracked right now for the side of Mobility Corp, but they have lost map 1 in their best of 3 control series. Is this actually when Dangerous Plan, they've got the brains and they have the mental fortitude to mount a comeback properly?
Whatever it is that woke Dangerous Plan up, they need to keep that energy going because, yeah, this is a really tough matchup. And I hate to say it, when it comes to this next series of matches, it could be anybody's game again. Like, both of these guys are full of fire, and
Yep.
it looks like that small flame that DP had just ignited.
Came really close, but I guess, you know, something about caged beast in the corner, and it might just lash out at you, and that's basically what we saw happen. All right, Ben, map 2, you reckon Dangerous Plans got it?
It's hard to say. I mean, they're both so very close. But I mean, at the same time, it took that level of heroics from Batman to drag Mobility Core
Indeed.
to that level and to that competitive value at 98%. What's going to happen? Who's going to stand up for the side of Mobility Core? Like, someone needs to stand up and cover if Batman isn't going to be able to provide that hero.
Yeah.
So I do think that Dangerous Plan are going to be able to take it out 2-0.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Bang, I want to ask you this as well as hearing your call for this, right? Retro, he's present for the side of Mobility Corp, but doesn't quite have as much impact, not as much talking time. Batman, he does what he does. Hunter, Scotty, fantastic. Hades, Ruby, he has also... what do you play?
Johnny Jet and
Johnny
Fade
Jet,
as
Johnny
well.
Jet as well.
Johnny
Fade, less so much, but Johnny
Yeah.
Jet and Ruby mostly, right? Where does Retro come
Yeah.
into the conversation?
Well, we saw amazing stuff coming from his Aletta, but unfortunately that got banned. So hopefully he picks up another flanker and adapts to the scenario and supports his teammates accordingly, because right now it's looking a lot like a 2v3.
A little bit, and despite that, they're still coming, you know, so close with a Dangerous Plan. All right, look, the comp's mostly exactly the same. I'm not too stressed out about this, and I'm still quite curious as to why Dangerous Plan they really want to ban the Hua Ling. It doesn't seem to really be one of Mobility Core's main picks.
Well, that was for Retro, because remember Retro's Walling was definitely carrying
That
the team.
was good, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So they really are targeting Retro in terms of shutting Retro down a little bit.
Yeah.
But in terms of the gameplay, yeah, it's been really Batman and Hades show today. Getting him through that lower bracket. Hades had an incredible performance on Johnny Jet on all these controls, and then moving in those tanks as well.
Oh my.
And you see already shots ringing out. Hades dropping low. The fight over this 5k room is big. Hades needs to get in there and will contest the point, but Batman taken out early board and Retro goes down too. Now it is just Hades in a one-on-one situation.
Johnny Jet versus Johnny Jet, who comes out on top, and honestly, my money might just be on Hades once he gets into his invisibility puddle and just heal up. 5k is back up, gets the heal, but the point is being challenged, but no one's capping it just yet. This is what I find so interesting. Usually, at this point, you'll see a team really get onto it. Here comes Batman, good ultimate, popping one head, the second, but he gets a clapback from Stoner. No Hualing even needed. He's found his groove, maybe. But bear in mind, it's only the first few kills starting. Map 2, Alpha Astana. And it's going to be Dangerous Plan in the lead.
Yep, Dangerous Plan do get that first cap. DF9 walking around the place, checking things out. Now, we need to get, if you're a fan of the side of Mobility Core, they need to get into this, get Batman into these positions that we saw them before, as well as getting Hades stuck in that point as well. Hades at the moment playing on the outskirts of the map, trying to get in, trying to get a flank. De Niro at the moment is the one ringing bells.
Nice. Well, there we go. Batman, the chase up, is killing his
no.
counterpart. Another one onto DF9. One more. Here we go. De Niro playing around the pillar, almost escaping the safety. There we go, man. Good shot, but assisted by Hades to finish off De Niro. That's the cap again. Mobility Core, they're starting to rack up points. They're on the board at this point. Now, 1v1. Good ultimate. It's going to force Batman. Luckily enough, the one that sends him out, but it's not much avail. He was chased up after all. Good ultimate from Shell. That's a melt. Retro out of the equation. Things aren't looking too good. Dangerous Plan, dare I say, they've got maybe Mobility Core's number. Maybe a fade pick would be good.
Well, at the moment, it's poor Retro. Hasn't been able to get anything on the board so far. 0 and 4 has really been wearing the brunt of the aggression. Batman doing all that they can. Get a second kill here. Bang, bang. It's a 2-kill advantage right now. They will try and get this capture of the point, so very important, of course. no, Stoner does manage to get the trade out before Hades goes and finishes it off. So 24% to 52. They are on the board. They're trying to get something going here. Hades going very low, but with the assist of Batman, Hades able to take that one down. Now with this critical shot charged up, DF9 has to be very, very careful.
Oh, good ultimate by Shell. Doesn't matter, flips around, claps DF9 in the dome. That has to be so punishing. And of course, here comes a one dance, both sides being traded out, and somehow amongst the caps, the De Niro picks up the 2 kills. That's criminal. 53%, they managed to bring it back. Dangerous plan off of the heroics of a single Johnny Jet. Massive confusion there, I gotta say, for Mobility Core.
Yeah, Batman hasn't quite been landing these ultimates either. Gunplay, perfect, but hasn't quite been able to nail these ultimates down just yet.
Regardless though, Batman's going to give it another try. The shots are still good, to say the very least. Here comes Hades, leap onto side. He is low though. Manages to stay alive for a little bit longer. For a 5k health pack, brings him up back to speed. And that's the objective cap once again for Mobility Core. But they are on the climb. 50% versus 76. They better maintain it, so I hope they don't split up too much.
They found DF9, they knew he was back behind, and they found him and got him out of there. Hades not playing on the point this time, trying to play on that outskirts. Retro also on the outskirts as well. This is going to leave Batman pretty vulnerable on the point. Need to fall back.
Well, vulnerable, that's the assumption at the very least, but then again, Stoner also has the one-hit dance. That's a nice trap, but DF9 escaped real quick. One-hit dance, the chase up, do you want to commit to it? That's the real question. Stoner's here, one shot going his way, and the counter ultimate, Retro, Hades, they're all jumping into the fray to protect Batman, who unfortunately does go down in the mess, but at least they still won the team fight overall. 1v1 now, it's all going to be about De Niro trying to stay alive, and don't tell me this guy's going to come out on top. He just might. The high ground above him is going to be Hades, and De Niro's got no clue where he is. Oh, the Johnny Jet shenanigans, I swear to God. But the recap coming up from Dangerous Plan, close to 80% now, and indeed, Mobility Core, they've almost got it to 99%. There's better not lose it in these crucial few seconds.
If DF9 can land a pivotal ultimate onto Batman or onto Hades here, that could seal the deal. DF9 does go down, Hades also goes down on the trade. Batman vulnerable, but will be in there, that 5k pack. It is a 1v2 situation. Ult on the point doesn't hit anything. Now has to go on the point to contest. It's a one-tap critical, but it's not enough to take down De Niro. Hades is back on the point contesting, but getting danced off it. Retro now in a 1v3 situation. Will they have time to touch? Yes!
Yes, just but where is the backup? The ultimate usage from Stoner has been perfect as well. It flushed Hades off of the site as soon as he leapt on in Johnny Jet mode. And they're off the site. What is going on? Retro, you need a touch. He's buying time though, so it's good. Overtime, not only they have to cap, but they also have to win the fight. And indeed, they are starting to come out on top. But as I say that, De Niro, one-man hero. He takes it home. That's going to be 2-0 in the Control series for Dangerous Plan. Bang. They've come back. They found the mojo here.
Yeah. Well, don't count Core out just yet, but man, De Niro and the boys, DF9, they really stepped up. They turned it around, and they stuck to what they were comfortable with, that wild aggression and out-of-pocket gameplay, and just really doubling down and doubling up on single players, isolation, and then eradication, and then objective control. Great play from DP.
Yeah, I mean, DP have been able to problem solve their way out of this, really. They've been identifying what's been going wrong, where the attention's needed, who's really on fire right now, who can we pay a little less attention to, who can we focus on, and that's gotten them back into this, and with a 1-0 lead in the series.
Gotta say though, Stoner with the Ascati pick, I kind of initially had my doubts, but he's definitely proving me wrong. He's going almost toe-to-toe against Batman, but you know it's not by much. But I have to say one thing though, Batman's ults, they're starting to look a little bit sloppy over towards map 2, and Stoner, perfect timing with his. He doesn't use it early on, he doesn't even use it for team fights, instead he uses it to really counter Johnny Jet. You saw how much of an issue Hades was in the past, and now they found their answer. Dangerous Plan. Gotta say, it's looking good for them. This is the strategy they've cooked up, Bang.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully it turns around. You know, Mobility's Core's bread and butter does come from Payload Escort, as we have seen before. And DF9 doesn't do so well on either the attacking or the defending side. So hopefully they're able to turn this around, turn it in, you know, their favor, and pull ahead and keep their win going.
Well, you know, we are going to leap ahead of ourselves a little bit and just talk about the potential hero bans for Stock, right? You basically, your piece of advice was to tell the DP, you better either ban Hunter or you better ban Ruby. Which one do you think it's going to be? Will it actually be one of them, or they're just going to YOLO and just ban Wildling for some reason?
Well, for DP, they love to play marksman, and if you know much about marksman, slow rate of fire, single shot bullets and stuff. These are things that Ruby actually excels in blocking. So the Ruby ban is definitely pristine for this one because those shields, they're tall. Unlike Jabali's, where Jabali can only block from one direction, Ruby can block from 3 different directions. And, you know, if you're running a team full of marksmen, that's extremely bad when you have a cart that's constantly moving and a bunch of assassins in your face.
Now, one other thing I want to mention as well, if that is the case, right, say for instance Ruby seems to be the prime issue here. If she gets banned, what is the other choice for Hades?
Hades also plays a pretty decent Jabali, and when it comes to marksman, they deal a lot of damage. And with Jabali's reflection, that's a lot of damage coming back at you. And then you have a bunch of assassins in your face again. So, yeah, the counter strategy for that one is... Oh, okay.
Mirrored bans.
Well, this is going to be a time for Batman and Retro to shine. And at the same time, Stoner and De Niro can shine too. So this could be any man's game right now. It's all about who they pick and how they play it.
But overall, I reckon Hades, if he's unhinged on his Ruby, that might just give his team the advantage. And I'm not going to lie, that pick for Dangerous Plan, I don't know what the idea is. Wildling on Wildling, Hades. Of course, on the Ruby pick, Batman on Hunter to be expected. What's the counter pick, man? Like, it's just going down the exact same route as before, for the most part.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's right.
Ooh, that's creepy.
A little bit.
The shell pick.
That's a situation that Hades definitely doesn't want to be in, is people getting behind his shield.
Certainly is.
Well, back on Skadi, I don't know. Like,
it's very aggressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But bang, you reckon De Niro is good on Skadi? We've only really seen him on Johnny Jet for the most part.
Yeah, well, for this one, I'm not that quite sure about Scotty because, you know, again, Ruby shields, it takes at least about 2 or 3 shots coming out of Scotty to drop that. And when you have a Hunter and a Wildling focused on you, it's not looking really well, you know, even when it comes to prioritizing who you're going to focus first. If you focus one, the other one's going to get you. And if you focus another one, the other one's going to get you. So no matter what, you're kind of in a bad situation if you're playing Scotty in this situation. Yeah.
Well, let's see it plan out. Left lane being aggressed initially. It's going to force De Niro all the way to his grave. He's completely out and done for. Unbelievable. Yep, there you go. You did say it indeed. You know, it's not working out. And guess who's on the payload? That's right. It's going to be Hades. Slowly but surely doing his prime objective pushing. Stoner v Retro. And Stoner, he's done his best, and he will go down. Retro might actually be better. Turns out the Wildling counter ban worked out. Another one from Retro. This guy's on a tear to start things off. That is an opening statement. Where has Stoner gone? Where has Dangerous Plan gone on these escort maps, man?
De Niro hasn't been able to play the game. Ran out of spawn and just got absolutely wrecked both times, basically. So De Niro needs to take a deep breath, get back into it. We can see the fight already breaking out. That shell ultimate takes it out. Hades, which is so very important. But Retro, he was quiet for the most part, but now loud and in charge as well, is going forward one, buying a lot of space with his 56 meters. DF9, you mentioned the DF9 struggles a little bit on these payload escorts, but so far on the shell has been putting up some decent resistance.
Yeah, it's only 2 kills thus far, but very impactful kills. He stopped the payload basically single-handedly. And of course, shutting down Retro. Let's see how much longer it can go for, though. Batman, eyes on him. He had an absolute tear last time he was here on Dock. I want to see him doing it again. Good comms. Burst fire. Instant shutdown onto DF9. It's looking great. Sonar, good grenade. Has vision on one of the 2 players. Of course, guaranteed line of sight with De Niro. And the last player standing, Stoner, being chased up by Retro. It was a matter of time. Fantastic teamwork. Fantastic communication. That's a team wipe. And this is a really good progress for the payload.
It certainly is. De Niro not feeling this pick so far. Has probably the best cosmetic skin I've seen on Skadi, but so far 1 on 4, another just walking into a headshot from Retro. It hasn't worked out too far just yet. And the cart is just walking in. Hades, this is where Hades does the best work. Just sitting on the cart, playing around it, dancing around it, and it goes through the checkpoint already. DF9 stuck behind a pole. There is a pack there, but won't refresh in time.
Oh,
Yeah, Batman's on a tear as well. We see this shield usage once more. Just bread and butter for this mobility team.
Batman, he's so proactive there as well with the sonar grenades. It zones up, he tosses one out, and it's just causing so many issues for the side of Dangerous Plan. They can't hide, they can't run, they have to fight them head on, and when they do, it's just right into the line of fire. Everyone's hitting their shots. Batman long range away, bursting them down. De Niro gets it right, Scotty in there. What are you thinking, mate? DF9 behind Ruby's shields, maybe trying to go for a heal. Did he get it? I don't think so. Maybe it was Ruby that managed to pick it up. It's all going so downhill right now for Dangerous Plan. And the payload just uncontested. I think they keep falling into the tunnel vision trap of trying to go for the kills instead of just countering Hades on the objective. But when you do that, it's the marksmen, it's the players on the sides that really swing in and kill you.
No, De Niro has not been able to play it so far. This whole map, every time De Niro goes for anything, it's just completely shut down. DF9 not long for this world as Batman loves to play on this map. Go for another one.
Too easy.
Doesn't manage to get the final blow. Hades does steal that away, but you can see the map is getting capped out. There's no resistance here. 7 kill streak for Batman, and that is a speed run and a half.
Oh my god, bang. Batman's utility usage is on point.
Just like I said, unfortunately for Dangerous Plan, they excel in games where bodies matter. So like King of the Hill matches, yeah, that was a good run for them. But when it comes to games where there's an objective that needs to be pushed and it requires a lot of mobility and team synergy in terms of strategy, you see that they kind of fall behind a little bit.
Double tank? Are you serious? I don't know about this one, bang.
So what we have Judex and Hunter.
Oh, sorry,
with
Judex.
the Jabali. Yeah, double marksman.
Yep. The skin trolled me for a bit. It looked a lot like Ruby.
It's very misleading. Yeah, it's very misleading.
Well, anywho though, Jabali makes sense, I suppose, for the attack, but then again for defense, it's looking fantastic. Batman changing to Scotty, Hades, signature Johnny Jet, Retro and Hualing, perfect info, crazy shots.
3, 2,
Well, I know where I'm betting my money.
Yep, we're going to a map 3, you'd say. TF9 coming out, but Batman getting very aggressive early on. It does get taken out, so here we go, sign of life. Breath of air. Stoner's trying to clear Johnny Jet off the card. Hades has been playing this game for a little bit too long.
He's just dodging in and out, and they're like they're having no success trying to find him. He spots an opportunity as well, kill Stoner before he can get the 5k pot.
Yep.
That's just daylight murder to say the least, even with DF9 on his tail. How did he get away with that one? Now they're finally starting the challenge. Good team comms.
Oh.
I cannot believe it. Batman from that distance with the web gets the kill, spins around, gets the second, almost single-handedly trying to go for a team wipe. DF9, the last player standing. It's going to be Jabali. He's big and he's hard, not quite squishy, so they can't quite fish him off just yet. But regardless, Hades is there to contest, and that's all they have to do. Dance Party, DF9, 3 shots, unable to finish. Might have to leave it for a teammate, Hades, to get the final kill. And it's just such good team synergy. Whenever someone's low, they communicate for someone to finish it off, and someone chimes in to finish the job.
Certainly do. Hades now moving off the cart. It's on fire.
Yep.
To not
Great
want to be
mobility.
standing in that. DF9 getting shot in the back, getting taken out. Stoner on high is over trade, but it's just all mobility all day at the moment.
What's good time wasting, I would say. 2 minutes left, got to get to the first checkpoint. Hades is going to be back on the payload first from up above as well. That bridge in red, that's going to be a serious issue, perhaps, for Dangerous Plan to work with. And Hades, he's not swinging at all. He's just waiting as Johnny Jet finally finding an opportune moment to leap onto the site, gets a kill onto Stoner. There we go. The stall once again coming through. Batman trying to join the fray. Spots out his prey. Goes for the logo. Might be in the worst possible timing. The damage is good. DF9, yeah, dead to rights. He cannot stand up against the heavy bullets of the revolver. Once again, mobility core. They're back in action.
All they need is 30 more seconds.
Oh my god. 30 more seconds, and for Batman to keep racking up these kills. Stoner,
Oh.
where's the comms? Where is the communication? Went behind him. You should have known that Batman was behind you. Instead, just went on a one-man mission. Gets completely decimated. Jabali, DF9, making his way back to the payload, but without his teammates, and we know how well that goes down. It doesn't. He's gonna get picked off, mate.
Again,
Oh,
DF9 is just pushed off the cart, bullied into the air. Batman trying to get in there and get the finish off, unable to do so. But Retro has just managed to bully them off
hold
the
on.
cart for too long. There will be a bit of pushing here. Hades is still alive, and there is time to get this touch back. We'll get a little bit of health back as well, and try and take this 1v1 on the cart. Use this invisibility to juke around, drive around, and not getting flushed out in time.
what?
Stoner goes down, and you've got to think that's all she wrote.
Where was Stoner throwing
much
that
game,
sonar grenade at as well? It's like he was confused. Johnny Jet was on the objective, not behind it, so don't know what happened there. Only 20 seconds left. Yet to hit the final checkpoint. It's one final stand for the most part coming through, but De Niro, here's something to say about it. Judex coming in clutch, triple kill, team wipe from De Niro. If he could just push the bloody objective, they might have had more time to play with. Where's he going? He's going deeper. My goodness, Smash is falling apart. Have they tunnel visioned a bit too much going for the chase?
Oh, even if he can't and pushed it in there, wouldn't have enough time to round it out.
Yeah.
So Mobility Core are able to take away this payload escort map, pushing us to a third and deciding map.
Yep, indeed. 1-1 thus far, and the worst part is it's going to be Giga Cave Mine, and yet another payload escort map. We already know how good Mobility Core is in these types of scenarios. I expect it to be nothing different, Bang.
Yeah, it's definitely their bread and butter here. And as you can see in that last match, I have no idea why he decided not to push the cart, but it looked like Dangerous Plan got a little bloodlust there. They just wanted to make it personal at that point.
Yeah, so it is rough after all, you know. It's a good time delay, and huge on the part of Mobility Crew to get the full cap. That really changes matters. Maybe if it wasn't all the way there, they could have capped it, got into more time, but anywho, regardless, let bygones be gone, get bygones. Refreshed our focus on map 3 now, but I guess you're right, Bang. This could be anyone's grand final, and it's leaning towards Mobility Core. I'm a bit worried.
Yeah,
These highlights. It's
these
just,
are some crazy highlights.
they are, but it's also just De Niro getting absolutely wailed upon. It's just so very sad. Poor De Niro. We'll have to see if he can answer back onto this third map.
Yep. Batman once again, man, shot aside. He's already good at those. The sonar grenades, instant clutch for his teammates to reveal the positioning of the enemy. And not only that, it just keeps them at bay. His teammates know exactly what to focus on. It's just hard countering everyone, not even just Johnny Jet. Hades having a good go at things, and I really like his, how do I say, prowess at smelling out a bargain. And that's when he finally escapes from his invisibility to go in for a kill. But overall, Mobility Core, the synergy, A1, top tier. Dangerous Plan, I don't know what they can do about this, man.
Everybody loves an underdog story, right?
Except they
Absolutely.
started the day off as the big dogs. It's rough, isn't it?
So, Bang, where do you think this could go in terms of draft? We haven't seen these two teams play on this map very much. We've seen Dangerous Plan play a little bit. Of course, they played up against, I believe it was the Tryhards, or sorry, Ryhards. We're seeing bans now, Hunter and Aletta taken out.
Okay.
This leaves a lot in the pool.
I
Yeah,
don't
definitely.
think the Aletta ban really matters at all for Mobility Crew. And I guess the Hunter ban means that we're going to see more of Hades as Johnny Jet, perhaps, Bang?
Definitely. So, yeah, for this one, I'm going to keep my expectations low, but my hopes high for Dangerous Plan.
So Hades has managed to move over
Jabali!
to Jabali instead of the Ruby on offense of this map. Do you think that's a map specific thing, or do you think it's obviously he's been playing very well on the Ruby and having great success, so surely you would have stuck on it?
Yeah. Well, for this one on the attacking side, you definitely want to have that nice, strong front line. He already has two really good marksmen that he can rely on. We've seen that coming out of Retro, and we saw that coming out of Batman earlier. So, yeah, this is mostly a strong push. I was actually hoping to see more Ruby from him. I mean, she didn't get banned.
Oh well. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it plays out. Hades leading the charge, and here comes Batman.
All three.
One single sonar grenade finds all 3 enemies. They're going to have to reposition ASAP. Back up, 1v1 challenger DF9, who fortunately does escape the safety. Close range quarters dueling. He gets better of him. Jabali joins the fight as well. De Niro trying to run away to safety. It's a lick away from death. Batman with a chase up. This guy is unhinged, Ben.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it now. He's been playing for a little bit today. 4 series they would have played in 5 actually now. So absolutely dialed in, ready to go. Early contention was barely anything to write home about. DF9 will get up in his face and take out Batman. Retro needs to find a position where he's going to be able to get some value out of these shots. At the moment, hasn't had anything to do really.
Good initial engagement. Snare trap. One more good bow and arrow to finish Stoner, but he's choking. This is
there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Got the kill. Blast arrows up
Okay.
high above. Gets a second onto DF9. Things are looking much better. This is the whirling we were looking forward to. He stays alive. His teammates have rejoined the fight. The payload once again is making steady progress.
Now Hades has the ultimate ready as well, so that's that big tank out ult onto the cart. Could get some more push here.
Oh, Wanna Dance,
use it
it's just so good! Along with the Shell Ultimate, that's a wombo combo, and that's the instant shutdown as well. That's all down to Batman. Team wipe! Fantastic coordination from Dangerous Plan. But it's only ultimates. You can only get it every maybe 40 seconds or so. It's not organic and you can't always rely on it.
Super fast fight there. Resets it all really quickly, but when those fast fires, it means you're not building much ult charge up after you've used it yourself. So Hades now pushing in with that shield, doing the reflecting damage, but there's nothing behind him. Both his DPS have been killed out behind, so Hades now just stuck on the cart trying to get any sort of push that they can.
Yep, Knowles inside. It's already blown away a bit too much. He's trying his best, but this is looking sad, man. What was the word that you used yesterday?
Bully.
Jibulid. That's right.
Yep.
Well, this is a bit egregious coming up from his teammates. I don't know if you want to be going out. Okay, maybe if you're Retro, sure thing. Blast arrows. The instant shutdown onto De Niro's Aletta.
Almost hit the flick too. Hits the body shot.
He hits that. It's big damage regardless of what happens. The health pack, though, does get collected by Dangerous Plan. Hades back in action, but really good ultimate usage from Stoner. Keeping track of the Wanna Dance. And that's an instant shutdown on the tank yet again. They're struggling at this point. 47 meters of push. And I guess at this point, Dangerous Plan, they're making excellent use of the high grounds in Giga Cave Mine.
They certainly are. They're just jumping in behind Hades, not even really worrying too much
Yeah.
about that point presence, because it's not pushing fast enough. You can see now they're set up well forward of where the card currently is, meaning that they're going to be able to find the engagements early on. They're not going to be able to get to the cart push, so very difficult situation for the team of Mobility Core to be in.
Hades, the chase up. Yep, he gets the kill.
Gotta
Batman,
get the
unfortunately,
objective.
loses the duel to De Niro. 10 seconds left, guys. It's contested. Hades goes down. This might be it.
No way Hades can get back in time, surely. They need some hero plays here from Retro. Who'll get the first, won't be able to land the second onto DF9. Doesn't get
Almost.
there in time.
Inches away.
54-meter push. My God, it's an understatement to say this is really getting a little bit too close for comfort. Dangerous Plan.
Yeah.
54 meters is all they need. What is the defensive lineup for... Oh, well, there you go. Batman, Retro, and Hades. It's the exact same picks. Bang.
Yeah, they're going to have to be hyper aggressive on this one. I was honestly hoping
No
that Retro would
tank?
move on to something differently. But yeah, they're going to need a very oppressive team. No tanks, just massive amounts of damage to keep them locked in that spawn, keep them off the map. And they don't have a lot of time to do it. It's a lot of time and a little space.
Okay, but then again, man, you have to say this: the pick coming out from the side of Mobility Core is almost Dangerous Plan. It's almost exactly the same. Zero tank, full aggression. They're just gonna go at it.
That's not really a good mindset to go into, because this, as you can see right in front of you, it's a very small corridor.
Yeah.
There's very small chambers that you're going to be funneling into, and you're going to be walking right into a firing line. And if your only focus is to go straight to the objective, you're just going to be another fish in a barrel.
Well, anywho, engagements early on. De Niro
Batman.
down and out. Super quick. Batman back on the mission. And the push, it's not quite happening just yet. They're working picks. They're taking it a little bit slow. Hades sitting on there, and that's all he's doing. He's just making sure it cannot go, leaving all the heavy lifting over towards Batman and Retro. And for the most part, they're making it work out. Stoner gets eliminated. Batman backing off the safety, and once again, the bargain hunter Hades dives in to swing the numbers advantage to his team's favor. But back on the objective now, contesting it for as long as possible. Ben, this is looking convincing to say the least.
It's a rather like goofy strategy. Hades' only job is to stand next to the cart and survive.
Yep.
Any push is bad push for Hades. Hades goes back as soon as the fight breaks out, tries to take the 1v1 on the cart, knows that the advantage is there, and just backs himself to not lose. And you can see it's working an absolute treat.
Yes, it is. So eyes on Retro and Batman at this point. They're going to have to be the ones going for the kills. It's a good shot initially. Hades just being invisible. Wanted there to catch anyone? I don't think so. It's a bit chaotic. Web Trap does manage to catch De Niro. It should be a matter of time before he goes down. 1v1, 2v1 as a matter of fact. De Niro still gets the better of Retro though. It's good. 1v1, Scotty v Scotty. Net versus net. Stoner gets the advantage and he will get the kill. The push continues. It's getting close for comfort. Don't tell me this is going to be how it goes. Retro needs a miracle here. He has the ultimate, and it's going to be the whirlwind. Catches DF9, forces him back, but that's not the main objective here. Stoner, he's pushing a bit too close. They need to tap the point right now. Hades is on site. He gets detected. Oh my goodness. I think they've done it. They have done it. They've just planned from the depths. They came back versus Mobility Core. Put on an absolute show for us. And towards the very, very end, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, dangerous plan. They have managed to secure that after losing the first best of 3 as well. Yep. Having that bracket reset to rely on. That upper bracket final was oh so pivotal for them because if they didn't win that one, they would have dropped down. So congratulations to DP, to Dangerous Plan, for securing that one. A great showing throughout the day. Great mental resilience to come back from that bracket reset too.
Indeed. And I guess, Bang, you know, for the side of Mobility Core, they were still hitting the shots. They were still playing super well. Towards the very end, they kind of lost the fight initially, and I don't want to point any fingers, but I felt like Retro, he kind of lost that crucial firefight versus De Niro's Johnny Jet, and that might have been the single body that would have resulted in, you know, the final result being different, ideally. But look, a bracket reset to come back to map 3 again, it's not easy.
We still had a very amazing game going on here. Yeah, you hate to see it, but you got to see it, right? And I hate to agree. Well, I got no other choice but to agree. But had Retro picked anything other than Waling, I think we probably would have had different results going on there. Unfortunately, that he dropped the ball that way. Waling doesn't work on every map, Retro, and now you know.
Yep. Well, back to the drawing board, I suppose. And they are knocked out of Phase 1, unfortunately. There's still the wild cards, and this is definitely a team to look out for because it's only up from here for Mobility Core. And now let's check out the bracket. Dangerous Plan. My goodness. It looks like they had a pretty smooth run over towards the grand finals. That wasn't quite the story, to say the least. The other bracket finals, Reinhardt's, bear in mind, they had the FF a series, and that's how Dangerous Plan kind of got a little bit, maybe, you know, too complacent, moved on to the grand finals. But Mobility Core, look at them. 1 series, 2 series, 3 series, 4, 5, back to back for the most part, and almost still taking it home in the grand finals. Just came down to a precious few meters.
Heartbreaking, really.
When
you think about it, they played 5 best of 3s on the day, just so short from coming up trumps. Now they've got to run it back in that wild card and hope that they can rise to the top and secure themselves a slot through there.
But you know what this means? I was right. I said Dangerous Plan.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess
you got us.
Yep. Back in the top dogs, guess they still were hungry after all, and they came through with the dub. But I'm not gonna lie, I was starting to doubt myself there. But I will say, I will give this to you guys though. Mobility Core, people's champions.
Absolutely, people's champions. For
Definitely.
Right, Bang. Any closing thoughts on that final matchup? Because historical, to say the least.
Definitely. I'm just glad we didn't put money on that last match.
Well, That I hate to see it. Anywho, though, guys, thank you very much. Now, real quick for the viewers, our lovely loyal viewers watching in, right here is going to be a giveaway code, Qualifiers 2. Put that into your game to get 2 boxes, 2 loot boxes, and 60 T coins, Rumble boxes. That was. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you for tuning in once again, supporting the scene, supporting your favorite players. It's been an absolute pleasure for this week's qualifiers. Next week we will be back again with invited groups 3 and 4. So guys, tune in, same time, same place. I'm Digital Cast. This is Smash. Thank you, Stoner, for joining us. We hope you had a great show. Till next time.
Yeah. This is Stoner signing out.